Qualifiers starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink-wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. I'm such a fool, but I don't have
everybody, welcome back here to the Dream League Season 23 closed qualifiers for South America. We are into the final series, the grand finals, as you could put it, between a Starbucks and Heroic. I gotta say, these are probably the two teams I expected to get here. I think some people may be expecting Starbucks or maybe Boom or some other teams, but these two teams have looked incredible, and I'm super excited to see them play a best of five. Zach, how you doing, man? Are you excited for this one?
Oh, you know what? Like you said, heroic. I think many people, one, maybe just recognize them the most because they played at some other tournaments on the international stage recently. They were the kind of gatekeepers. They beat out the other teams on the last qualifiers. They're definitely looking to do it again. They want to go perform again on that international stage. But of course, we got so many strong teams here, like you said. Not too surprised to see these two teams. At the same time, I wouldn't have been surprised to see other teams up here because there really are such a good mix of teams here. And depending on the day, depending on the draft, sometimes one team looks so much better than the other. You play another qualifier, then like, oh, they got stomped this time. So it's always fun. I think it'll lead to a very fun grand finals here for everybody.
Yeah, and there's some interesting heroes popping up in the drafts between these two teams, and that is always fun to see, always exciting. Like being able to kind of shine some light on like South America specifically having a different kind of meta in essence. Like a lot of other regions are looking at, for instance, the Abaddon and being like, that hero is awful. We're never picking that. It has gone unpicked, unbanned through the entirety of, I think, last Dream League, and even the main card event we just covered as well. But now suddenly both these teams looking back to carry Abaddon, something that K1 kind of invented. MNZ played it earlier this morning, so maybe we'll start seeing more Abaddon. Maybe it's going to start getting banned. Between these two teams, there's definitely going to be some overlap in their picks. So yeah, could be a new meta kind of shifting here in this region.
Yeah, the pro scene is always different from the pub scene, but if I had to pick one region that is closest to the pub scene, I would pick South America. Like Abaddon is a great example of that, where pub win rate, fantastic. And a lot of times people ask like, oh, where's the tier list of Abaddon? And you're like, he's actually really, really low by pro standards. And it's like, well, why? Because he does really well in pub games where there's so much chaos and he just kind of like abuses that kit. But at the pro scene, they have the coordination. They can deal with it. They don't get hit 4 times. They're like, oh, it's ult pop, Yules him, like kite him, whatever. So because of that, you just like rarely see that hero. But South America will do it, and they'll find a way to make it work. And I think that's why, at least for me, it's always so fun to watch this region. It really is pretty different from the others, and I feel like you learn something new, and it's a little more applicable than sometimes you watch another team and they're like, oh, look at that, an IO Chen draft. I'm sure I'll whip that out in my next pub game. It's like, it's fun to watch, but you're not using it in your own games.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just like, it does seem that pretty much every single game for South America, you're in these qualifiers, you're going to have the opportunity to see some really cool stuff. Obviously, they are sticking with the most of the meta stuff. Like most of like what's been meta for this tournament has kind of been what we've seen from other regions as well. But they are definitely, like you said, the most likely to pull out some cool stuff, and especially heroes that we just don't see that are like South American staples. The Abaddon's definitely one of them. The Mid Mars is one of them, which we saw yesterday. It's like a lot of other teams and a lot of other regions, they're like, no, this hero is an offlaner, and we're only going to play it as offlane Mars. If you do anything else, we're kicking you. And South America's like, yeah, whatever. Like, why not? Throw Mars mid. We'll pick a new offlane. We'll see how it goes. So I like the flexibility that these teams are like willing to have to try and give themselves any advantage. Yeah, it's cool. They also really know. One of the things is that these players have all played together a ton, so they know each other's strategies. They know what heroes they like. They know how they like to play them, and it makes for interesting games and interesting drafts for sure.
Yeah, there's a little bit more emphasis on that like direct lane to lane counter, which brings in a lot of mind games when I know he thinks this guy's a counter, so I'm gonna ban it, or like, oh, so we're gonna let it go through because I know he's gonna think of that hero, and then I'm gonna hit him with like this other one, right? So sometimes the draft like goes off course to us and like the viewers who are like so used to seeing like, oh yeah, of course you ban all these offlaners and mids, right? You do this, and then like you come here and like, why are they banning? There's the TA in the first phase. There's like Vipers and Huskars, like you never see those anymore. It's like because there's a lot of
Yeah.
emphasis on the direct lane counters here. That's why like Undying is a little more popular here than other regions. So it does tend to sometimes snowball into games because like either it falls flat, you try to pick this hard counter for like, oh, crush the lane, we'll go from there. You don't crush it, that is just like it falls flat, or you do crush it and then you just like snowball the game. So we do see, I see like South America. I'm curious. I actually don't know the stats on this, but if I had to guess, I bet South America has shorter game times than some of the other regions because it'll frequently go one way or the other. I feel like.
I would actually tend to agree. I think NA is probably the shortest, not necessarily for the same reason, but it's like you have Nouns and Shopify winning series in like 11 and 13 minutes,
Okay,
like
that's fair. That's fair.
consistently. And so if we take NA out of the equation and then we look at all the other regions, I would agree. Like, yeah, okay, South America probably has some of the quicker games, especially when you compare it to things like China, SEA. Those regions typically play for later drafts. I think Western Europe is pretty quick as well, traditionally, but with how Falcons, I mean, what I know Falcons is not Western Europe, but with Falcons being very active in terms of like playing against a lot of the Western European teams, I think a lot of teams are kind of taking their game style and their game plan, which is essentially Old Tundra. That's Aoi and Snake King, right? And they're like, we play to always win, which means if that means we have to play for 70 minutes, we'll do it, and that's kind of, I think, influenced a lot of the teams over the last like couple of months, except for, of course, South America, who just kind of do their own thing every time.
Yeah, but that's why it's so fun. That's why this region's a blast to watch.
Yeah, it really is. I'm really excited. Our first series is just about to start. If you're like, guys, why don't you start the game? It's because we were waiting for the teams, waiting for the players to get everything all settled. They had to do their side and pick selection, and someone was like asleep at the wheel. But it looks like we're finally there. So we have what will be the draft for game number 1, which is a Starbucks versus Heroic, the grand finals, a best of 5. Which, boy, oh boy, I've been looking forward to this one all week. Like we said at the very beginning, probably not surprising that Heroic has just like beelined it straight through the upper bracket into the grand finals. A Starbucks, a much more rocky road. Good ice cream, by the way. But they got knocked out very first round by Beast Coast and have since played 4 series to get back to this grand final. So they have done the marathon. They have played basically max number of games.
Radiant team ban.
And let's see, they often say like the best way to learn is through the losses, right? So more experience, more losses. Maybe that means more learnings. We'll see if they can bring it to Heroic here. Draft wise, I'd say a lot of these are pretty standard. Curious if we're going to see a Dragonite come out from Heroic. We have seen Analog play some really nice Dragonite games. He did get nerfed since then, since the last time you and I got to watch him, but I believe I've still seen them picking that hero up. That hero has still been performing for many teams in many regions, and they have the option here. I would have thought a Shadow Demon ban if they're thinking of it. So looks like they're actually going to go for a different route. They're going to go for the Tiny, another hero that has been doing very well and maybe has a little bit more flex potential between core and support. Whereas Dragonite, I mean, you're only ever going to get core Dragonite, right?
Yeah, I would be shocked if anyone's trying to run Dragonite in anything but a core position. But hey, I'm always up to experimenting. I don't know if the grand finals is the best place to do it, though. That's more of like upper bracket round 1. You're like, oh, let's see what happens. But here's Dragonite. Good call. So we'll probably see the Shadow Demon ban, I would imagine, from a Starbucks at the end of this phase before they get into their second pick, or they pick it for themselves. So you have both options. Crystal Maiden's already removed, which is a huge bonus to Dragonite because she's such a strong lane hero. So I am curious what they want to pick up here on Heroic as their kind of lane counter if it ends up being off lane DK, but the hero's strong, either mid or off.
Yeah, we mentioned Shadow Demon. People have run Terrorblade against it. I don't know if I've seen Heroic do that, but some teams do like that, the reflection response. Primal Beast, Centaur, believe. Oh, Kunkka is banned. There's still quite a few really strong heroes still in the pool, since we did opt for some more support
10
bans, which
seconds
we don't
remaining.
always see in this first phase ban phase. But that left some of these
5
stronger
seconds
cores
remaining.
in. I think earlier we saw Pango beat a Dragonite. I think
Yeah,
that's a
like
Starbacks did
heavily.
that to get here. So I mean, even if you don't like if you do go Pango on heroic,
Radiant team ban.
even if you don't crush that lane, you will get what you need. And that's kind of all Pango really needs, right? He's a very safe pick if they do flex this Dragonite to off lane. We've seen so many teams try to like counter the Pango in the mid lane, right? And then it's like you
Impossible.
skip 10 minutes forward and you're
10
like, oh, look at
seconds
that,
remaining.
guys. Pango is working on his defusal. He's gotten some kills. He
5
doesn't
seconds
he
remaining.
doesn't really seem countered. Oh no. Right? So Estar
Radiant
backs, I
team
doubt they
ban.
would pick Pango here. So they're probably going to pick a support. So if Heroic wanted to go like support plus Pango, I think that would be a good response phase here.
I agree. I think for Dark Mago, he has a lot of heroes that have already been banned out in terms of his like niche picks.
10
So
seconds
his
remaining.
Kunkka is a big one. His Bat Rider is another one that's
5
also banned.
seconds
Granted, they don't
remaining.
really play it much in the core mid role anymore. And then of course they've taken his Tiny on the side of Heroic. So could he play Dragonite? Yes. To me, this seems more of a sacred hero. So I would not be shocked if they pick up Dark Mago's hero or like the Pangolier in this phase as well. A hero that we don't see all that often though, Dark Willow. This is cool because she is one of my absolute favorite supports. One of my most played supports actually. Um, talk to me. Do you are you a Willow player? Have you played this hero much?
I used to play Dark Willow a good amount, and then she got nerfed pretty heavily. Haven't really touched her. She has started to come back, so I've started to play a little bit. But I don't think we've seen the pro scene really play it very much. Now, Starbacks actually played it in their last series versus Boom Esports, so I wonder, like, did they come up with something overnight coming into this, and they're like, oh yeah, Dark Willow actually like super good for what we want to do, because they're bringing it back here in this series, and then a Viper pick from Heroic. So I
5
was talking
seconds
about this
remaining.
hero, but we honestly had not seen it that much. But I mean, Viper versus Dragonite, you do have the break at level 6. Dragonite can get through the laning stage, even though Viper's usually really good at that, just because of like how good Dragon's Blood is. But once that ultimate comes online, it is really tough to be a Dragonite.
Yes, it really much is. And so I wonder
Radiant
what the
team
idea with the Viper pick is at the moment, but now actually this is a cool way to make it work because you have the gyro potential to the safe lane. You could of course run it as a support, whether it be the 1 or the 5. So I think whichever lane the Dragonite goes into, there is a pretty overwhelming amount of
10
magic
seconds
damage.
remaining.
And that's kind of their way of potentially addressing this Dragonite in either the mid or
5
the off
seconds
lane.
remaining.
My guess is it would be Viper mid. Now, does Deviolama want to play it off lane if they happen to pick like a pretty difficult matchup mid? You could, because you have a Tiny. So there is flexibility between these heroes. Like a lot of other regions, you're not going to see the Viper, but you talked about it a little bit earlier. It's like these people look for counter matchups in strong lanes a lot of the times, and it's like they're willing to whip out heroes that we don't see often just to secure themselves a better, advantage in the game.
Yeah, I will say something nice for Viper is that Dark Willow is a hero who brings a lot of magic damage, and Viper having some natural magic resistance, really nice for that. The build for Viper when he was a little bit more popular is Mage Slayer. That got nerfed. I'm not really sure if it's still the build for Viper because we haven't seen much Viper. So I guess we'll see what else comes up in this draft. Maybe he might still go back for it. Rubik, bit more magic damage, some great steals. Actually, you can steal a Viper Strike, break Viper. What a twist.
I don't hate this actually. Like Rubik has just seemed like a strong
10
hero.
seconds
I also want to
remaining.
point out that when they ran the Dark Willow yesterday, they did run it as the 5 position.
5
And we've typically
seconds
only ever
remaining.
seen Willow as a 4 because she is so good at dealing damage as a 4 position and like benefits a lot from having a little bit of extra farm. But Starbucks are running it as a 5. So Sexy Yogi, aka Yor, I guess I'm not sure if this is like an old comfort pick for him, or like you said, if they just figured something out overnight. But I know in the past, like this kind of reminds me of his Elder Titan pick, because I know it was the same thing. Like Elder Titan is something he used to run a lot, and I think Dark Willow is the same thing. It's like he used to play a lot of Dark Willow, but I don't know if this is like how good it actually is type of thing. The Elder Titan looked kind of unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I will say the Bedlam change where you can now cast on allies helped position 5 Dark Willow a lot, because previously a big reason you wanted to be position 4 is that you kind of needed more levels and items to get close to people and live to use Bedlam. But now that you can be position 5 and just like throw it on a Dragonite, throw it on a Lifestealer, you can be kind of dirt poor and still stay in the back and still get value out of all of your spells. So Dark Willow position 5, a little stronger than it used to be, and looks like it's going to be paired up with the Lifestealer, which is pretty strong. You might be a little worried about Lifestealer versus Viper in the lane, but remember that Rage does dispel. So the Viper wants to commit a lot of poison attacks. That's when the way it stacks like gets the most value. So you commit 5 and then you just pop Rage and just make Viper waste all of that mana. You like take barely any damage on the Lifestealer, and then you just naturally heal it up. So it's a really good response to Viper. We'll see what Heroic comes up with. Looks like Medusa, very low health hero, so Lifestealer doesn't get much value out of the passive since she plays around her mana shield so much. I'm pretty sure it's too late to pick an anti-mage, but I don't know. Are we confident in that?
Offlane anti-mage is a staple of South America as well. We've seen it plenty of times. I think Heroic will still ban it. It would not be surprising. They're gonna get rid of the void.
Never get Viper Strikes, dude.
Yeah,
you could reflect true. Viper Strike, the Rocket.
I think they're gonna. Yeah, they get rid of the Dark Seer, kind of the classic offlane heavy counter to the Medusa. I think they might still ban the anti-mage. Like not even joking. It is still very strong. It doesn't really lose the lane to the Medusa for the most part. You just go for an early diffusal, and then you go Aghanim Scepter, and I don't know how he plays. So I think you might do it. Lifestealer's game is a little bit rough. You do make some good points about the lane if it ends up being the Viper into the Lifestealer lane. In terms of the game matchup, though, at some point, Viper is kind of annoying because you have to basically Rage TP out from this hero. Because if you don't, he can still stack up new Viper poison attacks during your Rage. And as soon as your Rage expires, you have like 5 stacks just sitting on you. And you're like, well, damn, like, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. And the Viper Strike is really annoying, too. So,
yeah.
It does give them some. They have the choice to flex it here, because I think Viper versus Dragonite is still kind of okay. They don't have last pick though, so they're gonna have to commit to whatever they want. I suppose you could pick an offlaner / mid, someone who flexes as well. For example, Primal Beast. Not that I don't think this is like the game for it, but a hero like that who you could move back and forth depending what you see on this last pick.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have to respect ban the anti-mage. I don't know if Sacred has really played it a ton, but I think Medusa is just so heavily countered by that hero that you can't really afford to keep it in.
This is the team discussion right now. They're like, we got to ban the anti-mage. And some people are for it, and some people are like, there's no way they're going to pick anti-mage. Don't waste our ban on that.
Lifestealer. Okay, they banned Dark Mago's Pangolier. That's probably fair. That's the more reasonable pick, obviously.
But this,
I don't think he's lost on Pango yet.
Is this reasonable Dota here? Is this it?
No.
Oh, here's the twist. Anti-mage themselves. Ooh.
That would be a twist. That would definitely be a twist.
I think they need some initiation here. Viper Medusa, they don't want to do it. They just want to like sit in the back. Either an initiator or a counter initiator, so that these two heroes can just walk up, do things, and you like protect them. Looks like Visage.
Wow,
okay.
That is a classic pick for Heroic. Something we haven't actually seen in quite a while. But I know both Devi Lama and Analog can play this, so I'm curious where they want to put it. I would imagine it is going to be the Visage off lane into the Lifestealer lane. That sounds pretty miserable.
I think so.
They just go for a classic Mars.
Funny
It's
looking
the last like off
anti-mage.
laner. Yeah, it is a very weird looking anti-mage.
Yeah, Visage with Tiny is a really strong lane because the way you get your charges for your W on the Visage, you want as much damage to come out as quickly as possible. So Tiny, one of the best burst damage supports in the early game. So you get a lot of charges, Soul Assumption, real quick. And in fact, even if you like bring Gyro in, right, there's actually a lot of fast magic damage to pick up some quick Soul Assumption charges and just like start blasting out in this this early game. I don't know. What do you think, dude? This is not the draft I was expecting coming into this.
That is true, but it was expected that we were going to start seeing some weird drafts between these two teams.
That's
because
true.
they
That's
definitely
true.
do this type of stuff all the time. 5-position Dark Willow, don't really see it that often. We're going to see a mid Viper into a Dragon Knight. That lane should be pretty rough for Dark Mago, but we'll have to see because he somehow manages to make impossible lanes work. I think the Medusa is this kind of... This is the end-all be-all hero of this game. I don't know how you ever deal with this Medusa if she gets a good game. You can put her in arena for like a few seconds and kind of run away from her or like isolate her from her team, but you do not have like a good mana burn source, and you have some pretty good heroes to play around it. And I don't think your Lifestealer's lane is going to be great, so I think they pick the Lifestealer there to prevent a Sven pick maybe, and now it might be regretting it a little bit.
Yeah, the blind Lifestealer pick without knowing your off lane. Well, you knew like it could be Viper and that matchup was going to be okay. And most other meta offlaners are melee strength heroes, which Lifestealer would have done fine against. There's very few ranged offlaners that are meta. And I mean, Visage is like not meta, right? But they decide like, yeah, it'll screw over the Lifestealer. That's what we want right now, so we're gonna go with it. So pretty cool draft from Heroic. I think they definitely want to win these lanes pretty hard, because if you don't, it's going to be difficult to make plays to come back. It's pretty much all on Tiny at that point as their initiator. So Visage and Viper, I'd say both of those heroes really need to have a good lane. Medusa, ideally, obviously, you'd like to win, but I mean, she's going to farm no matter what. So I think if her lane is rough, it's not that bad for Heroic.
Man, I am so excited! God, best of 5 grand finals between the Starbucks and Heroic is now underway. For those of you who are just joining us, if you have missed any of the South American quals, I pity you. It was so much fun. There was some really sick series. There was some amazing drafts and kind of interesting gameplay. But now we get to the 2 final teams. And honestly, I did kind of expect these 2 teams to be here. You and I, we just covered the main card event that a Starbucks actually won, and they looked very good. And Heroic has kind of been, like you said, the gatekeepers from South America for a little bit. Ward dropped onto the high ground. They're looking for MNZ's Lifestealer, but that is like the worst hero you can run into. 350 MS here at nighttime.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they placed that Observer to try to get a kill, but that was definitely spotted. If anyone was clicking that gyrocopter, even without it, they're probably going to suspect they would do that kind of thing. So I'm curious if KJ will end up killing his own Observer there. I like this. He's kind of like waiting by the side, seeing if he can catch someone off guard here, get some... Oh my... Did he just happen to miss him? Wow.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. They both walked around the tree at the same time. I don't think they know about this ward, I'll be honest. I think it's very possible that he didn't give it away by like throwing anything up onto the high ground, and it might have been placed from slightly outside vision. But yeah, you talked about it. Tiny with this Visage, this lane is really scary. It's super easy for him to build Soul Assumption stacks. So that damage will start to stack up pretty quickly.
Looks like they got the lane to push out too, so you get those early levels in a safe spot. Top lane, I mean, there is some kill potential between Mars and Rubik. They got some good burst repositioning, so definitely got to be careful. But man, we see that damage output.
Yor is just trying so hard not to get sniped, but it's gonna be there. There's just only so many places you can run. First blood goes to Schofield. Meanwhile, top lane, they grab another kill onto Michael. And there's kind of the threat of that gyrocopter in these early levels. He does a lot of damage with that newly buffed rocket. Well, I guess not newly buffed, but debuffed rocket barrage. I'm a little bit interested in this mid lane. So Analog opted for the first point in Nether Toxin. It is a very annoying ability to play into. And rather than like wasting all of his money, all of his mana on poison attack, he's just gone for Nether Toxin to kind of push the lane, deal what damage he can. And it looks like he might actually be waiting to put a second point in it here at level 3. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just... Oh, okay. I'm wrong.
He's still holding skill points. He might. Yeah, that's not an approach I expected, but it kind of makes sense because Dragon Knight's wave clear is actually really bad. So if you just shove in the lane and farm, like you kind of counter Dragon Knight the hardest at level 6, more so than the poison attacks, trying to deal with the passes, like double bracer that Dragon Knight's build nowadays. It's pretty difficult for you, I'd say. So maybe just opting like, I'm just going to farm really quick. Okay, he still took 2 points in Q.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, do you wait for it? And he does, but Dragon Knight, like you said, has the double bracer already done. 5 poison attacks is a decent amount of damage, but this is a hero that definitely just walks it off, you know, type of thing. Rubs some dirt on it and comes back to the lane.
You gotta take his armor off to do that.
He rubs the armor on his dirt, sorry. Or he rubs the dirt on his armor. My apologies. We should have specified. Gotta make it look battle worn, you know? I watched the anime. Something like that.
I mean, all the poison from Viper is like just making the armor look bad, so you're just like rubbing it off.
All right, Dark Mago is starting to really have a rough time in the mid lane, but top lane, KJ is going to go down. Good little setup here from the Rubik telekinesis into that spear. A pretty solid counter, or pretty classic like setup. We see Rubik kind of paired with a lot of these like stun heroes from the offlane with decent burst. Centaur, Mars, both kind of fill that option. It's a quick bottle refill as well. That's nice. All right, mid lane's looking rough now. He has 16 CS, I will say. Like he's doing great on CS. He does have to buy bottles, so he can just ferry out a salve, play as his double bracers, and just slowly make his way to his items. We'll have to see like which of these heroes start to have a little bit more impact. I think obviously the level 5 is going to be the major problem for the DK here. Is that third point in the poison attack is pretty overwhelming.
In the top lane, Medusa's finished her arcane boots. They're almost here, and with that, like, it'd be really hard to kill her. So probably won't see too much happen there anymore. Rubik making a smoke play over to the mid lane. Sure, they can really kill Analog.
They might be able to bait him on the on a rune of some kind, but yeah, I don't know how you kill the Viper with these two.
Yeah, the timing's weird. It's not like the power rune, so maybe they're trying to catch him off guard with a gank.
He's scanning for this too. He feels he's like someone's like this Rubik is missing completely, and Dark Mago is just getting orb walked at his tower, and he can't. Oh, what a good use of that Iron Branch. He would have taken so much damage, but now with the rotation from Yor as well, they drop that Bramble Maze, the Dragon Tail on top of him. Analog will eventually go down. So the patience paying off for a Starbucks here as they manage to kind of recover a very difficult lane. And that's the best way to do it. Viper, not a mobile hero.
Yeah, see if they can get punished for this, because Sacred, he's been on his own this whole time. So with that gank happening, they immediately run in trying to punish him, but thanks to these creeps, he's going to die. Does take a good chunk of damage.
That's huge, though. 6-minute rune is also going to go to, like, the DK, or I guess now the Dark Willow. And DK is level 6, so Dragon Form available, and he'll be able to start putting some pressure on that mid tower in the downtime. I know some people are like, lol, Viper losing to DK. I mean, for the most part, I don't think he actually lost the lane. It's a little bit of a draw originally, but the rotation in definitely salvages that, and that's one of just the good calls from a Starbucks. That being said, I don't know if DK can come back to the lane at all now that Viper Strike is online.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got supports like sitting in the area. They're looking around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane, they're looking for the
They're gonna
Medusa,
check
though.
Medusa.
Yeah, that's a great find. She's going to pop the stick. Has mana boots in 1 second. Will actually give her a decent amount of HP to play around, but she might just burn 9 HP. The spear from Mars will find it. Nicely done. As KJ now on the run, Dark Mago plenty fast thanks to the Dragon Form. Should be able to find the DK here, and another kill now in the top lane. Very nicely found. And Yor almost manages to snipe that Wisdom Rune, but I think
I get a kill instead.
he's got Lotus.
Dire's top tower
There's the
is under
toss.
attack.
Yeah, nicely done from Schofield. Good bait there.
A great call with Dragon Knight recognizing like, yeah, I can't really go back mid. I'm not the best jungler. I got to get something done somewhere else. So he's going to head top, get that Medusa kill, take this tower pretty early here. And Viper was left alone mid, farmed, but Viper not actually very good at taking towers. He's going to rotate up here. Ooh, long teleport. So
Yeah.
the spear is off. Yeah, this is a very dead Mars now.
That's just, yeah, I mean, it's a good read by Analog just to at least punish something for this play. And yeah, it kind of gets a little lucky that it's a long TP. So typically you'd say the opposite. You're like, oh no, long TP. But in that regard, it did great. I'm just looking at this Lifestealer. He's actually having a great time bottom. What the heck? And
Yeah,
Dark Mago's down
Visage-
here now too.
Just looking. And the Visage lane maybe didn't go the way they were hoping. I mean, that's part of the reason Visage is a little bit out of the meta, though. With 3 heroes surrounding this Lifestealer, maybe he's in a little deep. The Centaur, the extra move speed, he's out.
He's just like trying to get vision to scout a potential like gank, I think, here. Because he knows like if he wants to, he can pop out of Infest and just rage and TP out. But mid lane, we're going to see an arena come out as they're using this info. All these heroes bottom, they're like, okay, let's just take down Analog mid. Really good play from the side of a Starbucks.
Yeah, these early rotations are working out. They feel in control so far. Let's see if they can keep that going. Okay, he's still just in the Centaur. He's just having time.
Oh, the stomp
stomp
actually
off the mark.
misses. Not really what he was hoping for, but they're going to turn around here onto the DK. The Avalanche, the toss back. A ton of magic damage coming through from the Gyrocopter. MNZ will chase down, finish off the Visage, as Viper is going to come in as well. Look for Michael Yor. Has managed to hold him in place for the moment, but they don't get any more out of this. And Lifestealer just TP's top. He's like, I'm going to go farm over here. See you later, guys.
Dire's middle
I guess it's an
tower
even
is under
trade,
attack.
but you force another hero bottom, and Sacred's just chilling.
Yeah, and okay, Dragon Knight did die, but his ult was almost done anyway, so it's not like a massive loss. And this Visage is just having a very slow start, which I think is definitely not the way this hero wants to operate. So I think maybe you're okay with that because you killed that Visage.
Yeah, I'd agree. And the kill went to the Lifestealer, so I think with that, it's like Lifestealer, not really like an amazing carry into the Medusa by any means, but you still need him to have a good game to kind of frontline for your team, I think. Because I think like DK and Mars are going to be kind of... You're going to like your DK is probably your Infest initiator, right? Whereas like your Mars is probably your counter initiator.
Dalai Lama having a really rough one. He finally hit 6. Immediately, one of his familiars get killed. So you have to wait
Ooh, that's
100
tough.
seconds before he has his 2 familiars again.
Yeah, I guess when you think about the Dragon Knights, if your familiar is not inside of Gravekeeper's cloak range, those things are super dead. They die so fast. And oh my god, he almost just lost another one. Bramble's the same thing, right? So he's got to be very careful. Make sure that they stay inside the cloak range. I think they reduced the AoE on it too a while back. Yeah, it's only 900 range now. I felt like it used to be more. Fairly even game overall, though. I mean, despite, you know, the Visage having a bad game, your Medusa is having a great game. K1 on this hero. He's already basically top of the net worth, level 9.5 on his way to his Manta style, which it does slow down, but the recent nerf slows down the farm potential of this a little bit, but only a few percent. So I think it's still a pretty dang good item. Ward in the mid lane scouting this whole rotation in.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the weakness of this draft, right? And even though it is pretty even, I am a bit concerned for Heroic in the meat. Okay, they're trying to get this Tiny. Yeah, he's super dead. I think this Viper and this Visage needed to win their lanes more. So the fact that it's even, I think, is pretty concerning for them, especially because now they need to get kills. Like, oh, the Tiny right initiator, but instead it looks like Divine Llama is gonna get caught down here on this rotation. Arena committed. You'll take that. Oh, who are they trying to give it to? Yor, apparently. Yor picks up the kill there.
That was definitely the one they wanted to give it to.
Yep.
Divine Llama has one familiar still alive. He's just trying his best not to feed it, but you have Grave Chill on Michael here, so I can't imagine it's gonna has any chance of escaping. Yeah, an extra 100 gold now for Sacred.
Gold.
I mean, he'll have the resummon when he comes back, but still, those give a decent amount of gold on top of like the 500 roughly that he died with.
Yeah, I mean, there was some time in between, but he lost both familiars, so that's 200 gold to the enemy. I mean, that's practically another kill they got. So I kind of see that. It's 3k up, 13 minutes.
Yeah, double Blink Dagger as well. I mean, you have it on both Dark Mago and Sacred. We saw Mars just put his to use earlier in the river to try and finish off the Tiny, but now Dark Mago with his own Blink means you actually have a lot of playmaking potential on this 5-position Willow, and it's one of those things where I was like curious where this was going to take effect, but the fact that you can cast Bedlam on an ally, it makes sense now with Mars and this Dragon Knight having these like really solid blink stun initiations, being super tanky. You have good burst damage follow up from that as well. So yeah, I like it. I'm feeling the position 5 Willow. Mid tower denied, Sacred unsatisfied, but no, he's gonna get broken. Decent damage out from the Viper, but a good Bramble from Yor catches it. A stolen Viper strike. You literally mentioned it. You cannot give this over to the Rubik. Oh, what a disaster.
That's scary. I think he'll hold this for quite a while. I think he'll try to use it like two to three times. I'm not sure how many times you can get away with it. Was it 180 seconds?
180
yeah, you can get
seconds,
3
yeah.
casts out of this.
They just smoke immediately. I mean, why not? You have Blink Dragon Tail, you've got the arena available. He drops it, actually misses barely onto KJ. You're just going to find that kill onto the Tiny. They immediately high ground drop a ward here, try and give themselves some vision. Turned around by KJ. He's not going to get let that fly. So, some damage out onto the Willow. Blink Dragon Tail again from Dark Mago. Sacred with the Spear back into Visage. Just dies. Break catches the Dragon Knight. A ton of damage from this call down. And the Stone Gaze as well. Both supports got to get out of here. Terrorize will send the Medusa out, but Analog is looking for more. But these Brambles, dude, no way. They hold everyone at bay.
It's starting to look like maybe a good return fight from Heroic. But yeah, the clean disengage, the Brambles, so many of them connected, like familiars, multiple heroes. So Starback's going to continue to hold their lead. Lifestealer just farming this whole time. He's really, I mean, he's only a few hundred behind Medusa, and he is not normally a very fast farmer. So that does not bode well for you. And I think, of course, they still got to play out the rest of the game. We can still have our ups and downs, but Starback's played this opening really well. I like their rotations a lot, coming mid. Very early, we were like, what's he doing here, right? But even Heroic must have been confused. Like, where did Rubik go? I'll play it safe. He's like, he's still missing. I don't know, guys. I guess I'm going to approach again, right? And then they finally kill him. That really hurt Viper's lane. I don't know what happened bottom, but Lifestealer winning this lane versus the Visage, I think was really good for them too. And now they've just like continued that momentum with these rotations. I feel like they've just been a step ahead of Heroic throughout this game.
I think part of it is that just the Tiny can't really approach the Lifestealer in the lane, and he's going to get caught top lane here. Really nice rotation in from the DK to help set this one up. But yeah, I think in the lane, right, Lifestealer doesn't mind hitting the Tiny if he wants to try and hit him with like Tree Toss or the Tree Grab. But yeah, I thought the Visage would do more. He just, I did watch a few times, like he pretty much used Rage a lot, like pretty often to dodge the Soul Assumption damage, which it's a lot of mana that you're spending on the Lifestealer, but it is also a lot of mana you're spending on the Visage for that. Maybe just dodging a few of those is enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
But
attack.
4K lead, I mean, looking good for a Starbucks. I think the game is still fairly even. It just, I keep coming back to the fact that this Medusa is a very hard hero for a Starbucks to deal with this game.
That's true, and I think that's probably where they have to mentally shift right now. Whereas, like, one possible win condition was, okay, we win the lanes, we play around this Visage. Now we're on the classic, all right, K1, get to it, keep farming, and then carry us. So, from a Starback side, I think they've got a firm grip of this game. They're going to still need to hit some item timings. They're not strong enough to just, you know, run it down, try to end. But they want to hold this map. We see them, like, making a rotation up here top. They can eventually do Roshan. Actually, I think they can do it as long as they like find a couple kills first. Mars just going in.
What? Dude, that's the arena buff right there. Old Arena does not catch that Visage, but a very good placement from Sacred. Schofield did manage to cut the wave, but he's not going to be able to get the second one without getting punished. So, stolen toss. He would have loved to grab the Avalanche, but either way, they'll find the kill. Schofield, no way to escape. It does protect the tier 2 at the end of the day. Like, I think that is still a very worthy play.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, you're doing the delay game here. Like you said, Medusa will be strong, but she still needs a lot more items to really carry fights. So she's just going to avoid fights, farm as much as she can. Her team will try to make the space. And it may cost them their lives, but they're going to try to limit that as much as possible. Ooh, I like this. Lifestealer is going for a halberd. That's really good to recognize. Medusa is going to be their everything. We're just going to take her out of the fights. All right, we're just going to like disarm, ignore her, kill everyone else.
You kind of have to.
This
This is going to be one of those games where it's like you can win fights on a Starbucks, but not into like the Medusa heads up. Like you actually just, like you said, have to ignore her, try and kill the Visage, try and kill the Viper. If you manage to do that, like if you kill Viper out of the gate, I think you're in a really good position because the long fights are always going to favor Heroic.
Mm-hmm.
K1's also doing a really smart build here, I think, going for potentially a Disperser first. No, he's going to go back for the Scotty, so just a casual Diffusal. And he'll eventually get it to the Disperser. It is one of those items that is very good on this hero, being able to just surge yourself away from the enemy heroes, especially when like Lifestealer gets open wounds eventually. That ability is really annoying to play around. Alright. Amplify damage picked up on the Rubik. Not really what I expected.
I guess getting spooked knowing there was a hero in that area. They just decided to make sure they get it.
Dire's
Well,
courier.
buy Medusa's Courier.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Good find there.
attack.
I think overall the Visage is somewhat recovering, and he does bring a lot to the team in general. Like typically with like Vlad's Orchid. I think this hero is not very tanky at the moment, and that is what I think is going to potentially be a problem for their draft. They are just going to go straight for the Tormentor, it looks like, and They are aware of this on Heroic. Blink Dagger's available. Schofield goes in. The Avalanche, it actually misses. Edmonton gets the Rage off and turns around right onto the Tiny. He's going to get caught from an Orchid. He needs an Infest, but he gets the Force Staff to safety, but he's still going to go down. No!
Last second Infest!
The Infest into the DK. They will finish off their Tormentor here on Heroic, but a clean disengage from his Starbucks. Dude, he was so close to dying.
That's where every little thing matters. Visage, almost level 12. And if the familiars are a little stronger, that's a Lifestealer kill. If Lifestealer was a little poorer, maybe doesn't already have the Halberd, then he dies there too. Oh, that would have been such a huge kill for them. You're so happy on a Starbacks. Evans, he was freaking out there, running away, spamming Infest.
Really good Force Staff from the Rubik too, right? Just getting him as far away as possible in a really sick placed arena, just zoning off the team so they can't get to him. And honestly, I thought he was dead. Like, that was the Shard from KJ just chasing him down with the Rocket Barrage, but oh my goodness. I was so close.
Yeah. Well, even though you didn't get that kill, it does show you can take the fights a little bit, right? If you find the right initiation. Currently, they've been being picked off a lot across the map, but when the fight starts in a little bit more of a controlled manner, you can kind of do it. You probably still need to catch up a little bit more, but
Yeah.
not totally out of this.
You are getting your Scotty delivered on your Medusa. Unfortunately, her courier is dead, so she has to wait for that, but the Scotty is done,
Radiant's middle
which
tower
will be a
is
nice
under
little
attack.
bonus to this Euro.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wondering when they're going to do Roche. I think they can do it anytime.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm wondering if they're waiting for something. I guess Orc is almost done on Dragonite.
It's such an odd pickup.
The Orchid.
Yeah. I mean, he's got Manta, like Blink. That's like the standard stuff that we see. But Orchid, that is a little deviation.
I think it can be good. I'm just not sure what in this game he sees he wants the Orchid for.
It's got to be Visage. It has to be. Like, Stone Form is the only thing that you're like massively preventing that could give you... Because Stone Form is one of those abilities that can turn an entire fight. If you commit all these resources and you get Stone Form off and comes back with like, 15 to 20... How much is it? 15, 20, 25% of his HP. It can be pretty rough. So, I mean, the Orchid in that regard is pretty good.
Is Heroic going to get the first Aegis?
I mean, they're nowhere close to getting back to this. Yeah, it looks like they are.
This is pretty sick. Because you definitely want that. I mean, you do have, like, Dragonite Manta spam to, like, whittle down the high ground. But on the side of Heroic, you definitely want this game to just keep dragging out. You'll sacrifice a tier 2, a little bit sad, but I don't think a Starbacks would feel comfortable pushing high ground without that Aegis. So you just bought yourself, like, 10 more minutes.
Yeah, honestly, not at all. And K1's still getting far, man. He's neck and neck with the Lifestealer, but I feel much more comfortable about a Medusa late game than the Lifestealer. And the Lifestealer does finish up his Aghanim Scepter, so not only does he have the Heaven's Halberd disarm, but he now has the Aghanim Scepter disarm. The benefit of this into the Medusa is if she pops Stone Gaze, you just instantly disarm her. You just go for that Infest. It has a decent enough cast range. So... yeah, I like the idea behind it. They'll go ahead and grab their Tormentor now. And it goes away with Michael. So another save in the form of the Telekinesis. A little bit longer throw range if you want to use it offensively as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. Tier 2 push to the bottom lane. I don't imagine that a Starbucks don't want to fight into an Aegis Medusa all of a sudden, so they can actually use this not only to farm, but they're going to get a tier 2 of their own. Dude, this is wild. They are 10k ahead and are actually afraid of the heroic lineup. What are they wait? Like, is there an item that they're waiting for that you can see?
That's what I'm not sure. Like, they got this early halberd. I thought they were going to start bringing it, which maybe they were, and they just lost the Aegis under their nose. They might have been trying to take a lot more, like, more of the tier 2s before finally taking Aegis, and then just having the whole time to slowly siege this high ground, and maybe just getting caught off guard that they've lost the Aegis now.
You're going for another Orchid on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I saw that. It's a little surprising.
Are they just
Again,
planning
like,
on going Bloodthorns late game? Is that it? Is that the
guess.
reason?
We do see that type of build, like, on Lifestealer, but I didn't think this was a game you needed 2 Orchids in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're almost to level 18 on the Dragon Knight. He's closing in on his Aghanim Scepter. You are out farming the map, so it could just be that a Starbucks feel like they have the multiple core matchup, right? Like, yes, your Lifestealer into the Medusa is rough, but you technically have a very high scaling Dragon Knight as well. So maybe their idea here is, you know, we don't need to go high ground yet. We'll eventually overpower a Medusa by ignoring her. I mean, is that that has to be like one of the strategies they're thinking about? As Medusa is now just taking another tower in the top lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're taking the Twin Gate. Are they trying to wrap around, or are they just creep cutting?
I think they're just cutting. Do they have a fort for this? You could fort to try and protect the tier 2 here, but then you have no fort for the high ground. Okay, yeah, they are gonna fort here. No wave coming. I think, unless Visage gets here quickly, I don't think you're killing this tower. Yeah, might have been a little bit slow on it, but no, they still got it very close. All right.
Backdoor takes quite a while to kick in, actually. There's a lot of times it's surprisingly long.
Yeah. All right, and with that, Medusa has Butterfly now. So she's getting stronger. Just got the 20 talent of the Stone Gaze duration as well. All right, they're smoked. Heroic's tired of playing this cat and mouse game. They're like, we're going to fight you guys whether you want to or not. They had a ward here that scouted some of these heroes heading south into this tree line. If they can actually find someone, it would be massive, but it doesn't look like they will. Oh, no.
Wild that the team that's 10k ahead is just not wanting to fight. I guess they really valued that Aegis. And they're really respecting the K1 Medusa. They know he's farmed. You don't even need to see the net worth graphs or anything like that. You just know K1's in the game. That he's on par with us.
Yeah, you can just assume usually that K1 is sitting at the top of the net worth chart in almost any game. Aegis expires, and we'll see the tier 3 tokens start to come through as well. So I'm curious where he goes for this on the Medusa. Obviously, there's a couple really good items that he can pick up. Anything mana related. No, instead just goes to the Nemesis cards. Mid lane, the Arena will send a 2-hero spear. The best targets, the Medusa and the Viper. He goes down first. There's the disarm into the Medusa. Stone Gaze. Not going to be able to turn into a whole lot here. Lost a ton of mana. Now the chase continues. She's isolated on her own. They said, yep, we just waited for your Aegis to expire. That's all we wanted. Dude, what a turn of events. This game has been silent for like 6 minutes. Maybe even longer. Orchid catches the Visage. Dragon Tail to follow it up. The spear pins him against the wall as well. Dark Mega with his Aghanim Scepter is just such a problem. And now looking for more KJ. He's going to catch an open wounds. The Lifestealer easily be able to chase him down. They turn their attention back on over to the Visage. They have a spear. They have a telekinesis as well. 4 dead as the Starbucks walk them back to their base. And suddenly they're ready to fight.
Right, apparently a Starbucks was also using that as a farming Aegis, and they just decided we chill for 5 minutes and then we go. And wow, that Aegis expires and you lose high ground like instantly. That is That is insane. MNZ is farmed. He is here. No more dragon form, so it's maybe a little slower, but you got 15 seconds. You'll definitely get one set here, and then probably back to play it safe. You don't have your ultimates. Okay, maybe respecting the fortifies here.
They also don't have like the BKBs are like a second off cooldown, and your like dragon form is second off cooldown. It's like, do you want to risk going high ground into that? It's maybe you turn into a good fight. I think the reason this last one went so well is you get the Viper and the Medusa on a single spear. Like the fact that Sacred gets easily the two most important heroes in the arena spear opener, it just the chance of that happening again, I think, is unlikely, especially on the high ground.
Well, that brings us back to the weakness of this draft, which is like why they wanted to win the lanes more. When that thing happens, like, oh, we arenaed two important heroes, like, there is no real response from Heroic. There's a tiny, but if you're making the jump, you're definitely popping BKBs on the side of a Starbacks. So you're hoping Medusa hits Stone Gaze in time, and that's your counter initiation. It's pretty awkward. So I feel like it's much easier for a Starbacks to find these fights. They just get to keep baiting it out, and if we want to initiate, we do. And you don't have to be too scared of being initiated on by this Heroic lineup.
I honestly, a lot of this comes back to MNZ's item build being this early Aghanim Scepter pickup. Like, we see exactly the Stone Gaze comes out, and he instantly infests the Medusa, and she can't do anything. She can't attack anyone. She like has a hard time like really getting away because there's so much ground control in these fights. Not only from, of course, the Mars, but Dark Willow, like throwing Bramble Maze out, Cursed Crowns, like also spawning more Bramble Mazes. There's just a lot of control. As Medusa, she just popped the Manta. They know which one is real. They're pinging her out. Stone Gaze immediately. MNZ onto the wrong one. Stone Gaze connects, but you're stuck inside the arena as well. And there's a second Orchid. This Medusa's got no help. They need to get the numbers down here. K1 trying to run away, but the open wounds just tracks him down one by one, falling on the side of Heroic as a spear will send the Visage back into the hands of the Starbucks. And just like that, 3 heroes about to fall on the side of the Dire, and MNZ patiently waiting for Visage to rise to just go back to the grave.
They've got creeps right here. They're going to grab this middle lane. I'm wondering if they're just going to go for it straight end. You might 100%. Call the bluff that there's no buyback on Medusa. The safe play is top barracks. We'll see what they're feeling.
Dark Mango's hitting the tier 4s. He's like, what do you think? This guy's got a buyback? He just bought BKB. Nah, no way.
And they're right, and I don't think you can do anything about this. I think this is game.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to bring every hero here and just start throwing spells. Toss someone into Fountain.
There's exactly we're talking about the toss into Fountain. Mars, he's got a Yules. Stalls out a little bit of the damage. 4 staffs away and an infest from MNZ to top the boy off. 20 seconds until the Medusa rejoins the fight. The Viper, he's got to do some heavy lifting here if he wants to keep his team in this one. But Estar Box, they're not giving it up, man. They are just full focused on the throne constantly. Silence does catch MNZ, taking a decent chunk of damage. The call down doing some work as well, but they're coming back in. He pops the rage. He's still on the throne, but now turning his attention over to the Visage, and the arena's back, baby. Sacred on his dying wish traps the enemy team into the throne. And just like that, as Starbucks take game number 1. What a patient victory, dude.
Yeah, that was... So, I mean, I can't complain. As Starbucks, I was curious why they were being so patient waiting, even though they had like a pretty sizable lead. I guess they saw a condition they wanted to hit first. I kind of, like, once we saw them take these fights, it felt like, couldn't you guys just have done that into Aegis? Like, it seems you guys are so strong. And I mean, maybe they could have, but at the same time, I guess there's no real risk to, I mean, the risk is that Medusa catches up, but I mean, clearly that was not an issue here. They had her so controlled up, man. The Lifestealer Ags was a huge part. I hadn't really considered that direct counter, but when she does pop her ult, she wants to get as much done in that time as possible. And you're just like, haha, infest. Now what? Right. And that was everything you had. Medusa's the most farmed. She's like your hope on how to come back for heroic, and she just can't do anything.
Dude, MNZ is actually so good. It's crazy how good he is. We've seen some wild item picks and builds on different heroes this tournament. We saw like a Shiva's Wind Waker, AC Alchemist, which literally just won them the game. It was just a ridiculous build. This time, Halberd into Aghanim Scepter, Bloodthorn. Like, these are just like not your typical items you see, but they're perfect for the game. And the Starbucks, they see them go Aegis and they just chill. They're like, whatever, we'll take the tri-core matchup that we have. We know we have the ways of locking down Medusa. And I thought, they wouldn't be able to win the long fights, but with how under-farmed your Visage and Viper are, they just feel so useless in these engagements.
Yeah, once Medusa was under control, I know there were 4 other heroes in the game, but like I don't know if like were there really 4 other heroes in the game? So I guess in this break, Starbucks really outplayed that draft, because I do think Heroic picked a cool draft to like, oh, we'll win all these lanes and we'll go from there. But that really early rotation from Rubik, winning that mid lane, or maybe not fully winning, but at least stopping Viper enough that he is not that lane dominator you are scared of who takes over the game. He felt like he just had to farm to catch back up after that death, and then the rotations from Dragon Knight after that to then help multiple other lanes. And then that Lifestealer just came out way ahead of that Visage. I don't fully know what happened there, but that was not what that Visage pick was meant to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it comes back to. Is like, that is not what the Visage wanted to accomplish. On this hero, you want to get to an early Orchid and Aghanim Scepter so that you can try and find pickoffs right onto this Lifesteal hero. He's not a hero that likes to build BKB, at least not early. That's like a 6th item scenario, right? Where you're like, all right, we're going late game. I have my 25 talent. I want like 11 seconds, 12 seconds of BKB immunity. And Visage doesn't get an Orchid until like the 30-minute mark almost. Like, that is not ideal. But dude, super impressive game here from Starbucks. I knew this series was gonna be a lot of fun. We see interesting drafts already to start things off, but of course, it's a best of 5. You've got to win 2 more games if they want to make their way to the main event. We'll see what happens in game number 2. We're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back in a little bit. We'll see you then. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. We got game 2 of a Starbucks versus Heroic about to begin for the South American closed qualifiers. The grand finals match. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. Game 1, dude, an absolute clinic. A perfect executed victory from a Starbucks. This was a treat to watch, honestly. This was super cool.
Yeah, I think it was really well done. Started with a bit of outplaying in the laning stage, and then from there, like you said, clinical. Held the control of the game the entire time, never really made a huge overextension to give it back, and I don't think we necessarily have to expect that for game 2, even though I think it was really nice from Estar back. I think they had a little bit of help with the draft there. I think Heroic tried something there, and it didn't work. I'm curious if they'll go back to it, or if they'll move to a new draft plan here.
Well, we'll see. As DK not let through this time, and I think unsurprisingly, the Grimstroke is the opener. This is a hero that we've been seeing a lot more in the South American region, so yep. I like this pick. Seeing it first overall, though, is a bit surprising. So I'm curious where the responses are going to be, especially when something like Crystal Maiden is still in the pool. And I think yesterday we saw the effect of Grimstroke Crystal Maiden on the same team, having like double Frostbite with the Phantom's Embrace on your like Soulbind heroes. Like there's just no way out of it.
Yeah, it's really nice. I think something we've seen a little bit more lately from this South American qualifiers is a bit more emphasis on support in the first picks. And I wonder if this is the patch developing and people starting to get used to it a bit more. Because prior to this 7.35C, you definitely went with more the broken off-lane mid-hero flexes, like the Dragonites, Primal Bees, Kunkas. Some of the heroes we still see banned out, but some slipping through. And I think many of them did get hit with some nerfs. So I wonder if the response is that, okay, supports got hit with less nerfs. We take those first, and we need to care a little bit more about when we pick up these core heroes. They're still good. It's still kind of that same mix of heroes, but we don't want to blindly pick them. Maybe some of them, like Dragonite, was blindly picked, right? Still does really well. But these other heroes, like Primal Beast, okay, he's not as good. We need to see more of the draft to make sure it's good for him.
Yeah, 100% agree. I'm surprised that they actually banned the Crystal Maiden themselves. Maybe they feel like they wouldn't get a chance of picking it here, and Heroic might just grab it right away for themselves. Lesh, though. This is a hero we see it a little bit more, get a little bit of a flex potential that we've seen between mid as well as even position 4. Unless your Fart Studios running it in the 1 position, I don't think it gets ran anywhere else, right?
Yeah, I don't see that too much nowadays. It's really cool when it's run. I like it a lot. It's a cool way to play Dota, but yeah, not right now. Well, we'll see. I mean, Heroic kind of surprised me a bit with their draft last game. Maybe they'll do it again here. But I do think it looks like a pretty strong mid pickup. And like you said, flex could still move to support. So I imagine coming up here, they'll pick their other support and then the off lane carry, their carry and then like an off lane potentially, or maybe another like flexible hero. Tiny's banned. I'm not sure who. I'm trying to think of who else you could do, but like keep that flex alive of the mid or support last pick.
Yeah. Okay, I like this. I like where they're going with this. A couple of heroes that come to mind that are still in the pool that work well with the Grimstroke primarily is the Primal Beast, which we've seen quite a bit. There it is.
Tell me another one, quick.
No, I don't got another one. I was gonna say Primal Beast is the primary one. I think some of the other heroes they've ran this with have already been banned. Primarily the Timbersaw, the Pangolier. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another hero that can play around the Inkswell, because typically you want more than one. The Mars is still an option, but if you pick the Mars, it kind of gives away the flex on your Primal Beast. So I think we're going to be seeing the 5 position come out here more than likely.
I wouldn't mind a protective Shadow Demon pick. It's not the combination exactly we'd like, but I think if Heroic picks up Shadow Demon, it's really good into these heroes. One, Primal Beast, kind of screwed over by Shadow Demon. Then Grimstroke ult, right? You want to throw all your spells on a hero, and then you save at least one of those heroes in that soulbind. They're not going to go that way. They're going to go disruptor. Lot of aggressive potential here with the Primal Beast. You send him in, and you can glimpse people back. The Primal Beast like onslaughting forward to get you vision. You set things up with the kinetic field, your static storm. Leshrac maybe can't do anything. I think in this last pick, Estarbacks could consider Doom really good versus Leshrac. Classic combination with Grimstroke. We'll see if Heroic. I think whatever they pick should preemptively address that possibility.
Okay.
Radiant team pick.
Well, there's the Lifestealer. Just run it back. It looked really good last game, even into something that we thought was going to be a rough matchup for him. Primal Beast, obviously you have the Pulverize, the BKB Piercing, Stun, which is something to always consider, but against something like a Grimstroke, Lifestealer seems very strong, right? Being able to dodge out Glimpse, which is one of the best pick-off potential heroes that you have. I like it. I think it's a cool pick. I'm curious if they're going to reveal where this Leshrac is going yet, or if they're going to be picking up like an offlaner here themselves. You could go for the Mars. It's still in the pool. It does well into the Primal Beast. Or there's Centaur, which is a hero we haven't seen get picked up like for the last couple of days. I think people are kind of moving away from it.
Yeah, and with this Disruptor, and even like Grimstroke Soulbind's kind of annoying for you. I wouldn't be surprised if they just skip over the Centaur this game as well.
Team pick.
Okay.
Yeah, there's that Shadow Demon. I mean, I think it's pretty good. You didn't have to worry about the enemy team picking it up at this point, but it will be really nice for your Lifestealer. You can, like, if you get the shard, you can cleanse him, make sure your Lifestealer is free to do whatever. If Lifestealer is silenced up or something and he's like panicking because he can't rage or infest, you can disrupt him, buy him some time, and then you're good against that Primal Beast, and you're good against whatever carry is probably coming up here, if I had to guess.
Storm Spirit.
I'm gonna go for the Storm first.
Dark Mago Classic. Very good at finding these backline heroes. Like Shadow Demon specifically is someone that really struggles playing into this. If it is Lesh mid, then I feel like the matchup's not that bad, right? Lesh, obviously annoying, but you can shove the wave fairly easily on Storm Spirit as well.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
I know we've both had our moments of not being big fans of Storm Spirit in this qualifier, but it did look good in one series. And Dark Mago has just kind of popped off, I think, these last couple of days. He is starting to really find his momentum, it seems like.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I also prefer this. Like, we've been seeing 24 pick Storms, and then they, like, just don't have the greatest game. This time, I think it helps to you to provide the initiation you might want from your team. Like, Primal Beast can kind of do it, but I think Primal Beast really wants to look for this Lifestealer and pulverize him when Rage is going on. So you're going to need someone else to initiate and potentially provide vision for Disruptor to Glimpse. So I think Storm Spirit will fill that role. And you're also not using your last pick on it, because you already see the Leshrac mid. You already know your matchup, and now you can save your later picks for something else, which they don't have last pick this game anyways. But like, I don't see a reason of like picking a carry here and then your mid afterwards. So I'm like okay with Storm here.
All right, I can see that. Phantom Assassin Band, one of the other carries that really benefits from the Grimstroke. Also a decent matchup into the Lifestealer.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm curious what they want to do offlane wise, because they get rid of the Doom. I still think the Mars is not bad for a Starbucks, or I'm sorry, for Heroic. So I feel like maybe we'll see the Mars ban, but as for carries, there's still a lot left. I mean, you could go for something like a Luna as well, but into a Shadow Demon feels pretty rough. You can't pick a Medusa for the same reason.
Team ban.
Okay, they get rid of the Morphling. That one makes a lot of sense. I actually like this hero. It's pretty solid into a lot of offlaners if you're picking it blind, right? So makes sense to me.
Yeah, really good matchup into Lifestealer as well.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Okay, well, 40 seconds here for the last ban. It's got to be some Blink initiator to play around with the lifestealer, I'd imagine. But the question is, like, which one are you most worried about? Because you have to pick your carry here, not knowing your matchup. Devi Lama has a pretty wild hero pool. Like, we just saw him whip out the Visage last game, so you do have to be a little bit careful. Part of me thinks, like, maybe just ban a counter to Naga Siren and go Naga Siren this game.
Think I'm open to that. You have to be confident you can slow down Leshrac though, because Naga needs time, and the current heroes on Heroic are potentially pretty fast, and we've seen games where Naga just never comes online because she's always just farming, trying to catch up, and the enemy team is just destroying her base. So that'd be my worry. But if they feel good about that, like being able to play without the Naga while she's farming, I'd be okay with it. It is scary to play into Shadow Demon. Like, that's the hard part about it. Yeah, like, so they're going to go Faceless Void, who is, like, Chrono's pretty good versus Lifestealer, but he's going to be playing into Disruption. He's going to be playing into the Rubik Steel. I don't know who else they could have picked because they were going to struggle with, like, that's the trouble with Shadow Demon. He counters so many supports, or so many carries. So I think no matter who they picked, it would have, there's going to be some pain points.
They're just playing for team fight. Like, we saw their death ball last game. Like, they hit their items, they know they're powerful, and they're like, all right, just roam as, we're just gonna bulldoze as 5 and force Heroic's hand. And I think Faceless Void's a very good hero for that. The question is, what can you pick from the off lane to try and punish it?
Choose your hero.
That is not a hero we've
fast.
been seeing that often, but I mean, they banned the Beastmaster for a similar reason, and instead, Devi Lama's going to whip out the Lycan. So, very cool. It does struggle into a Disruptor in the terms of, like, getting Glimpse stuck in Kinetic Field, but you can just send the summons at the Disruptor, and they will kill him. So, I like this pick quite a bit. Whether or not it wins the lane is the question, though, because Faceless Void's pretty strong in lane here.
Yeah, and Disruptor's Q just got buffed. Helm of the Dominator did just get buffed
10
too.
seconds remaining.
So I think their idea on Heroic is
5
to play
seconds
quite
remaining.
fast around this Lycan and this Leshrac. I'm concerned with their initiation, like last game, which is if you win your lane and you just have control and you just keep running forward, it's fine. But if the lanes don't go your way, it's very difficult to come back. This game is maybe a little better between Rubik, Shadow Demon, and Leshrac, but I still think a little bit low, especially when compared to the heroes on a Starbacks.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we'll see. I think the big question for me is going to be the mid lane, because I think a lot of tempo is coming from these two heroes. It's either Leshrac taking a bunch of towers, opening up the map with a Lycan, or it's Dark Mago killing your supports, ganking side lanes constantly. And I think either of those scenarios can spell disaster for the other team. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited, though. Some cool drafts once again. Kind of heroic style of just, I think it's mostly Devi Lama having a very, like, varied off-lane hero pool that can kind of throw a wrench into things. But Dark Mago on another very comfortable hero, and like I said earlier, he has been popping off these last couple of days, so I would not be surprised if we see that again here on his Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I am a little worried about his laning stage versus a Leshrac. Leshrac pretty good versus not melee, but he's still a short-ranged hero on the Storm, so you do end up taking a good chunk of harass from the different Leshrac spells and all of that. But as long as you get through the lane, you will fulfill what you need to do later, which is the initiation, which we have seen Dark Mago kind of play that way. Like, he doesn't crush his laning stage all the time on this hero, but he gets by well enough that he can then contribute in, like, he'll zip to the back line, find people. Like, he does what he needs in that sense.
little bit of a pause here. Heroic actually getting some info during this pause is the smoke on the wolf expires as it head up to the high ground. So they actually know that there's a hero there. MNZ though, not gonna know, but you will know. So ward placed in the mid lane here for Heroic. Maybe a little bit hesitant on dropping their own for a Starbucks as the Disruptor going for a wraparound, drops one in the triangle, or not the triangle, but on the high ground of the enemy jungle. I like that. It's always fun watching the ward games at the beginning.
Yeah, this time we got wolves too. It's like extra wards.
Dude, that is the one thing that I do remember specifically about Divine Llama's Lycan is he is very good at scouting and blocking with these wolves. Like I've seen him multiple times like prevent heroes from ever being able to stack like ancient camps or their triangle. They're looking for these wards, but they cannot find it. It's just barely off the mark in the mid lane. So unlucky there. He's also really good at dragging waves. It's one of the other things that Lycan can do that people forget about is when you're into bad matchups, you just use your wolves to drag the lanes and you don't need your support to be there. And that is quite a benefit a lot of the times. 2 for 2 on the runes. MNC actually time walks into Schofield, so he's going to take a little bit of harassment here.
Yeah, he won't die, but I mean, that kind of stuff can add up in the laning stage. And we saw last game, he kind of outplayed that lane, but if you're taking a lot of damage early here versus a Lycan, well, that can get pretty scary pretty quickly. You do not want Lycan to be able to farm freely and hit this Helm of the Dominator timing.
So yours actually gone for a point and glimpse early. Mid lane, Dark Mago is, like you said, kind of taking a beating here from the Lesh. But gets a deny, so ends up being okay for him. A little bit of an even CS. I think top lane's going to be really interesting to follow what this Lycan ends up doing.
I can appreciate that Heroic. It didn't really work out for them last game, but I feel like this style, even though the heroes are different, I feel a similar style of we're going to play pretty fast after winning our lanes and go from like their mid and their off lane picks.
Yeah.
And after
100%.
losing a game like that, it can be easy to lose confidence in maybe what you've practiced, what you've done, but just say like, last game didn't work out. Let's just try it again. Slight adjustments in the draft, learn from our mistakes, and let's do it again. This is what we're good at. Or this is how at least we want to play. So hopefully it worked out for them this time.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm a little bit surprised Disruptor going Glimpse 1 because he's had a really rough time like trading in that lane, right? Maybe it was for the rune fight or something, but yeah, Glimpse not doing great for him. There's another, the exact micro I was talking about where Divine Llama just sends his wolf to block the camp even though it gets decentried. So very good micro on this guy. You gotta definitely pay attention to those. I mean, slow start to this game, but I mean, for the most part, fairly even. Primal Beast and Faceless Void struggling a little bit. I think like this mid lane, I don't know if it actually gets easier for the Storm Spirit.
Not until he's 6, I think.
Okay, so a bit. It's gonna take him a while. Top lane, we're finally seeing a fight actually break out as they're looking for Yor. He has a Blood Grenade, could throw it back the other way, but MNZ, holding his time lock at the moment, will use it to get to safety. But I think overall, this kind of favors Schofield since it looks like he should be able to get this rune. Or yeah, get the Lotus, and he does. So Yor has no real way of contesting this lane at the moment.
Yeah, and something to note here is that even though there's been no kills, like you're pretty happy with that for a Lycan. This Helm of the Iron Will is a lot of regen, a lot of armor, helps you just get through the rest of the laning stage to pick up the Helm of the Dominator, and then that's when you get really scary. So you kind of want to punish the Lycan as early as you possibly can, which is why I am surprised we didn't see that Thunderstrike level 1. But because of that, I mean, yeah, Lycan's farming pretty well. He doesn't need to look for kills right now. that'll happen when he has the Helm of the Dominator level 6.
This is all going well for Heroic, right? Like, we talked about the fact that they need to play a quick game here. You have a really well-farmed Lycan, and your mid lane's also going extremely well for the Leshrac. So if they happen to get to these item timings, to these, like, early points in Diabolic Edict, which Analog actually just steals the rune from Dark Mago there. That is huge. And, yeah. He's making it very difficult.
Schofield's waiting top, too.
Yeah. Dark Mago might... He's going to get some harassment damage back. Okay, plays the Fairy Fire very well, but top lane, because your Rubik's left, they finally managed to bring down this Lycan. Some big kills going the way of MNZ, and there's the tip. He's like, I know you're over there. Thanks, buddy.
I mean, it would have been a huge kill mid if that had worked. They were trying to do what Starbacks did to them last game.
Yeah.
Lycan, fortunately, did buy his Helm of the Iron Will before he died, so didn't lose too much in terms of gold. And he will come to lane with that item now, so I think getting a second kill here will be pretty tough. But pretty nice for MNZ.
Definitely not going to get easier. Ooh, yeah, you're right. Nice kill in the bottom lane. All right. Just good aggression, playing around that level 2 Inkswell, plus, of course, Primal Beast. As soon as Disruption's gone, you're screwed, right? There's not a lot of options.
Yeah, you have to hold it. I missed what happened at the start of this. Ooh, Michael trying to TP out here, lift from Rubik.
This is a cheeky little play. He's trying to pull this wave back to force it to, like, double wave into their own side. And to get away from this lifesteal, obviously, because you don't want to be fighting into K1. He's got 2 points in the feast. It's very annoying. And mid lane, we're going to see a kill onto both of them. Oh my god, KJ, what a wraparound. Good disruption into Split Earth. Sacred's bringing these creep waves to an entirely different planet at this point. Some very weird lane shenanigans happening.
Yeah, everyone's being fast with the rotations. See, the 6-minute rune will be secured by Heroic.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a real good one.
Where that rune spawned like a second late.
He needs to be very careful here on Dark Mago. KJ is definitely looking for a disruption play here, but he's just going to back and go farm in his jungle, get to his level 6. He knows he needs to have it.
There's 6 heroes in this mid lane. See if
like
it's
this is a recurring
slaughter.
theme.
Yep. Right now it looks like it's... Everyone's just going to avoid it. Yeah, he's so close to 6.
Yeah, he's going to get it now. I mean, no points edict, so you're not getting a lot of tower damage out of this Lesh, which is a great way to approach the lane if your goal is to just slow down the Storm Spirit, and Analog definitely has done so. He's nearly double the net worth of the Storm Spirit just 7 minutes into the game. But I mean, you've built a pretty solid lead already on the side of Heroic, and you're not gonna be able to push this Lifestealer out of lane at all anymore. He's free farming.
Yeah, so far things going a lot better for them compared to last game. But Starbacks, they're getting close to having some of their ultimates, some of their playmaking tools. So we'll have to see what they managed to get done. They had many good rotations in the last game. I think they were able to identify like what we need to make these ganks work. And I mean, you don't have that right now. So I think right now they just got to hold on, and we'll see when they start to make plays.
Yeah, I mean, they put more pressure on the Dark Mago mid again, right? Just KJ has just been sitting here waiting for disruption picks, and it's a lot of damage. And now that he's forced back, he's gonna have to TP out if he wants to contest the 8-minute power rune, as supports again are making their way towards mid. Scan coming through. He knows he's gonna be here. It does connect, but Rubik is top, Leshrac is bottom. Who's gonna get it? Schofield unable to hold Dark Mago back. Able to get an illusion rune. Not the most powerful rune at the moment, especially not for one of these heroes. Oh, Sacred. He's like, oh, hello. I found your stacks. These are nice. Very nice.
Gets
but
disrupted though.
He's gonna get disrupted into a Split Earth and Analog. He's just gonna pick them all up. Plus potentially the Primal Beast. He's got an onslaught away, but a well-timed telekinesis. The trio of Heroic right now, Schofield, Analog, and KJ, are getting it done.
Would have been a great steal, but they had Observer set up to see Primal Beast maybe trying to make these plays, and they're going to continue pressuring mid, which I really like because Storm is the one who could make some of these earlier rotations first, and they're not able to kill him, but they're constantly pressuring him and his tower, keeping him low, and that's making it difficult for him to show up top to help kill this Lycan, or show up bottom to maybe, surprise this Lifestealer, although I think that kill's pretty tough. I'd probably top rotation a little easier.
Yeah, I agree. He's going to try and farm a few stacks of his own in the jungle here. Divine Llama scouting some of this out. And that's going to be an immediate smoke. KJ is level 6 on this Shadow Demon, meaning Demonic Purge is going to be a massive problem for someone like a Faceless Void. He can defensively chrono this to try and get to safety, assuming he doesn't die 100-0. And KJ is looking for that disruption setup here. He's going to get it. Oh boy, it's going to be close. Faceless Void, can they burst him in time? He gets the time walk to safety, and he actually doesn't throw the Demonic Purge. So MNZ's out. Failed gank at the moment, but you do have a lot of pressure coming through from this Helm of the Dominator. Of course, the Dark Troll Summoner, one of the best pushing creeps in the entire game.
I'm a little surprised they didn't commit more to get that Faceless Void kill.
Oh, mid lane.
Oh, doing it now.
Oh, now we're going to see a few different spells get thrown out on the top side. Again, you can do a decent chunk at holding back this Lycan, but eventually the creeps will just run you down. So they get the tower. They're going to get the Disruptor. Good commitment of that shapeshift. Mid lane, there was a jump from Dark Mago onto the Rubik with the help of Michael. Gets something going his way, but I think you're way happier on Heroic with this.
And Dark Mago did get a regen rune, so that's one of the best you can get to recover your own game from farming,
nice.
and then still possibly make plays. We'll see what he gets done with that. Currently just stealing the enemy jungle.
Schofield's like, what if I was to try and take these? Good thing this regen can't be dispelled, and Schofield, they realize they can't really get on top of the storm. He just zips to safety. He doesn't have the kill threat onto this Rubik.
Good thing I farmed multiple camps and forced rotations, and I'm still going to be healed up to max with this regen rune.
Yeah, this thing is
the change
so
is
good.
too good.
So a 4,000 gold lead for Heroic now, as they are just becoming very powerful. Sacred will be able to just onslaught to safety, knowing that there's some heroes down here. We haven't really talked about K1 at all, other than the fact that he can just sit in this lane indefinitely. He's going for a Radiance here on the Lifestealer. An interesting build, because we don't really see it that often. But against something like a Faceless Void, wanting to have the evasion, I suppose, is pretty good. And Divine Llama gets the TP out. Very nicely done here. Just seeing this smoke gank coming out.
I think the Radiance build has caught on a lot, especially with committing some spells just to kill the Troll Summoner here. I think it's gained a lot of popularity since it got buffed. You're getting evasion more than before. Lifestealer, a classic hero getting kited, but with the Radiance, it doesn't matter as much. You can disassemble it later for some different items. So I think it works this time. You also have Shadow Demon Illusions. Ooh, jump in the mid lane on Schofield. Disruptor ult, though.
Yeah, very good Static Storm. Soulbind as well.
Kill?
Dark Mago's out of all resources, but happen to have a bottled
got
invis, so he's going to make it out. And they're going to try and turn this into a tower, though. And honestly, trading your Rubik for the mid-tier 1 seems pretty okay.
This is all part of the plan. Step 1, die in the mid lane. Step 2, my team takes the mid tower.
Don't worry, guys. I'm just a support. It's fine. Top lane, we're going to see them bring some heroes here for MNZ. Schofield steals a level 4 time walk. He's okay with that one. He's like,
I'll
I'm not
never die like that again.
Glimpse, dodged by Rage once again. Obviously, one of the reasons you see this Lifestealer picked up here so early in this draft without even seeing, these other heroes.
He's just a good hero overall, too, right?
Yeah.
And another reason, like you mentioned, he's just been sitting bottom. That's kind of what you want from a Lifestealer pick. You want him to be able to win that lane, and it frees up your support to go do whatever. In this case, it's been camping the Storm Spirit and stacking for your Leshrac. That only works if your carry does not die while you're gone.
Yeah. And a lot of people forget, too, like, being able to jungle is nice. Heroes like Terrorblade and Naga Siren and all them who are able to just, like, retreat to the jungle and farm if they have a bad time, Sven as well. It's fine. It's not a bad strategy, but there's a lot more gold in the lanes than there are in the jungle. So anytime you're able to just sit in your lane and chill, you're way happier and way better off. They'll take the bottom tier 1 tower. TP coming in from the Disruptor, and they don't see it. Pulverize comes through. Great Static Storm place, but Lifestealer is he going to get out? KJ is here. Demonic Purge onto the Primal Beast. They're going to bring in everybody. Chrono's available, but he's infested. They're trying to figure out where. It's into an illusion, and now K1 maybe coming in a little bit too far. Great response from a Starbucks as they bring the numbers. Schofield's, though, surviving thanks to this time walk. Quite funny, but no, MNZ uses his own. Chronos up the Rubik. That will be 2 kills now going their way.
Great timing finds on the onslaught. It wasn't even necessary, but very nice.
Yeah.
All right, maybe a little too aggressive there on the Lifestealer. He is so close to his Radiance where he'll be so much more powerful. Wasn't really expecting that a Starbucks would defend this tower, I suppose. But paying the price for it, immediately TPs to his own triangles. Like, okay, none of that for me. Safest farming location. Let me finish this Radiance. And it will line up pretty nicely with his Helm of the Overlord from Divine Llama as well. We might see them start running at the enemy. I'm trying to check, is there anything they're waiting for?
I mean, realistically, it's just the Radiance, and Leshrack's going Bloodstone. He's already got his Kaya, so he's pretty tanky already. I don't think you really need much else. Like, there's no Chronosphere for another 90 seconds. You could just see them start playing aggressive.
Yeah, like if nothing else, I'd love to see them just like do something for a bit here, and then you can always go back to farming after that.
I'm not sure if you scouted MNZ's build, but I mean, like, he queued it up earlier. He was going Midas. That kill catapults him up as well, as he's now got a Maelstrom done as well. So you have a 15-minute Midas Maelstrom on his safe lane Faceless Void, which is massive. We're going to be able to find Yor here. Just a classic Disruptor problem into the Lycan. He's like, I can't get away from these things, man. I can only trap so many animals in the cage.
Dire's middle tower is
Here
under
they come,
attack.
tier 2. Got a catapult. Got the Lycan.
That's how many Overlord
There's much you
timing
can
is
do about
very good.
this.
Dire's top tower.
I mean,
is
they're
under
keeping the
attack.
net worth relatively flat on a Starbucks. Like, they're not really falling behind at this point, and this is exactly what Heroic's timing is. Like, they need to start taking objectives when they're this strong. You have 4 points Edict, you have Helm of the Overlord. Like, you've got to start shrinking the map.
Dire's top tower has
You go
fallen.
Roche. It looks like they're drawing the line for it. Lifestealer is so bad at Roche, but maybe Leshrack is good enough with Edict.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, and I think with this Helm of the Overlord, you can do it.
Radiant's middle tower.
It
is
will
under
take a
attack.
moment,
Dire
which may be why they want to do it now before Chronosphere's back up. Like, that's how you get really screwed over here. It is being scanned, though, and Chronosphere is just about up. Will they come over? They might just take mid.
Yeah, it looks like they're giving this one up. Lifestealer was playing for mid lane to try and deep push the tower. I think gets a whiff of the rotation from a Starbucks there and immediately leaves. Schofield top lane, doing some damage. They are smoking up here, but the Roche is gone. They're actually TPing in Sacred as well. Looks like they should get this Rubik pick pretty easily. Can the rest of the team get out, though, is the question, because you're walking into a smoked Starbucks here, and finding KJ would be massive. He's just on the other side of their vision. Silence into the Vortex, catches the Leshrack. They managed to just get a solo kill onto this Faceless Void, though. A massive win for them, and Yor, no chance of TPing out. They're just falling one by one. Dude, this Lycan is enormous.
I thought that was going to go a lot better, actually, because K1 had gone bottom through the Twin Gate. They were pretty scattered. It looked like they might be able to find a strong fight there, but yeah, the strength of this Lycan. I feel like they took 3 separate fights and just won all of them there.
I mean, it was a 1v1. Faceless Void versus Lycan, and he decided not to Chrono to survive, and he ends up dying for it, really. Like, that is absolutely nuts how much damage this Lycan did. You see Orchid reveal here from Dark Mago coming out onto the Rubik, but Disruption from KJ is there, and you're about to get Telekinesis, my friend. Oh boy, MNZ comes in, nice Chrono onto 3, but he needs more damage. The Orchid now coming out, holding him in place. Another Telekinesis. MNZ's dead. Two deaths back to back, and nobody on Heroic dies. They've still got Aegis. They're going to look for the tier 2 tower mid.
Dire's middle
And Divine
tower
Llama's
is
got
under
all of
attack.
his summons, and all of this happening while K1 is farming.
You don't even need K1 for these fights, man. I'm
Dire's
curious if they'll go
middle
high
tower
ground or
has
they're just
fallen.
gonna finish cleaning out the map. Looks like, yeah, you got 3 minutes on Aegis. You're gonna maximize this. If you go high ground and lose it, you're gonna lose a couple minutes, but they can take this tier 2 and then push high ground. Well, they see Lifestealer's not with the
Wanna
team.
fight.
They might try to fight this.
Dude, Divine Llama's Orchid is so sick. He's going to go in here, get counter Orchided, but the damage, dude, what is this? These summons are just shredding the side of the Starbucks, and now Static Storm holding Leshrac at bay as well as KJ, and now they just got to run. Divine Llama with a tip, dude. I don't even blame them. They just think they can actually fight, but this dragon's hitting for like 300 damage, it looks like.
Yeah, it was out of the meta for a little bit, and so they've been buffing the item again and again. Still not really in here, but I think it goes to show when you have a really good game
Dire's
and all these items come online so quickly,
Dire's
like, it still does
structures are
work.
fortified.
Yeah, I mean, this Lycan's sitting at like 290 damage, and that's not with like like the shapeshift crit. His dragon's sitting at like roughly 200 damage, and my goodness, it is becoming a massive issue for them.
Radiant's courier has
I mean, 9,000 behind at 20 minutes. It's not the most insurmountable lead we've seen, but it's the fact that the map is falling apart so quickly. We're going to see them turn right to the Tormentor, Disruptor, trying to get some vision on it. Maybe he's like, I might be able to snipe it with Q, but no, that ends up going away at KJ. Demonic Cleanse going to make it even more difficult to find these kills now.
Time dilation pretty strong against some of these heroes, but, well, not anymore. At least not against one person.
Manta. Yeah, I mean, Lifestealer has Manta. Leshrac looks like he's just going full offensive.
Yeah, so you'll cleanse the Leshrac in a lot of cases.
Yeah. I like the Manta pick up this game with the Orchid coming out from Dark Mago, like realizing he doesn't want to build a BKB for quite some time. And Manta gives him some good items to play around for now. They're going to scout potentially Divine Llama in the bottom lane. Orchid comes out. He responds with his own once again. Inkswell going to be able to stun him up. He is alone on this Lycan. This would be a massive kill if they can get it. He's just going to try and TP Vortex out once again, down to 100 HP, and finally an entire mana pool traded, but they get the kill. A huge kill streak going the way of the Storm Spirit.
Just trying to push out bottom a little bit, I think. Maybe staying too long. There's some deep wards by Estar backs here, helping them find that kill. Very much needed. I'm not sure if they would have gone high ground now yet anyways, if he had been with the team.
top tower is under
So maybe you
attack.
don't feel like you've lost too much. Like they're smoking up. They definitely don't feel like they've lost too much.
I mean, the analog is so freaking strong right now. Schofield also has an Atos. KJ is level 11, looking for this Disruptor. Is not going to find it, but the Atos will catch the Grimstroke. This should be a pretty easy kill, but a good glimpse. Never mind, he's out for now. The Phantom Embrace will get stolen, but gets constantly getting sent back over to the Rubik. They find the kill. You're in trouble. Trying to get out, but no, the disruption from KJ in time. You're going to lose both supports for this one. Double kill goes to Analog. I mean, that was a pretty good first Aegis, if you ask me.
And they got every single tower, several kills, 9k up at 22 minutes. Yeah, from here you're just gonna finish farming up a couple more items, wait for that second Roche, and I mean when Lifestealer is raged up, hitting a tower with a disruption behind him,
And a cleanse on
That's-
top of him.
yeah, I mean you're gonna have to Chronosphere him, and I think you just put the Aegis on Lifestealer, and then what? I guess you could put it on Analog too and have Analog be the one Diabolic's eating the tower. We'll see what they choose. I think it's like whoever you put it on. I mean,
Radiant
they hit the tower with
structures are
Aegis. They have disruption behind them. Now what?
I'm looking at some of the other items being picked up at the moment, and we are very close to a scythe on the Leshrac. Like right now, the Storm Spirit, he's a little bit struggling against this Orchid, but this scythe is only 250 gold, 200 gold away now from the Leshrac, and at that point, every hero is vulnerable. You can definitely kill someone during a scythe. All right. They are gonna go ahead and get to work here. K1 just chipping the top tower a little bit. Again, they still need to be careful. Like there is some big play potential out of a Starbucks. You can hit like a pretty sick static storm and follow that up with the Chronos. Like there is plays to be made, and I think Heroic doing a pretty good job at not overextending, just continuing to hold the map in. Dark Mago doing his best to split push, but I mean you compare him right now in terms of net worth to these other cores, it's pretty depressing. Oh, Sacred. Yeah, I mean, he can try an onslaught away, but he used it to get in there, and Analog still has the Hex. Another disruption set up here into the follow-up from the Atos, and I mean, they don't even have to commit much at all. It's just a Disruptor ult, but that's a massive kill. If you can get his buyback as well, that's like best case scenario, and they might try and force it as K1's on the high ground here once again. And Analog gonna walk in. They should get the fort here as Edict will be way too much damage for the tower to tank. And there's no wave cut in the mid lane, so this next wave is coming in pretty fast. All right, I mean, they're back on everyone. Dark Mago and MNZ are here. They've got to do something. The question is, can you? It's just falling. Like, they actually just are too afraid to engage. I don't blame them, honestly. Like, this is a very scary life, a very scary Lesh. They do get the second fortification. They will pull Lesh in. They catch him on the side, or on the Orchid. A nice Vortex is there, but the Chrono from MNC. Perfect wraparound, finding KJ as well. They get Analog super low, and he's gonna die. 2 kills so far for a Starbucks, and they're looking for Schofield as well. The perfect fight that they were looking for.
Was not able to get disruption off to save the Leshrac there. Was that a
Perfect
disruptor silence preventing that?
No, it was like Faceless Void on just a wraparound Chronosphere.
Oh, gotcha. I was not processing that apparently.
Well, they
Everyone's just
lose the
picking up a
Grimstroke
kill.
here really quickly. And honestly, MNC needs to be very careful. If he gets found here, he has no BKB. And the Orchid will absolutely spell death for him. The scan comes out, they know. They know he is here. Oh, Orchid's out. Lifestealer's coming. He's got a lot of damage. The bash is there. They're not going to be able to finish him off, but he gets the time walk going for the TP. Does he get a bash though?
Bash.
Woo. KJ not close enough either. He was very close for a disruption.
Roche spawning top.
All right, they know this. They want to play for second Roche. So they come through the twin gates. It should be fairly easy for them. Last time, it's a little bit slow, but with Leshrac here, at least relatively nearby, should be easy.
KJ's pretty close to his blink. I would love it if after this Roche, they give him time to farm, to pick it up, to make sure what happened last time does not happen again. He can just sit super far back, blink in only when needed for that disruption save.
Yeah, I mean, he only needs 100 gold now. And it should be pretty easy for him to pick up. If he gets like a single D ward, no problem at all. But the passive gold at this point should be only a few more moments. K1 does have an Abyssal coming out here very soon, only a couple hundred gold away. Yor is just running for this Wisdom Rune. He's going to get it and actually managed to take away the shard from Analog in the process. So nice little play here from the Disruptors. He'll TP on back. But your tier 3 tower in the top lane, of course, no fortification. We saw them pop both of them earlier. And with the help of Divine Llama's Lycan, now K1 getting in on the action. This is not even going to be close. You've got to get these heroes back to the base and quick. There he goes. Dark Mega goes in with the Ink Swell. He's also got himself protected by this Shield Rune as Yor barely gets out with a very well-timed Ghost Scepter. Okay, well, gotta be careful. You've lost the Aegis on Analog. MNC with a perfect Chrono. Managed to catch the Lycan, but a return Chrono! You're kidding me! Traps 3! Now Storm Spirit falling incredibly low, able to zip away at the last second. MNZ on the run from the Lycan here, the Orchid, keeping him at bay. How did Heroic salvage this fight? Schofield is so damn good on this Rubik.
That was fantastic stolen Chronosphere, making sure nothing gets done. Oh, not done yet.
I mean, there's going to be a very nice soul bind. The Hex is there. He gets the cheese off at the last second of Analog, and because of that, Storm Spirit goes down. Sacred has to leave. 2 lanes of Barracks fall for a Starbucks, and they're looking for the third and final. Oh my goodness. Just a couple moments in each of these engagements.
With that, Storm dead, 40 seconds, no buyback. You're going to get mega'd here. I think they're just going to get to work on that mid tower as well, but even if you don't, now that you got mega creeps here at 30 minutes, this game is so tough. No creeps for a moment. Oh, they're about to connect in the other lanes.
Pulverize comes out, gets stolen though from Schofield, so you have to be very careful. Infest into the catapult, as he's just gonna look for Yor, burning him down onto the backside. Abyssal Blade comes out as well. The Manta is trying to burn him down. K1 finishes the kill. Buyback coming through, but again, you gotta be careful. Schofield's got that Pulverize waiting, looking for an opportunity to use it. Glimpse will send him back, but a disruption to save him. Very nicely done. As Divine Llama actually commits the shapeshift here, thinking that there was going to be another fight. Instead, we'll just turn his attention on over to the Tormentor. Scythe, as well as an Atos. Catch the Primal Beast. They come in. Analog's just dying because of the Tormentor damage. Schofield will get the shard, but it costs you your lives to get a kill onto the Storm Spirit instead, though. KJ isolated onto the backside. Science Stuff brought down as well. K1's like, what's my team doing over here? Schofield, a very aggressive blink into a time dilation, dies for that one. Wait a minute, Heroic maybe getting a little bit too cocky. Glimpse, gonna find K1 as well. No rage available at the moment, stuck inside the cage. MNZ are on the Faceless Void. This is when he shines. Abyssal Blade will stun him up, but Sacred's here as well. Does drop the Opal Wounds. The Rage is there, trying to bring down the Primal Beast before that Pulverize comes up. He needs 1 second. The Bash isn't enough. He goes for the Infest instead. The Pulverize will grab the Ancient Creep, and MNZ, he's got a Chronosphere. You might have to use it, man. Sacred's just trying to get away. You will survive on a sliver of HP, and there's the Chrono. They are tired of this. K1 goes down, a big kill streak going their way, but now you have to focus on your base.
Some great kills for them there. Don't really know if it changes the state of this game. Ooh, Sacred.
That's a rough one.
Yep.
That's a shapeshift, a hasted Centaur Conqueror running after you. He couldn't go for a TP.
I mean, with that, I think as soon as Lifestealer respawns, you just run it down. And it kind of looks like they're about to do that now anyways.
Yeah, I think you might be able to. There is a fortification at the moment, but you have no Chronosphere for 90 more seconds, and they know this, right? Like, any kill
no
onto...
buyback.
Ooh, Glimpse. Stolen from Schofield. Okay, that's scary. Jump in here from Dark Mago. He gets caught from a Orchid immediately. MNZ beating into the Leshrac, but a great disruption's going to save him. And there's going to be the Demonic Purge to turn around the Hex onto the Faceless Void, and with that... spelling disaster for the side of a Starbucks, as Analog should be able to help finish up this game here in a few moments. You're gonna buy back. MNZ doesn't want to give up quite yet. Orchid on the side will put Grimstroke.
Oh, look at this Ancient Fall.
The Edict damage is too much. Storm goes in, just gets caught from a stomp, and with these fortifications about to expire, I don't think you can do much. That's gonna be game 2 now secured from Heroic, tying up this series 1-1.
Right, Heroic showing game 1, you know, a little bit of a fluke. Don't worry, guys, we still got this. Another draft that's a little bit different, but this time it works out a lot better for them. The laning stage, I'd say especially, much better. Lycan hit the timing he needs. Lifestealer was doing Lifestealer things. It allowed the supports to just camp that mid lane and because the lanes weren't going well, and your playmaker comes online first, is being camped, Starbacks just didn't really have any response to what was going on.
I think you said it really well early on when you were talking about the fact that like Heroic went for a similar game plan in game one, but it didn't work, but they didn't lose confidence in it. And they're like, we can run it back, just slightly different heroes, and we're going to, play a little bit cleaner in those early lanes. And it makes a huge difference, right? Like they come out ahead of the lanes. They are only like 3,000 to 6,000 ahead at like the 15-minute mark, which isn't a ton. But it's the fact that like this Lycan, this Lesh, this Lifestealer, they're all very difficult for the side of a Starbucks to deal with. And it kind of just comes back to the Shadow Demon pick. How can you get aggressive when Shadow Demon is alive?
I don't have an answer for that. You kind of do need someone like Storm because of that. You need someone who can get to the Shadow Demon. But it
They had
feels
one
so
good
hard
fight.
because okay, he's gonna look for me. Like we know what their playmaker needs to do, and that allows you to then like he buys a blink. It's Glimmer Blink, I think was his build, right?
Yeah.
So Storm's got to carry detection. Storm's got to like zip so far to find the guy, and if you don't see him, you don't even know where to zip. So you're like, I guess we go for this other guy, and then suddenly Blink disrupt. Like, no, you're not, right? So it's so hard. I think Shadow Demon is looking like such a good support because of that.
Yeah, and it's they had the one perfect fight where it's like they get onto the Lesh and the Chrono on the backsphere on the backside finds both like Lifestealer and Shadow Demon. So there's like no save from the Shadow Demon. There's also no Infest save from the Lifestealer, which we saw a couple times being put to good use. But yeah, it was just a really good performance from Heroic. Super clean game from them. Starbucks. Some moments that looked great, but very difficult draft for them to execute. So I'm excited, man. I knew this was going to be a close series. I'm glad it's not a stomp one way or the other. So we have more games coming up. Tied up 1-1 at the moment, but we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with game number 3 of the South American Grand Finals. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. Game 3 about to begin between the Starbucks and Heroic here for these closed qualifiers grand finals. And honestly, looking like a really sick series so far. Not that surprising. We were kind of expecting this. But Zach, how are you feeling so far about each team's chance?
I'm feeling good. I think both teams. We're seeing Heroic has had a style. They've been pushing for some earlier tempo plays. The first game did not quite pan out. Second game it did. I kind of think they're just going to keep trying again here in game 3. So I want to see what Estar adjusts. Looks like we're going to grab a real fast Pango, which I like because I was thinking about this in the break. If you're going to play this kind of fast tempo, the reason it worked in game 2 and didn't in game 1 is because your laning stage really dictated how a tempo draft works. So picking some stronger laners, I like a lot. Mid Pango might be a bit surprising to reveal right off the bat, but as you and I have seen, okay, it's mid Pango. How are you going to shut this down in the mid lane? It has been a really tough question. It feels like the hero always gets what he needs. And that means you get to save your picks later on for your side lanes to try to give a stronger side lane picks there, which we've seen game 1, game 2, whoever wins the side lanes, the supports then feel free to just come camp mid. And that just, like, that seems to be the equation so far. So I kind of like this adjustment, but I keep waiting to see what is the answer to such an early Pango pick. And I'll see what Heroic comes up with because they've come in with some different ideas than what we've seen already.
Yeah, that is the thing. Like, if any team's gonna have like a creative answer, it could be Heroic. I think the Shadow Demon obviously is a great pickup to start out the draft. We saw how strong it was in this last game, making it just very difficult for anyone to get involved in these fights. It can save you from Pangolier and his annoying Rolling Thunder combos, but Demonic Purge not as useful against a hero like the Pango. So we'll have to see what they want to do. I think realistically, it's going to be Dark Mago on the mid lane Pangolier. I don't think anyone really tries to flex this into the off lane anymore. They get rid of the 5 position Dark Willow again, as that was something Yor ran game 1. And they'll actually ban out the Bloodseeker, something that K1 has ran multiple times into Pangos. And it's one of those things that like a lot of teams don't really feel like the Bloodseeker is very strong. But K1, he still is definitely, he favors it in good games. And so they respect ban it. And I think that's smart.
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's interesting they pick Grimstroke here. It is a hero that has been favored lately, and Soulbind is very annoying versus Pango, so you do protect your Pango with that. But we saw Grimstroke versus Shadow Demon last game, and it's a pain. Disruption is such an annoyance for you. Trying to use Inkswell on allies that have been demonic purged, like you kind of lose that tool as well. I do think you want strong lanes, and Grimstroke can be strong in the right combinations, but with that Shadow Demon already being picked, like I'm a bit worried about that.
A really good point. The Primal Beast, a little bit potentially of a deny pick. We've seen this picked up a lot with the Grimstroke, specifically for that Inkswell. Generally just a strong hero of the patch. I'm curious what they want to pair this with, though, because I feel like I've been seeing it kind of fall a little bit flat in certain games, where it doesn't get off to a good start, and then it's not getting like the priority to farm like you would kind of need it to do, because with items this hero is really strong, like overwhelmingly strong. But a lot of times you would play around the Aghanim Scepter pickup on this hero before as like a good counter to certain heroes, but at the moment, not seeing that quite yet. It is still a flex pick though. Could put it mid into the Pango, could take it off lane. That's a good Clockwork pick too.
Yeah, that's a cool one. We don't see too much Clockwork, but speaking of strong laners, Clockwork definitely can shine in the right matchups. And he is one of the supports who can really screw over Pango in the role. The Battery Assault preventing you from rolling up to begin with, and then the Cogs, you can disrupt the path that Pango is trying to take. Like sometimes you can just hop over it. It sort of depends, but usually if you see the roll come out first, you can then like hook shot, cogs, all that stuff to disrupt it a little bit.
Yeah. Also super annoying for Primal Beast to play into as well. So if they were thinking like it could be a good pick for a Starbucks, they deny it that way as well. But we'll see what they want to do here, as there's some options still for sure in terms of what they want to pick for their 5 for your. Some heroes that are being completely ignored that we haven't really even touched on at all is the Chen. I don't know where this hero is right now. Neither of these teams have really picked or banned it in these games. And I'm a little bit curious as to why, especially when someone like Heroic, like their game plans have been both very quick, but they're not feeling like the Chen is something they want to go for.
Shadow Demon Clockwork don't deal with Chen that well. I'm up if a Starbucks wants to just grab Chen right here.
Feel like Sexy Yogi has to be able to play Chen. It's like he has some weird 5 positions, but I imagine he's at least practiced it enough to play it in a pro game. Do the Magnus pickup here. That's pretty good. I'm looking at Phantom Assassin now as a pretty good pick, because it is really difficult for a Primal Beast offlane to play into a Phantom Assassin. It can get out of cogs. It synergizes super well with the Magnus. The only thing you have to worry about is a couple carry matchups. There's not even like many offlaners left in the pool that are very good into PA anyway.
Yeah, and we've seen PA being able to use Blur to not be hard countered by Shadow Demon, since he has a hard time like finding where she is to Demonic Purge, and then even when she gets Demonic Purge, she can still hop around the fight. I'm curious if you pick it here though, because it's a good chance you'd last pick your support, unless you want to do something like Magnus 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you want to pick it here. I think you're better off leaving it in the pool, but there are still a lot of good carries that you can pair with the Magnus.
Yeah, and they'll have last pick, so even if PA gets banned out, right, you'll find something. There's not a carry who is unhappy being buffed up with Empower. Some are just a little better than others, but everyone will be happy. They're gonna grab Bat Rider. I hate when free damage, free farming speed. It's the worst. I want to earn it as a carry. That's why I don't play Sven. You know, the free Battle Fury, that's not for me.
True. Okay, Weaver. That's a sick pick. K1 Classic as well. So another hero that feels pretty strong into this Magnus lane. Assuming it's offlane Magnus, it should be, now that we're seeing Bat Rider as well. The one thing you have to be wary of when you see a Starbucks, when you see a Bat Rider, it could always go mid because of Dark Mago. He's one of the few people that will still play Bat Rider in the mid lane, even after like the major nerfs to this hero. So you have to consider that. I don't think it's going to be the case. I think it's more likely we'll see this as like a 5 position for your, and then we're looking for the carry at this point. Having last pick definitely helps them in their draft quite a bit. Faceless Void will be the ban. Number 1. Phantom Assassin's not great against Weaver. So I kind of like the idea of them going for the Weaver pick, because maybe you don't have to ban PA now.
Yeah, it also depends what they want for their last pick. I think you're fine with the Primal Beast versus Pango, because I can't really think of a better mid to go into the Pango.
Timbersaw, but he's banned.
Yeah, so I mean, we say that we still saw Pango, or was that Timber versus Primal? I can't remember, but it just feels like these heroes do not get shut down. They just like do some other weird stuff. So I feel like you could try to push them towards certain types of carries and then pick an offlaner that is like preemptively good versus them. I can't think that far ahead because, you know, I'm not as smart as these guys, but that's kind of what I think looking forward they could do. You could also pick someone flexible between the mid lane and off lane and then just see what that last matchup is and decide like where you want to put Primal Beast or whatever you picked last.
Just pick the Huskar, man. Just give me one game of Huskar into Pango, and then that will prove if this hero is too strong. Last second reserve time, they get rid of the Centaur, so they ban 1 and 1, right? Mid lane, off lane. Just wanted to make sure that they have their matchup. Centaur is pretty good against the Pango, right? It's like you go ahead and pop your Rolling Thunder, and it's like Stampede is going to make it impossible for you to connect on a target.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's also just really good with a Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
disrupt into the stomp, and then all that burst damage. Pretty scary.
All right, what are we doing here in the safe lane? Are they afraid of the PA?
Dire team
Yep, they are.
Yes.
Okay. I was like, I think it is still just the scariest combo with a Magnus. And if you want to run the Primal Beast in the off lane, you don't want to play it into a Phantom Assassin. So I think what that means is it's going to be Primal mid, and we're looking for a Divine Llama hero here.
Radiant team pick.
What?
We got it! We got the Huskar, finally! Okay, South America, living up to the dream.
They're actually doing it. They're doing it. All right, and it's really tough to flex it out right now because you pretty much need a carry pick unless you're about to do Magnus carry. So
Yeah, Luna's just the safe one at this point.
Heroes.
into a Shadow Demon still though, which is always a bit of a pain. I mean, do you try to do like, okay, no, Sacred's actually just gonna hand grab Magnus. I was about to say like, does Bat Rider mid fare better in this, that you like do some weird flexing around, but doesn't seem.
I cannot imagine they do.
Yeah, it'd be like so messy.
Well, I am excited to see the mid Huskar. I asked and I shall receive. Thank you very much, Heroic. The Starbucks really debating here. They're talking to Dark Mega like, bruh, tell us which one you want. I don't know.
Oh, you can have the Grimstroke if you think you can do it.
10 seconds
It will be
remaining.
Michael's Bat Rider, Yor the Grimstroke, and Pango for the mid lane. And this is what I expected. Dark Mega has played the Pango for these guys every single time. He is incredibly good on this hero. He's won matchups he shouldn't have. But Analog Huskar, it's a classic for this guy. He's very good at this hero. And I'm curious if it can actually beat a Pango, which, like, everything tells me it should win the lane. It should crush this lane. But, you know, we'll see if a Starbucks can manage to somehow salvage it.
I'm pretty excited to see. I've been joking about Pango Battle Fury, but this time he'll have it for free from the Magnus. I'm excited to see it. The cleave from the buffed Q, nerfed in that the strikes are, from 4 to 3, but the damage has gone up. We'll see if he even gets to that point. I mean, that is a recovery tool for him, right? If he's struggling in that lane versus that Huskar, they'll make some stacks, and he can farm it with that Empower. But Luna wants stacks, Bat Rider wants stacks, Magnus kind of wants stacks too. So there's a lot of competition for that farm. I think Luna's lane should be okay. Just kind of the strength of Luna, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess our question marks are, will Huskar truly be able to punish Pango? And then top lane, I think Weaver should be fine. Like, Weaver Clockwork is like a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, it is. And I don't think you have enough to, like, threaten Weaver in lane anyway. You'll probably just go, like, this game specifically, because you have, like, Luna and Pango as your cores. You probably just go max Shockwave. You could still go the Empower if you think, like, you're going to have more time to farm. But I think with a Huskar, you're going to want the burst damage that comes out from a level 4 Shockwave. So we will have to see. I am so excited for this game. Those of you who are just tuning in, it is the grand finals here of the South American qualifiers. It is Heroic versus a Starbucks. We are tied 1-1 after a really solid performance from both teams. We're going to see a smoke from each of them as Starbucks drawing the line to the enemy triangle. We've seen them actually do a pretty cheeky wraparound right next to the tier 1 tower, if I'm not mistaken, that resulted in them getting like 3 kills and just won them the game. And they might be doing the same wraparound right now. They are. I mean, unfortunately for them, they're not going to find their target. But yeah, they chop through the trees here. Keeps their smoke going. And they will make it into the enemy triangle. Smoke will pop, and they walk right into the Watcher, though, so Heroic knows.
You definitely want to attempt this type of play, I'd say. Since, I mean, we're talking about how strong this Huskar could potentially be, and like Weaver could be. But if you find that first blood, we've seen that change these matchups so much. And Dark Mago, especially, is praying, like, please, guys, please help me find a first blood. I need it. I don't
Yeah.
want to get Huskard, man. Like, you gotta help me out, guys. So they try, but Heroic ended up on the other side. So we're just gonna see the normal lanes. Well, I say that we got a lot of heroes coming up top.
Yeah, KJ, going for
KJ
the
not gonna risk it.
disruption. Yeah, he's like, nope, I take it back. You can have it.
Yeah, it's typically not worth risking your life for these bounty runes.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2-2 on the runes as K1 Sakuchi's up for the top. All right. Into the lanes we go. Divide Llama ends up going Uproar here. I think this is fine for the lane.
He's gonna have a tough time to start, I think. Oh, well, maybe this disruption. Oh no, he's got Uproar though.
Oh boy.
Maybe a trample.
It's close. The slow is not enough though. So yeah, he's fine.
I mean, this just means MNZ gets like the dream start.
It's true. Yeah, he's gonna deny the full wave. He'll CS the full wave. That is very good for him. But your Grimstroke's gonna have a hard time coming to this lane, and KJ might just get a solo kill here. He's gonna bring him very low with these illusions. Needs a couple more auto attacks. Down to 11 HP. It's
One
not gonna
more.
be enough.
Oh, it's so close.
So I mean,
he's just out of the lane.
he's gonna deny. He has to. Yeah, you can't afford to TP, so he has to deny to creeps. It's kind of worth it with how good of a start you're giving to Luna, but it's gonna be a long respawn here at level 1 for him.
I kind of think it's fine. I mean, MNZ's having such a good start, and then he's gonna have like 2 points in the passive. Grimstroke's gonna be level 1, but have all that bonus damage. You used a ton of mana on KJ. He's got the clarity. I guess the lane is pushing out. I missed how that happened. So maybe this is Divide Llama's chance to try to catch up a little bit.
Luckily, though, the hard camp is blocked. So they are not going to be able to get a pull here at the 2 minute. Oh, is it going to respawn? Okay, it does. Really nice D-ward there from KJ. But yeah, this lane pushing definitely hurts MNZ. Mid lane, speaking of hurting, Dark Mago's been on fire for the last like minute straight.
Doing great in CS though.
Wow, shocker. Pangolier CSing in lanes he shouldn't win?
Don't worry, we
How does
nerf
this keep happening?
Swashbuckle. It only does more damage now. I think
This
as
blows my mind.
yeah, I think as Analog picks up more levels, this should get a little easier for him. But I am a bit surprised that it's this extreme to start. Having said that, not really much of a Huskar player, so I don't know how these like first few waves and these exact matchups are supposed to go.
It's kind of
definitely
standard.
think if you're-
You start Berserker's Blood, usually.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you don't want to, like, just lose all your HP and then just die to a Swashbuckle. So a lot of times you just start Berserker's Blood and you don't have the wave clear. The other option in certain matchups is to open Inner Fire. But it doesn't help against Pangolier, really. Well, CS
he's catching
relatively
back up.
even across the board, though, right? Like, it's not really favoring one team or the other.
Not yet. Yeah, but I think this is where it starts to build up a bigger difference. As you get those levels in the Huskar, MNZ is going to start picking up more levels in the passives. I think he'll be able to farm pretty quickly.
I feel like I'm going to take my eyes off this mid lane for 1 second, and a hero's going to die. So, we'll see.
Michael's here.
Yeah.
We've seen this
How
a
many
lot. A
times
lot
have we
of
seen
early
this?
pressure. Yeah. But this is a
This.
tough one. It's the Huskar. He's going to the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I mean, he just
Goes
needs to
down
make
for it.
sure that he gets a rune right on the Pangolier. Like, he cannot play this lane without getting a water rune.
Ooh, I think Analog pinged out this observer back here. It's like, hey, he did this before last time. I took a quick look at the replay.
They're bringing TPs. Dude, this is the time when you can turn it. Michael, he does have a blood grenade as well. He's going to slow him up. Swashbuckle ends up missing from Dark Mago, and Schofield
Rocket
snipes
flare!
him with a flare instead. Oh, man. Michael, you got to be careful, dude. You could die to this.
He's going to respect Yor coming in. He's already happy with the Pango kill.
Bruh. That
No need
missed
to throw it
Swash
away.
hurts so bad.
Yeah, I wonder if they would have killed him. It's only level 2 Swashbuckle. He does have a Blightstone.
I mean, maybe the Bat Rider commits more if he gets the kill, right? Or if he hits
Yeah,
the Swashbuckle there. Dark Mago might just start creep dragging, honestly. He is in a really bad spot.
Analog knows he's just running over.
He's trying to just create chaos in the lane. He knows he can't play this lane regularly anymore, especially after that kill, because Analog is 3/4 of the way to level 6. And as soon as level 6 comes out, your lane is dead. Like, there's no chance you have to play this. So I like this. Good attention to the mid lane here from both teams. But we can really talk about the side lanes now, as Weaver, top of the CS, doing fairly well against the Magnus, but not slowing down Sacred too much.
Sacred's been getting some farm. When I think about, well, we've seen a lot of the supports just come camp mid, 6 minutes approaching, we're likely to see it. Think about the safe lanes. I don't think Weaver's at risk of dying, but I think Luna could potentially be killed by a Primal Beast, even though she's having a better start right now. I think Primal just has more kill threat, especially if a support, like, you think they're mid and suddenly they've rotated over. Like, that small difference could get her killed. For now, she'll be happily farming jungle to play it safe to avoid that, and I think that's a good idea. Michael picks up the amplified damage, running at a bat right or clockwork. Usually you don't see that, but I guess with this extra damage, ooh, 2 bounty runes.
That's nice. Bottom lane,
Michael's
KJ
capping
real
the
body blocks too. That's sick.
You should have known better.
Force TP out mid.
All right. So at the moment, the Huskar is doing its job. It is shutting down this Pangolier. He has a pretty sizable net worth advantage in the mid lane. He has a pretty sizable XP advantage. Normally, Pango would like to be able to fight for the runes with, you know, that 6-minute rune with his ult, but not going to get that opportunity. Top lane, Sacred falling incredibly low. Schofield thinking of wrapping around, but won't be able to find the kill, as the 7-minute Wisdom runes will spawn. It's going to go 1-1 on those again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay. I mean, overall,
Hero's
hero
got his 6.
on their way.
He's got to try to find a kill with that Rolling Thunder, but Weaver's going to be such a hard kill, so maybe got to go to that bottom lane. They have 2 wards placed down here, though, so they'll see Pango's rotations if he comes down to this bottom half.
Vailama getting aggressive onto Yor. That is level 5, so 3 points in the trample. Also grabs a casual Windlace. Level 6 now available as he goes for the Pulverize. Healing Lotus at the ready if he needs to. That's a great usage of that timing.
Schofield just messing with Dark Mago in the meantime.
You
Running
forced
at him
Rolling
with
Thunder out.
Yep. So we talked about that recovery mechanic. You don't kill Pango, but you're just limiting his options. He's not having a good time in the lane. I'm running at him in the jungle, and now he can't even rotate with his ultimate. Perhaps this is how you shut down the Pango. KJ now here to block camps too.
Yeah, this is... He's just taking any, like, farms areas that the Pango could feel safe taking, right? So this hard camp, usually a staple for the mid laner, has no opportunity to grab it. Top lane, they make a play onto the... Or I guess the Weaver is making a play onto the Magnus, gets forced to time-lapse instead. But overall, 3k gold lead for Heroic. It is slowly starting to add up here. They're looking for Schofield. Oh, nice use of the cogs. Do double mana burn onto Dark Mago here. Michael gonna try and run him down. Even bring in the Magnus as well. Schofield, tanky, but not tanky enough. They will find the kill. Ends up going to the Pango. He needs these types of finds.
At the same time, that's 4 heroes killing Clockwork, which does not feel that great in terms of map efficiency. Huskar's going to enter this phase where he just farms. It's a little funny. Like, if you think of old Huskar, you used to, like, dominate lanes and just, like, play insanely aggressive around Armlet. But now it's a little bit delayed. You win your lane, you tend to see him farm Ancients for a little bit to hit some bigger items like Sange, and then the aggression starts. What it allows is your supports to start picking up a lot of early levels by camping mid in your place, and Shadow Demon will definitely make use of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for the most part, they're pretty happy with what's going on. 10 minutes, Power Rune's going to spawn. Dark Mago with the Rolling Thunders looking for KJ. Doesn't manage to get to the Illusion Rune. So they should be able to pick up the Shadow Demon. A defensive disruption, but Pulverize coming out from Divine Llama doing some work. Analog's already cleaned up one hero, but he doesn't even get KJ. Divine Llama, dude. Doing so much damage.
Nerfed.
Flame Break nerf making a big change there as it doesn't find the kill onto the Shadow Demon. They get a D ward, adding insult to injury. Oh,
Your mid
boy.
tower's dead.
Yeah, I don't know how you... Like, you have no Rolling Thunder for this. Your Magnus would have to come mid, I think. Because he can just armlet toggle this for eternity.
Tower. Yeah, that's the speedrun strats.
Radiant's middle
Now, he doesn't want to feed his life away to, like, a TP rotation behind trees and then, like, gets nuked, so he's just going to back off. It's not his timing. He's just happy he got some kills. He wasn't even planning for that, so he's going to go straight back to the ancient farmings we talked about.
Yeah, KJ making more stacks for him. I mean, your timing is definitely that Sange into, like, one item, whether it be BKB, probably BKB, eventually an Aghanim Scepter. We're going to see another engagement here in the jungle. Clockwork. He's kind of just scouting, trying to cause chaos, making it difficult for Dark Mago. Unfortunately, they brought MNZ as well. He did get two really good, or I guess another ward. They already had one here, but a second ward now placed here. And even deeper into the jungle, Yor does not manage to find it with his sentry.
What's Weaver going? Maelstrom. Weaver not as fast of a farmer as the Luna, so I'm not too surprised to see him a bit behind. But I think he's still pretty happy with where he's at.
Yeah,
Sacred's
I
gonna
would
get
agree.
a blink. He's still a few hundred away. But maybe they can start making some plays around that, like a big blink RP, Pango roll. Yeah, you know, maybe like a Luna glaives bouncing around. I mean, one big fight, and they would recover here. Maybe it starts with a rotation down here. Looking at Divine Llama. Can't stop
no
this
way to
onslaught,
cancel
though.
that onslaught. He's going first item Yules. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh, on the Primal Beast? Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, well, okay, I say first item. He already has Blade Mail, but now he's going Yules. So, not a standard build that we see on this hero very often. I'm trying to think of why. I guess maybe to stop the Bat Rider, as that hero can be very annoying.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe Bat Rider or the
Or
instant
Mag.
cast on Magnus, interrupt Pango roll, which gonna get off just in time here. Roll away. Again, though, you don't feel too bad. We didn't kill Pango, but he didn't have a good laning stage. We're running at him in the jungle and blocking camps, and Luna also wants to farm the jungle, and every time he's rolling, like, a lot of them are defensive. Bye, Yor. It was nice knowing you. Right, so
Tried his
Pango is
best.
just not... Yeah, he's just not getting any recovery through all of this. And now you
Yeah.
just get to take this tier 1, because, you know, like, yeah, there's no roll. Magnus, not at blink, or they think. Actually, they do see it now. So the blink has been revealed by these deep observers that Schofield has been placing. Yeah, they're pinging it.
Yeah, they're pinging it like, hey, by the way, guys, Blink Dagger on the Magnus.
K1, if you get caught by this blink RP, I swear, I've warded for you. I have won your lane. So help me. I will kick you.
He will get a real nice pizza party. No, it's
Radiant are scanning.
It's true though. Like you scout this Blink Dagger, this timing could be completely wasted if they don't manage to find the opening. And he's positioning really well to kind of dodge this one out. Schofield is being super annoying. Gets the hook shot to safety here to get away from this Bat Rider. Does not want to give anything up here to the side of a Starbucks. Very low kill game compared to what we've been seeing previously, but it is kind of both teams playing their timing. During this all, Huskar doing the classic solo Roshan. And that is that's great. The only way you ever die to Roshan is under triple bash, if I'm not mistaken nowadays. Divine Llama mid lane has a shield rune and just a lot of HP. Demonic Purge will come out onto this Pangolier. He has a swashbuckle to get the safety. Ends up connecting onto Schofield. Big blink RP from Sacred onto 3. The skewer will be able to finish off the clockwork and a solar bind onto 2. That's the dream! 3 heroes dead on heroic. Huskar stuck behind the tower all alone. His Aegis saves him the first time. He's gonna try and get away for now. You do lose the Pango solo to this Primal Beast. But Weaver joins at the worst possible moment.
I don't think you can actually ask for anything better than that. That is the best first blink ult you could possibly get in a game versus a Huskar. And all 3 lanes, well, okay, maybe Luna was doing fine, but the other 2 lanes were very, very bad. I cannot believe they just found that.
Very nice play here from Dalai Lama bottom. Gets a quick solo kill. It's funny the way he's doing it. It's just like running through Firefly with Blade Mail, just stacking up the uproar charges before going in with the trample. And he has a Yules, so again, a very different build from what we're seeing. Dalai Lama is one of these people who is very creative from the offlane. I mean, when we interviewed him, I think in the last tournament, we were like, why did you do this? And he was like, I don't know, it just made sense to me. It seemed very, very easy. And we're like, okay, I guess. Thanks.
Yeah. Some players have a very like well thought out, this is exactly why I'm doing this. And you know, maybe he just didn't want to share it. But many Dota players at the highest level are like, I don't know, it's just like a feeling which you develop from playing it long enough. So it's always interesting to see like what players are what. Man, I think I need a top tower here. Luna's getting scary. I mean, she's been farming well this whole time. Has her Manta, just got some free kills in that mid lane after that fight, which I was painting it as a potential comeback. The Blink RP, AoE stuff, Luna Glaze, but I didn't actually think they would find it on so many core heroes. But Luna's gonna get her BKB. I'm guessing maybe a Scotty after that could be pretty good. Though maybe don't want to give a Scotty copy to Shadow Demon.
You might just
sure. They're gonna
honestly.
They might find her here.
Oh, Silence does connect onto the Primal Beast. Demonic Purge from KJ. Soulbind is out. He's a little bit skeptical about diving in, but he pops the blade now, looking to finish this one off. Yules to dodge out the initial stun. But there's going to be Eclipse out from MNC and a great skewer once again into an even better lasso. Heroic getting punished. Schofield on the run. No cogs either, but does have a hook shot. He's going to use it into a quick TP on out. So good play from him. I mean, Luna's looking real scary, man. You said it yourself. She does so much damage in this fight. Gets herself 750 more gold to boot as she cleans up both of those kills. And that BKB is going to be here very soon.
If Heroic loses this, they're going to be kicking themselves over that mid fight. The thing with Huskar lineups is you really can't afford to give up much momentum. Otherwise, you have some strict timings on, I have to win the lane, I got to hit these items, and then I got to like take over the game. There are counters to Huskar to hurt his regen, to like prevent him from being such a pain. And that's why like every time you give up kills and team fights, like it's a big issue. So they have lost a lot of momentum off that mid fight. All of this should have been like, Aegis should still be up right now, and they should have been able to like pressure aggressively with it. But instead, it feels like they just went back to farming, which means Luna's back to farming, and everyone else is free to find kills. Grab a Shadow Demon kill here, but K1 at least will not be caught in that.
As the Mage Slayer finished as well for Dark Magos, so massively reducing the damage that's going to come out in these fights with that Swashbuckle. One thing I will say is, Huskar in the past used to be kind of a, well, he's good early and doesn't scale late type of hero, but I think it is a little bit of a common misconception nowadays because this hero does scale. Very scary. But talk about the fact that they just get a blink reveal into a lasso, taking down this Weaver. And now looking for more, potentially, you still have Blink RP, you still have Eclipse. Like, you are very strong without a Weaver in the fight. And no BKB yet on Analog. I don't think you can actually stop this.
No, I think you were giving this up. They're making their way over, but without a Weaver, it's pretty scary. Like, only Lasso got used. You still have RP and roll.
Immediate Yules
Instant
catches
Yules?
the Magnus really well done, but that means Rolling Thunder's up. Soulbind on to 2. He can't go anywhere. Analog comes in, takes a whole Eclipse himself, and they're falling fast on the side of Heroic. 4 gone now as the tier 2 tower is claimed, and that is the literal worst case scenario, dying to a Luna lineup right outside your tier 3 tower. You have 2 fortifications available. But
They can just steal
boy.
Tormentor.
I think they're
I
just
don't know.
gonna
They'll
wait
wait
for
for high
creep
ground.
wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Shadow Demon Luna actually killed that first creep wave off.
That's the
Flying
14-minute wisdom. They're gonna wait for it to hit 21. Okay, or Dark
They will
Mago's just
not.
gonna take it and lose out on the XP. Doesn't want to sit around any longer. Dude, this is a huge swing. Not only do they get the Wisdom Rune, but they get the shard on Grimstroke. Who? Oh,
That's such a good one.
Well, can you look at Grimstroke's inventory? What he also had flying out at the time.
Oh, you hate to see that.
Time to sell the shard. Oh man, that is so sad. You should have known better, he says. That feels
I should have
brutal.
known we would have won another team fight by their tier 2 just as the Tormentor was spawning. Ah, such an idiot. I forgot.
That moment
Well,
when
you'll
you're like
take
being a
it.
good support, saving all of your
Yeah.
money to buy that shard at exactly 15 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, whatever. I was like 700 gold, I guess, for me. Is we
Still
stole
good.
it. Yeah, can't complain. They're gonna ping their own Tormentor. Don't really want it on Bat Rider, but I mean, if you get it on who's third, Magnus, yeah, it's pretty. Pretty
Honestly, the
nice.
second shockwave is pretty sick. So, all right, it'll go to Sacred. Okay,
Nice,
There you
easy, just like that.
go. Classic RNG. I mean, to be honest, the second shockwave I think is a little underrated. It just makes the slow duration so much longer from this ability because you're like, oh, I got hit from shockwave, and then you're like, all right, I can start moving again. Then you're like, oh, I just got hit from shockwave again.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty nice for a hero like Luna who literally just wants to stand still and attack. So hopefully getting a big RP skewer next to the Luna, she pops her glaives, pops the Eclipse, BKB is like, all right, I'm just going to A-click. You guys do the rest. Keep them next to me.
You're at a point now where Pango is basically taking the second highest net worth position here over the Weaver and the Huskar after...
Good thing we nerfed this hero.
How many times have we said that this tournament? I'm glad we nerfed Pango, guys.
I'm going to keep
Wow.
saying it for the next 2 years until he's nerfed enough to get out of the meta.
Yeah. I mean, they actually just
this
needed to not
game-
increase the damage on this ability.
Yeah. This game, that was just a spectacular fight they found mid that brought
Analog is
Dark
dead
Mago
here,
back
baby.
into this.
Rolling
Yeah, there's
Thunder's
no way.
coming out. He does have a BKB. He's going to be forced to use it. Dark Mago with a blink there, trying to cause some havoc, but he's instead going to turn around. I don't know if you want to do this. RP from Sacred. You thought you had the numbers, but guess what? A Starbucks was coming with more. Schofield now just taking damage here from the Luna. Eclipse at the ready. Disruption will buy a little bit of time. They finally get the mag. A nice amount of damage coming out from Divine Llama, but K1 on the run. Time-lapse back to safety. You got to be very careful here. This Luna is very farmed at Dark Mago. He scouts K1, gets sniped by an Elucent Beam, and BKB is still ready. He has not have to use it. Roll up here for the Pango. Swashbuckles away. There's your Eclipse. Divine Llama's dead. Triple kill now for MNC. Looking for K1. He's got no way out. All he has is this Sakuchi, but he cancels it by mistake, and they clean him up. An ultra kill for the Luna. What a disaster for Heroic.
I think you
Not
get
going how
high
they
ground
wanted.
here. Okay, they may opt for the safer Roshan rather than force high ground. They buy back, they kill you, they get Roshan. You know what? Considering how they turned this game miraculously, they might be like, okay, guys, we play it safe. We get Rosh. But this game is looking so good for a Starbacks right now. I'm not sure you can throw this. They're going to get the Roshan banner? I mean, you can always throw, but I don't know. I think that mid-fight, that was it.
Yeah, that was kind of a big turning point for them for sure. Your Baron has a blink. 4 staff. Sacred is closing in on a BKB. MNC didn't even have to BKB in that fight. He doesn't feel under threat at all. like the only hero he's gonna like die to is gonna be like the Primal Beast standing on top of him, but the Primal Beast had to deal with Sacred and Dark Mago. And Roshan number 2. You got the first one on the Huskar fairly easily, and a really nice tank from Michael blocking that hook shot. In comes Divine Llama. Sacred actually gets caught for a moment. He doesn't have an RP for 3 seconds, but look at MNZ from the low ground. He's got that 20 talent, just doing so much work. Disarm for the moment, but there's the lasso from the Bat Rider. Great disruption save here for the moment onto the Huskar Analog. He needs help. MNZ with the BKB, trying to just burst him down. Sacred gets the RP, but it's only onto the Weaver. Finally, Heroic looking like they're pulling away with this one. In comes this Grimstroke, trying to do some work, but they get the Weaver off the silence. Analog jumping in for more. The life break catches your MNZ, pops to the Eclipse. He still had it already, but another great save from KJ. He's done it twice now, trying to keep this Huskar alive, but it's not enough. Luna is too strong. Schofield trying to run away, but he's got the nighttime vision. One Lucent Beam to finish the job, and a dieback on your Clockwork.
Luna took that entire fight without her Conda. She had the whole thing at her courier. I mean, that was actually a really good fight from Heroic, all things considered. I thought the positioning of it worked out really well. Magnus, maybe he got a little too excited, jumped in without the RP. Luna was like on the low ground to the high ground. Like, a lot of things went Heroic's way for that. But just 10k behind, right? All the buybacks from Estar backs. Maybe that's something you can look to abuse here if you can find some kills on those heroes, which is, who was that? That was the Pango, Grimstroke, oh, and then one of them was the Clockwork. I thought 3 heroes bought back on Estar backs. I mean, if you can find some diebacks, maybe you can start, like, chaining that.
I mean, getting Pango here would be amazing if you can find him. Divine Llama is invis at the moment. Seeing a lot, but he's close by to his team. Scouts the Pango. The thing is like, you don't have the burst damage, right? Really, you need a lot more than just the pulverize. Huskar needs his Aghanim Scepter. Analog's just taking so much damage from this Luna. Oh my lord. KJ comes in, gets an and there's going to be an lasso catching Huskar's BKB is there. Great inner fire bursting up these heroes, at least causing some evasion, but a Soulbind just locking them down again. Hookshot in from Schofield. They're just trying to keep the Luna away from the Huskar, but they finally bring him down. You're throwing everything at this guy, but guess what? You still have an RP at the ready, just delivering the Primal Beast to his team. Sacred, what a play.
Schofield's trying to cut the wave. They're going to fortify. They can use this creep wave to take the mid tower and the high tower, the high ground tower. So here we go. Click it down, guys.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures
It's going to take them a minute, but yeah, that is going to be scary. Bottom tier 3 is already pushing in, so they're going to have to dress to one of these lanes. I don't know if they actually go high ground. They might just keep waiting, honestly, as they're closing in on some important items, like the Pangalier's entire Aghanim Scepter is on the courier, so his courier is dead for another 2 minutes, so they might just have to wait for that.
Dire's top tower is
One of the
under
things
attack.
people, maybe if you haven't heard us talk about it, the Aghanim Scepter is technically buffed for Pangolier because they increased the damage per swashbuckle, but the number of swashes per shield crash is the same. So it does even more damage than it did before.
That's looked really good. Shadow Demon has had a lot of great spells. Disruption, Demonic Purge on the right targets, but it's just not enough.
Yeah.
Sacred keeps finding so many good catches. He's working on a
And he has-
Harpoon too, so he can even do it on a lower cooldown coming up here.
Yeah, I was curious which one he was going to go because you have the option of going Harpoon or Ags, right? A lot of times the Harpoon is a less reliable initiation, right? Because it doesn't stun. You can BKB it. If you're Huskar, you can inner fire it, right? If you're fast enough. But still gonna go for the Harpoon. I think, why not? You already got the Echo Saber. 15,000 gold lead for our Starbucks as we approach that 30-minute mark. I mean, your Huskar needs a lot to get into this game. He's still about 3,000, like 2,600, 2,700 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. It's a massive pickup, of course, getting that 3-second taunt duration and the increased cast range. But I'm starting to worry that if you cast this on this Luna and she just presses Glaives, you die. I don't think you win the fight, to be honest.
Oh, definitely. I agree. If she has Glaives going, I think you kill yourself on that. So he's got to be real careful.
Could be really good for the Pango, though. I mean, that is one thing, right? If you can get him before he gets roll up or Rolling Thunder off, you might be able to like put enough damage to the Pangolier to kill him with like a single follow up. They're gonna smoke. They do have this amplified damage room on the Huskar, which will do some heavy work here, but he reveals himself in the mid lane to deal with this. I'm assuming they banner dropped mid. Yeah, they did. That's what's going on here. They're positioned really well here on a Starbucks.
Do it with flair.
I feel like you want to wait for some of these items. Lincoln's almost done on Hector.
That'd be nice.
Weaver has a lot of room to grow. Had to opt for a lot of survivability items after the way this game played out, but he'll be able to go back for damage, and he'll terrorize the supports with that. Right now, it's just not fast enough. Like, I try to do it. Who got this? Shard.
Schofield, Clockwork. So gets Jetpack.
Dire's middle
It's a nice
tower
one.
is under attack.
Satanic and Pike finished up at the same time on Luna. They get the lasso. Great disruption. He's still in pretty deep. Analog just taking a burst of damage from the Luna as well. Soulbind will pull into the Weaver. Here comes Sacred. Nice inner fire to cancel. He didn't BKB, but Huskar, he's in no man's land again. He's dead. No, he does have a buyback. K1 trying to escape, but MNZ still has that BKB at the ready, and you still have an RP. He goes for it. He grabs Divine Llama. Primal Beast will go down. Double buybacks immediately. Nice Gleipnir helping root up this Grimstroke and find the kill. They even get another. MNZ has to TP, but the Pulverize is there. You've left them to die. You don't have any help coming his way. Disarm for the moment, and that will be a fantastic kill. Clockwork also scouting out more on the backside. They found Divine Llama. Tries to swashbuckle away, but another Gleipnir to root him up. Can they get the Pango? Roll up is there. He has no way out, right? Surely he dies this time. And that will be a dieback, technically. That is a very long time
in between. They're going to hope for a very short Roche spawn here.
Oh, it's not.
Middle ground. Unfortunate. Otherwise, they could have gotten it here, and that would have been huge in terms of them coming back. Weaver, like from that fight, he does have his Lincolns now. I believe he's... Did he buy something? I thought he bought something. Well, he's working on the Butterfly. It's going to help his damage.
Oh, he just bought a Crystal.
He has a Crystal
straight out.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to help the damage, which I think is starting to make him a real threat, especially as he gets close to 25. Now, was your buybacks. That's why you really wanted Roche. So the next big fight, which might just end the game from there, is the next Roche fight. If we get another big RP into Eclipse, all that, and you get some of these diebacks, you're just going to be able to run it straight down and end the game as a Luna. If Heroic wins that fight, I think we keep going, right? I don't think they can end the game off a fight like that, but they'll keep this game going.
Absolutely.
Give
And
themselves
they have
another
Axe Huskar
chance.
now. So, you know, he buys back, and it was a worthy buyback as he manages to get to his Aghanim Scepter anyway. So, I mean, I think that fight swung like 5,500 gold their way. So, very good stuff from them.
Roche,
know
please,
Roche is
where
not
are
up.
you?
Oh, Divine Llama ends up BKBing here as Gleipnir will catch both of the supports. Yor trying to get away, but is it going to be enough? K1 chasing. Actually, BKB'd for this as well. MNZ is here. There's the lasso. In comes Sacred. Can he get his RP? The Yules from Divine Llama perfectly done, but K1 is still stuck. He's getting away for the moment, but not any longer. The RP finally coming through. Analog with a really nice grab onto the Luna, though. MNZ, Hurricane pikes away. He's actually going to live. No way. Divine Llama falling low. Glimmer Cape saving him for the moment, but Analog jumps back in again to make sure this Luna does not survive. But it costs you 4 heroes. What a play from these two supports. Yor and Michael just baited out so much.
Oh, I love this. I wasn't sure if they'd feel comfortable doing this. They're like, we can win. We can win right here. He's going to commit the buyback on Luna. I don't think they're even going to do Roche. Yeah, they're just running it straight down. They know no buyback on this Huskar. I think on the Primal Beast as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they double bought back for the high ground.
Dire's courier has
Weaver
been killed.
just got enough gold for his buyback, so they'll try to mount a defense potentially. How many fortifies do they have? They're going to have 2.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right. Oh, they managed to find the clockwork. Very good grab here from Sacred. His buyback's available. But fortification number 1 is down, and you have a level
pinging the
25
tier
Luna.
4.
So this lunar blessing is just huge for the team. Pango level
You
25
gotta
as
go.
well. Buyback number 1 coming through. Second fortification is there, but the glaives are doing the work. Weaver's buyback comes out as well. They know they still have time. They They force the buybacks. They will settle for the towers, and now they might just back for the Roshan.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
I think it's the
Economic
safe
damage
play.
is done.
I don't think they even have to. I actually think they could have ended the game. But it's, I get it. You want to make sure you win, and with this next Roshan, it'll have a free Agatims. You're unlikely to lose from here. This is the safe play. Especially with Luna committing buyback. So put an Aegis on her. You'll feel a lot better.
I feel like you give this Ags to Sacred, right? Would this not just be a great time to get a Horn Toss as well? Like, Luna's is okay, but is it that good?
Tower is under
Maybe. Looks like it is, because they give it to her.
Yeah. I would have been okay with sticking it on Sacred, but I suppose you could also just
is under attack.
kind of like throw it in between the Fountain and the Ancient and just zone off the entire enemy team as you destroy their base.
Yeah, it's
Could
true.
be kind of good.
All right. So, the Starbucks, they force a lot out of Heroic here as they get not only the mid lane of Barracks, but a third buyback, this one onto the Weaver, and this puts them on staggered timers, right? So, you're going to see Primal Beast and Huskars come up in just about 2 minutes, 45 seconds, but now your Weaver and Clockwork are on cooldown for 6.5 minutes. So, any of those kills can spell disaster for the side of Heroic at this point.
Let's see if we have any other big items coming up. I don't think so.
I mean,
Maybe
Luna's
this
going
Aghanims on
Refresher.
Clockwork. So, I mean, Heroic's going to have to hold this defense with what they have.
Dire's top
And we've already seen how hard it is for them.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower has
absolutely.
fallen.
You're just going to stick this Luna, BKB, Satanic, Aegis up front. And Sacred's just going to wait for his moment. He's already found so many good engages this game.
The night vision from the Luna, if she gets onto the high ground, it makes it so much better for Sacred here too. Because like typically, if you're Heroic, you're like, oh, we should be safe this deep into our base. They don't have wards, but Luna's bonus night vision makes a massive difference.
A
Walking
refresher's
high
on the
ground
way.
with 500 damage on the Luna here. Swashbuckle
Just
in.
drop
Does-
a zoning ult.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you absolutely could. They're going to try and do their best here. Schofield pops that overclocking, jumps in. I didn't even see what happened to the
Oh.
Shadow Demon. Just dies
Dead
to
to
a single
Glaives.
Lucid Beam. Divine Llama with the BKB. Go over the Pulverize, but Pangolier survives, and the RP from Sacred comes out. Goodbye, Heroic. No chance at all. The overwhelming damage is just way too much. MNZ just way too strong.
Has fallen.
And he's got a refresher
There
just
it
to
is.
add good measure to this, and that will be game number 3, going to a Starbucks one step closer to the main event.
Radiant have victory.
Sick game by a Starbucks. Special shout out to Sacred, finding so many huge initiations this game. Man, I don't know if you come back without that massive RP in that
In the mid lane.
in that mid lane, because they were about to hit their stride, really get going, and build up a lead where they become so tanky. Like even if you get that RP, I don't know if you kill them, but that was the exact right time you needed that catch.
Yeah, Weaver and Huskar burning Aegis and his second life. Like that's
And the
dream.
Clockwork would have interrupted it if he wasn't in there as well. So
Yeah, that was so nice. Just an incredible performance again from. We've seen some really sick Magnus players. I think it was Illich the other day had like one of the most ridiculous Magnus performances we've seen in the tournament so far. And the Luna pays off, dude. It gets so strong with this much farm, and he was able to kind of do whatever he wanted this game. There was some moments where Heroic were trying to focus him down, but you have Grimstroke with just a really good itemization here, like Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs, the Shard, just trying to do everything to keep him alive. They've got double Lincoln Spheres as well. Really sick plays, man.
yeah, and I think something else they can look to is that initial level 1 in the bottom lane where they're like chasing the Grimstroke. I feel like it gave Luna a free start to her lane. And not that Primal Beast ended up having a bad game, at least at the start, but the fact that Luna just got like the entire first free wave, denied everything, I feel like that set her up to then feel very comfortable farming. And while the rest of her team was feeling the pressure, she was ramping up. So when that RP finally hits, she had the damage to bring and she felt comfortable joining that fight. If she had a worse start, she may not feel like she can join that fight. Maybe she joins, she just didn't have the damage to turn it. You end up killing her, right? So a lot of things added up here. It's not like just that singular fight. I again appreciate that Heroic went for it and went for the Huskar pick, but this type of gameplay where you want to win the lanes and you want to play really tempo, it's tough. You're not allowed to make very many mistakes. I mean, here we saw the one huge mistake mid, like it kind of felt over at that point, right? They had their moments, but it was an uphill battle the entire time after that.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's just a fun series so far. I just can't wait to see what happens in our next game. Like maybe we're gonna go to all 5 Heroic. This is like, all right, we're just gonna go back and forth, see who gets the wins. But for now, we've got to go to a break, and we'll be back with a Starbucks versus Heroic here in the grand finals. Everyone, stay tuned. We'll see you soon. Game 4 of the South American Grand Finals is about to begin. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. It is Heroic versus Estar Box. And honestly, the series living up to the hype. We have had some very cool games here today so far.
Yeah, some back and forth. We're at 2-1 now, though. So one more game. The pressure's on. I kind of hope they stick to their style on Heroic. Like, sometimes when you keep losing, I mean, not that they've kept losing, they've won one game, right? But it gets kind of scary as you get to the end. It's like, do we play it safer? Do we do like the Huskar, right? I mean, it's kind of like we either win or we don't. I hope they keep committing to it. If that's what they feel comfortable with, anyways. It's totally fine if they feel like adjusting, but I hope they're adjusting because they think, oh, this is better, and not out of the fear of, oh, like if we lose this one, it's over, right? Can't let the fear get to you.
Yeah, not at all. I am curious to see what they decide to do if they do want to switch up the strategy at all, because I think that is important. I think we are not going to see Pangolier for the rest of this qualifier. I think there is absolutely no way that they let this through. This hero is way too good. But thank God it was nerfed, because, oh man, imagine if it wasn't. It'd be even better. Yeah, Dark Mago has just looked unstoppable on that hero. Even in lanes where it's a disaster. It's like not a good start for him against the Huskar, but still manages to come out as like the second most farmed hero at like 20 minutes somehow.
You know, it's 4 to 3 strikes. That'll do it. That's it. I don't know. The damage going up has made that hero too good. Too good.
Yeah.
But he did get dumpstered for a bit in that game, right? The Huskar was doing its job. I believe there were some rotations there. Schofield was just running at him. I really liked Heroic's approach, but like two things I think come to mind that we talked about at the end there. One, the way the lane started in that Luna lane, I think set her up to have a good time. And then,
True.
The big fight we all saw, that huge turning point in that mid lane. That's why I hope Heroic's not too down about that loss. I feel like if you run it back, you have a good shot at winning that game, right? I don't think it was a huge outdraft. Maybe they can, critique a little bit here, like this hero would be a little bit better instead of that hero, but they were kind of winning 2 out of 3 lanes. They were building the momentum, but it was just such a huge catch there. So game 4, ban Pango, and then go from there.
True. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think we might see like a little bit of a revert to some of the traditional bans here in this next game from Heroic. I think they want to make sure that Starbucks doesn't get these kind of comfort picks, things like Tiny, things like the Pangolier. Maybe even Grimstroke now is just looking really strong for them, because this is now like I don't even know how many times, but we've seen this hero picked up early in almost every draft nowadays, and it's looking incredibly powerful.
Yeah, the laning stage has been potentially hit or miss for that hero. Like, it depends on the draft, but as you get to that early game, we see a lot of arcane shards. You got a strong dispel for whoever's running in. Soul Mine has been so useful in so many of these games. Yeah, but man, you ban Grimstroke, who are you letting through? You're letting the Bat Rider, Kunkka, Primal
Crystal
Beast,
Maiden.
Timbersaw, Crystal Maiden. You gotta pick your poison.
That's cool, man. That's the fun thing about these teams is like they have some picks that you don't see elsewhere, and they are becoming like relatively ban worthy. And yeah, I think we're gonna still see like Crystal Maiden, Timbersaw, Kunkka, Pango, all probably banned out in the first phase. I don't think any of those are going to make it through anymore. But that might just leave them again going for a overall first pick Grimstroke. I took a look at I'm cheating here, for those of you who are wondering. I'm taking a look at who's selecting what. So priority, I believe, is for Heroic. Or no, it's for Starbucks. And they actually choose Radiant, and Heroic will take first pick going into game 4. So if they wanted that first pick Grimstroke, they'll have to wait to see, what Heroic grabbed first. So, yeah, I'm excited. I think there's going to be a good game regardless. And whichever of these teams makes it through to the main event, like, definitely deserves it. They've played one hell of a qualifiers already. But should be fun.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I'm sure everyone's hoping for a game 5 coming up here. But we'll see what happens in the draft here in game number 4. First ban, we're all here. Who's it gonna be?
5 seconds.
Dragon Knight. Timbersaw.
I think so.
Radiant team.
Dragon Knight Timbersaw, let's take him out. Good call.
Radiant team banned.
Enchantress. This is actually one hero that we have seen banned every single game. We haven't really paid much attention to it. But the Enchantress getting banned as opposed to the Chen, which is a little bit surprising because I feel like Enchantress and Chen fill very similar roles. But maybe just feeling that the Enchantress more of a comfort pick for heroic as opposed to the Chen.
I guess so. The enchant is also very good versus Grimstroke's Inkswell.
True.
Maybe that's something. I am quite surprised Chen has essentially gone ignored in this series. We've seen so many Chens do such a good job. I mean, it's similar to Pango, right? Where we're like, ooh, good thing we nerfed this guy. He's only winning his lane and dictating the pace of the game now. Very different from before the nerfs. There's our Grimstroke. I think Estar backs probably should have had a rough feeling this might happen. The
really
Dark
smart.
Willow they've enjoyed playing is still in here. Crystal Maiden still in here. Bat Rider. They seem to have been opting for a lot of support picks. Well, actually,
I like the Crystal Maiden.
Do you just go Pango?
You could. It's into
did it last
Grimstroke though,
time.
which is a little bit less good.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he played it into a freaking Huskar, so I don't know. You might just do it anyway.
Team banned.
Okay, go back for the Lesh. So a little bit of throwback. I think the game 1 where we saw the Lesh rack come out.
Yeah, I think it's looked like a strong hero. The fact that you can flex it's also nice.
10 seconds remaining.
I think when you flex it as a
5
support, you
seconds
do need
remaining.
some... Certain offlaners are going to go a lot better. We've seen some position 5s, Leshraks as well, I guess, but it helps a lot to have setup for the stun, and then Diabolic Edict is the reason support Leshrak works so well, and you kind of like need help being able to use that, which is why strong laners pair best with it. He also does perfectly fine in the mid lane. We'll see if they pick some counter picks. I mean, that's the nice thing about the flex, right? You can take out the Life Stealer. Sven's also kind of slipped through a lot of these drafts, actually.
Yeah, I think it's because Lifestealer was an option in a couple of them, and
10
they didn't want to
seconds
risk it.
remaining.
One thing to mention, though, is the Crystal Maiden is still through, and Crystal Maiden Grimstroke has been a pretty dominant support duo. Obviously, we saw the Bat Rider do quite a bit of work last game. So Starbacks have the option. It's like going for the Crystal Maiden pick to block the Bat Rider, which I don't hate. They might still pick it on Heroic. They still might go for the Bat, but the Crystal Maiden has always been one of these heroes that's phenomenal at shutting this hero down, not only from the lane stage, but just in the game in general.
Ten seconds remaining.
Magnus ban, that's a little bit of
5
a
seconds remaining.
nod to Sacred last game. I mean, rightfully so, he owned.
I think Magnus is one of those heroes. He can always win a Dota game. I don't know,
Yeah.
like the threat of RP Skewer, and then whether you're going Harpoon or Ag, stuff like that, the fact that it pierces BKB, groups everyone together, it's just always looming over your head. And I mean, it was demonstrated in that last game. You're probably feeling pretty good going into that early game. You're like, oh yeah, I'm totally winning top, right? Magnus not having a good game. He eventually gets the blink. First RP, you're like, oh no. And now you're facing elimination here. So, play it safe, ban it out. I get it. It's also a very safe early pick. It's difficult to counter in the lane. You might not have kill threat as the Magnus, but you kind of just farm. You get what you need eventually. I mean, we saw it in that last game.
We'll see as they are getting ready to go for their second pick here. I like the Primal Beast ban as well. We've seen this paired a lot with the Grimstroke. They go for the Rubik. Not revealing too much about where this Lesh is going, but I think with that, like typically you want to run Lesh as a 4. I think we've seen Yor play it in the 5 before, but for now, might just be
10
Dark
seconds
Mago's hero in the
remaining.
mid lane. We'll have to see. I think it was Heroic that picked it earlier. I was looking back. I think it was
5
game 2 that we
seconds
saw it,
remaining.
but
Some teams still like the position 5 Rubik, like Shopify Rebellion. Kittrack plays it a
True.
lot for them. I don't know if a Starbucks will feel the same, but it's technically an option for them. You know who's really dropped off?
Who?
Techies. He got that nerf to Sticky Bomb, and we just haven't really seen it. He's like one of the heroes who like really dropped off,
Dire team pick.
that
at
is
least here in
true.
the SA quals that we've been watching.
I wonder if it's just an SA thing where they prefer some of these other supports like Grimstroke, because yeah, you're right. Techies was kind of just paired with a lot of these offlane dominators like the Mars and the Centaur.
10
Hoodwink,
seconds
too.
remaining.
Yeah, very different approach to the games though now.
5 seconds.
Death
remaining.
Prophet picked up here. This hero has been gaining a lot of traction, and this is, I think, a little bit surprising we hadn't seen it until this game, but looks very strong.
Yeah, you have to be a little scared of Stolen Exorcism, but fits what they've been doing. Early tempo, try to win our lanes, go from there. She's a pretty safe pick, I want to say, especially when you consider how many other of the like safer picks have been banned. You can flex her mid, off lane, probably find a decent matchup, get the farm you need. It doesn't combo that well with the Inkswell, but I mean, of the ranged heroes, it is one of the better. Earthshaker, wild. I don't know. Do you have strong thoughts on this, man?
So I think this is very bizarre because you picked this
10
into a
seconds remaining.
Rubik.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit unsure as
5
to what the
seconds
idea
remaining.
behind this one is. It could be. I mean, it's like on paper, I'm like, maybe they're trying to deny pick something because I know Dark Mago has played it in the mid lane a couple times, but I don't know if they're just doing this to block the Pango and they're like, we dare you, pick the Pango into our Earthshaker, you know, because Fissure can really disrupt team fights for a Pangolier.
I guess so. They tried that with like the Clockwork Cog last game too. Maybe they're thinking Death Prophet off lane, you want a melee offlaner usually, which is kind of where I was going with, or soft support to pair with her. It's where I was kind of going with like Grimstroke, double range. You poke a lot, but it's like a little awkward. You may not want to Inkswell run in that close. Spirit Siphon has some range. You kind of like make use of that. So a melee offlaner or melee 4 support like Earthshaker pairs a little bit better with Death Prophet, but it's not a hero we see that much, especially into the Rubik. I don't know how I feel about it. We'll see where the rest of the draft goes, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
10
And I think
seconds
the Mars
remaining.
pick here is pretty straightforward. Like a lot of these heroes are going to struggle playing in or around the arena. Gives you a great initiation tool, good follow up as well with like Leshrac, whether it be a support or a core. You know, it has great follow up. I think we'll likely see another support. Well, if you pick your support here, you are giving away your Leshrac, so we'll see. That's yours 5 position Elder Titan for sure if I've ever seen it. So likely to be Lesh in the mid lane, Rubik 4 with the Mars. Interesting idea here. We'll have to see if the Elder Titan pans out this time. It did not work out last time they played it.
10 seconds remaining.
Leshrak's damage was really high in the early game and
5 seconds
buffed up
remaining.
even more with the ET, so I kind of like that idea.
Yeah.
Like you said, though, not always the strongest laner. It kind of depends about what you play into. Pango.
Wow. I'd say I'm shocked, but I'm not. So Pango picked here as the mid lane for Heroic, and he sees that he's going to be playing into the Leshrac. Not a super annoying matchup. He should be fine.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, we
One
need
thing to-
carries for both teams, right?
Yeah,
Radiant
exactly.
team ban.
Terrorblade ban. Okay.
I mean, you don't want to pick it against an ET. A lot of those illusion heavy stat heroes struggle into ET.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just so confused on where the Shaker is going. I really have no idea.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, is this
Perhaps they
5
don't know
position
yet
Shaker?
either. I hope not. I would like that even less than the position 4 Earthshaker.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is like, are you putting Grimstroke on 5 then and running Schofield as your position 4 Shaker? I mean, I know he plays Shaker, obviously, but then you're running a 5 Grimstroke. You have to pair it with a hero that can take advantage of it. You have to ban Phantom Assassin would be my guess here. She's good against the Mars and pairs with
10
Grimstroke.
seconds remaining.
That's about all I can think of.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I think Earthshaker 4 will do okay in the lane because you can do things like creep block, creep drag, stuff like that. And yeah, some fissure, spirit siphons, depending on what Estar picks here. But later on, I feel like you're going to get these stolen fissures, and it's going to be such a problem
Dire
for your
team
team.
Oh, the
Ooh, the
K1
Abaddon
Abaddon ban. That's cool. It was something we talked about before any of the games started. The fact that Abaddon has been picked recently by both of these teams in the qualifiers in the position 1.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
See Luna in the pool. She feels okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Works well with Elder Titan. She can definitely play around this hero pretty easily. He's a strong lane hero. Should be able to get away from like Death Prophet Spirit Siphon. She's very quick. You can just Lucent Beam and walk away. I'm assuming it's
Downside
offlane DP, but maybe they're going to run a 5 DP, a 4 Grimstroke, and a 3 Shaker. Like, I don't know what this draft. It's very bizarre. They ban out the
Same.
Bloodseeker.
You need to pick a generic carry here, since the Starbacks will get the counter pick at the end.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, we'll have to see. Not much
5
time left.
seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Okay, they go for the safe one. Faceless Void can get out of arena fairly easily. Gives you a lot of late game potential. Synergizes well with the Inkswell, which we've seen already in the series. Your counter, though.
10 seconds.
Do you
remaining.
try for the Medusa?
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like that would be okay.
I don't know. They only have a few seconds. We'll have to see. There's not a lot of picks left. The Gyrocopter. Okay. This is definitely a pretty strong lane hero. Synergizes well again with Elder Titan. Like you said, a lot of magic damage that he amplifies for his team, especially once he gets more and more levels of that natural order. Typically builds very tanky. Satanic Ags can keep you alive in Chronosphere.
Yeah.
How are you
Outside of
feeling
getting
about this?
Fissure blocked into like Spirit Siphon, I don't think it'll be easy for him to die either. He also brings a lot of damage, so as you run at him with Spirit Siphon, he may be able to fight back. But I kind of like this because I think Elder Titan's a really good stacking hero, and I think you can kind of get by this lane, and then Gyro will have tons of stacks to farm. And then you can go sit mid, as we've seen a lot at 6 minutes, like ET, Rubik, Leshrac. That sounds pretty good. I like a lot of the Rubik steals available here. He has like amazing options from every single hero in this game. I think Michael's going to have a blast on Rubik.
Or it becomes choice paralysis and he never steals a spell ever because he's like, "Bah, I gotta wait
Possible.
for this one," and he's like, "I gotta wait for this one." No, I'm just kidding. Michael's gonna do some sick stuff on the Rubik this game, I imagine.
Even like DP silence is really good against a lot of these heroes.
Dude, every DP spell is good for him, right? Stealing Spirit Siphon, you immediately get all the charges based on the level. Crypt Storm's great for farming. Silence is insane in fights. Or you steal Exo and then just steal another spell. Like, there's
Yeah, you
so many
pop it,
things
just go
that are
again.
like amazing with this for this hero, which is why I was very surprised that they did this. But
Prepare for battle.
we'll see.
Yeah, I can't believe such an early Rubik pick has so many good options for the steals.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is game 4 of a Starbox here versus Heroic. In the South American Grand Finals, the winner advancing to Dream League Season 23 main event. The loser will have to run it back next time. Both teams smoked up into the mid lane. They get some of their wards placed. We'll see.
Smoke's breaking here. Everyone's pinging each other.
He's already put his point in time walk. He knows. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to scout, do what I can. I'll time walk off any of the damage.
Yeah, they're clicking the hero, seeing what observers have been placed. I think they scouted that Yor still has his observer.
Oh, that Elder Titan taunt is ridiculous.
Man, back when there weren't that many taunts, it was easy to know all of them. Sometimes I'm caught off guard. I'm like, I didn't even know this hero had a taunt.
Dude, the OD one keeps catching me off guard, I swear.
That one's so good.
It is very good. Well, let's see what happens on the runes here. Analog gets the advantage, and Michael, Blood Grenade and a Fissure Block. That is what you want out of your Shaker. First Blood, they'll give it up here. Trying to give it up to the Pango.
They
One
gotta
more auto attack
hurry.
from KJ to secure it.
Divine Llama's
As-
gonna die.
You're right, Divine Llama is gonna die. He gets trapped by the Elder Titan, who's walking out with an Orb of Venom.
Divine Llama also started with Spirit Siphon to try to live there. That's gonna hurt his lane a lot.
Oh,
Nice
that's
fissure
a
to get the creeps
Big
under tower.
Fissure. MNZ's trying to tank them. He's gonna lose one creep, but that's a nice little play there from Schofield.
Needed to do something like that too. This is especially after that start. You do not want to play in a dangerous spot. If you kill Divine Llama again, it's over.
Yeah, I don't think. Oh wait, he had the spear coming from top. Oh, he does a lot of damage. Divine Lava. He's gonna go for his one Spirit Siphon here. Does a decent chunk of damage back to the Death Prophet as the orb, the Blood Grenade, I think completely off the mark. Yeah, it did not hit. And with that, I mean, the level 2 that's about to come out from this gyro is going to be very scary. Dude, they even get
They
the
connect
creep
the
pull.
hard pull too. Oh my god, this is so good for them.
You have to contest this, right? But like how? MNZ is level 2 on a gyro with Rocket Barrage. You can't really do anything about this. This is a sick opening to the lane. Dude, he's just denying all of these creeps. All right. Let's look elsewhere. Analog super low in the mid lane, but Dark Mago, well, never mind. We can't look elsewhere as the missile comes out. Good fissure block from Schofield, though.
Mid lane, nothing too exciting happening right now. They're just trading farm. Leshrac a little bit ahead, but I've seen that before on Pangos. The few CS in the mid lane's not a big deal. It varies between the lanes. Top
Yep.
lane. Looks like Mars off to a little bit of an early lead here. But I don't think anything as crazy as the bottom lane stuff. I will say, who got that first blood?
It
Analog
went-
did, right?
Yeah, it did go to Analog. The second kill went to the Gyrocopter.
Yeah. It's very annoying for Dark Mago. Already like, man, I gotta lay into Pango. Now he's got first blood. So I really don't think Pango, like, he may not win right off the bat, but I mean, he'll be fine. He's got like the early bottle, early items.
Yeah, he's not going to struggle at all. Meanwhile, talk about struggling. You have 6 CS on your offlane Death Prophet. Oh, nice fissure there
Nice
from
fissure block.
Schofield. Yeah, he's going to be able to secure the
I wanna
Lotus.
Last game we saw. Oh wait, playing aggressive on
Dude.
Divine Llama.
Divine Llama
No
might
way,
just
no
be
way.
dead. That's
So
close. That's gonna be a lot of damage from Yor here. Schofield, wait a minute. He's also, I mean, that's just, they just burned all of their health and mana. But, I mean, Yor's not sitting super healthy either. He might need to get some regen or go for like a deny and come back out. Fissure. Dude, this lane is very tense. Like, one bad positioning and you could die. Schofield's going for this bounty rune here with these boots. Should be able to get it. That's nice for him.
Just got to keep running away. But, so like this game, we saw the early first blood into Devi Lama harassed out. They get that sick pull. Last game, we saw
It was the
something very
Grimstroke.
Similar.
Radiant's
Yeah, where they were chasing the Grimstroke and Luna was just off to a free start.
Oh!
Game before that, Schofield, get killed just in time. Game before that, I think they didn't get a kill, but they got a bunch of damage on Faceless Void to start. Like, we're seeing a lot of stuff happening as the lanes begin, and it affects the entire rest of the laning stage. Like, to the point, it's so consistent where after I see it, I know I'm not supposed to judge lanes instantly, but in my heart, I'm like, this is over. It's lost. They've lost the bottom lane, like, within 30 seconds.
Yeah, it really does feel like the way that they have played some of these lanes has just been so perfect and kind of unorthodox, where you're like, why are they doing this? But then you see, like you said, Luna has an uncontested first 2 waves, right? Like 2 full waves to start the lane, uncontested. Grimstroke gets the deny, comes back full HP, full mana, delivers items off the courier, and your Luna is just off to the literal best start you could ask for. And similar stuff here, again, for MNZ. ET, he's a little scary. He's got that level 2 spirit now. Devi Lama is going to go in, 2 points to the spirit side. He gets caught from the centaur. A stomp as well. Unlucky there for the Death Prophet. Gotta be careful. Those jungle creeps, man, they will use those spells now. They're going to turn around onto Yor. He gets aggressive. Great fissure there from Schofield. All right.
That's a
they
very
punish this
necessary
ET.
kill for them. Yeah, I think it's a bit of a mistake. Like, since Devi Lama was so low, I feel like Yor is actually free to just go mid as we approach the 6 minutes, and he doesn't need to be in there. So now they actually get a kill, which does free up Earthshaker to come over here. ET will TP mid. So he wanted to come here, just probably not through dying.
Yeah.
6 minutes, Arcane Rune.
Telekinesis, stomp, but doesn't
Yes,
connect.
roll.
And analog going for the roll, but hard to play around the fissure, of course. Well, I guess in this
Not
scenario, perfectly done. Schofield just setting him up. As Analog gets himself one, looking for Yor now as well, unable to do it. These enchant totems just holding this Elder Titan back. All right, this is a great turnaround here for Heroic, getting this Pango off the ground. I mean, he was already off the ground with First Blood, but now even more so.
Dire are scanning.
And that first Rolling Thunder is going to come off cooldown very soon, as it was a Arcane Rune.
Yeah, getting a mid kill with your first Rolling Thunder is pretty much as much as you could possibly ask for. And like you said, Arcane Rune, so he'll look for another one pretty soon. Bottom lane, they're trying to dive MNZ, but they're getting pretty low themselves.
Dude, he played this so incredibly well on the gyrocopter. It is wild. Yor will finish off the Lama. Schofield's going to survive on 20 HP. But you get the kill that you want, which is the DP. I will say, MNZ on the gyrocopter has done an exceptional job at positioning exactly where he needs to for Rocket Barrage to be effective. He is going to get jumped here. And again, a lot of damage here from the gyros to turn around. They might get the kill, and they do. Thanks to the rotation back from Death Prophet, Crypt Swarm will finish the job.
Huge kill for Devi Lama.
Yeah. He's back, man.
kinda
Completely
back
neck and
into
neck
this,
with
yeah.
all these other cores.
Yeah, after all that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, that's why we can't say the lane's over right off the bat.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But he definitely had to fight his way back into that.
Yeah. I think that first death on Yor was pretty rough. Because it definitely gave him kind of an entry way back.
Mm-hmm. Analog's going to smoke down here. They're going to try to get this Death Prophet even further back into this. She has Exorcism, so you can just commit both and dive.
They have a really good ward here as well. Back
They're
behind
bringing
the tower.
K1 as well. This is sick.
Just instant Chronosphere. They've got an Exorcism on top of them. Stomp's not going to be able to connect, of course, and MNZ's dead. There's going to be the Arena coming through, but Analog just jumps in with the Rolling Thunder. He does not care. You're trying to just bring down KJ, and he's going to do it all by himself, but you get the Mars as well. It's massive. Stomp out from Dark Mago, trying to finish off Death Prophet, but he's just Spirit Siphoning through this all. The Exorcism just too much. They get 2 fantastic kills. Can you get more, though, is the question. They're bringing in Rubik now. As 3 points in this Astral Spirit. I mean, I don't know, he's only got 2 points, but does have a lot of damage at the moment. And Dark Mago
ending.
set up to try and cut this off. Pops the Edict, trying to just chase him down. Stomp doesn't connect, but it forces Divine Llama back into him. Really well placed on that Astral. So it's still very good for Heroic, right? Faceless Void comes bottom, gets a kill, goes right back top the farm.
And Schofield was left alone in the mid lane, so he was just farming it up himself, and he's halfway to his Blink Dagger already.
That's actually so sick.
They do protect that bottom tower, though, so I don't have to feel too bad about how that fight ended up, especially because they did get Divine Llama by the end. They're going to go for Schofield.
He has Echo. Yeah, he's going to use it. Not many creeps there, but it's enough to lock down the Gyro for Analog to finish the job. Rolling Thunder just for safe measures. It's also going to just chain stun up here onto Yor. Gets knocked to the low ground, but no matter what, you're either dying to the Death Prophet, you're dying to the Pangolier. A 3-for-1 exchange in the mid lane, and Heroic, man, they really want that game 5.
Tango now almost at the Diffusal. Slightly nerfed.
Man, I mean, I really expected Gyro to have a much better start this game, but the fact that he's now had 3 deaths has slowed him down substantially. He's going to go for the Chrysalis build to get towards his Aghanim Scepter. Of course, I think that is the most efficient damage for gold that you could ask for, but he is really struggling now.
Yeah, we've seen him play pretty well this series, too, so I think this is probably his roughest start. I think it starts off a little bit of a slip-up.
They know exactly where he is.
Oh, yeah, they're drawing that line. They saw him move back with this Observer they placed earlier.
Yor gets a sentry. He's going to check the high ground. He's like, uh-oh, there's a ward here. And I think with that, they're going to turn around, maybe try and find something else. Not as easy to gank with the Elder Titan being there.
Yeah, they're placing some deep wards with this smoke, though, and they're going to look to connect with the Pango. If you just steal some of these stacks, that feels kind of okay. There's a pretty deep one in that hard camp. They see him with their newly placed ward.
Diffusal comes out, silence onto the ET, and Analog gonna pick up another kill here on the Pangolier. Whoa. Oh. Yeah, okay, he gets it.
I merely dispose of them.
K1 has his Maelstrom out. He has Chrono
That's
again. I wonder if he'll
pretty good.
connect with his team again. I really like that earlier rotation, but that one's much easier to make than, like, say, the mid lane, because you have to commit a teleport to come here. And currently, it looks like his team's actually just taking it. They're face tanking the tower. Where is
Mago
the
has a
defense?
haste. I feel like you've got to defend this, right? He's
Base
looking
shield.
for Divine Llama. Nice
Ooh,
nice
stun off.
sidestep. Oh, wait a minute. They've caught Pango. Can they get him in the arena? No, it doesn't form in time. And Analog's going to get the Rolling Thunder to get on out. Leshrac has to disengage. Dude, the fissures from Schofield have been
he's here now.
but a 4-hero Chrono. Dude, connecting the dots. K1, beautifully done.
Yeah, tip that Chrono. Literally every hero there caught. K1's rotations have been awesome this game so far.
Yeah. Dude, Schofield has had some insane fissures. He is probably one of my favorite Earthshaker players, and a lot of people kind of forget about it. especially since it's not a meta hero, but he has
got
a
his
blink
blink.
dagger coming out at 13 minutes. That is
From the start they had, I would not have predicted this is where the Death Prophet and the Earthshaker would be. And I gotta say, it feels like a little bit of a mistake from Estar backs. More so than, like, off the start they had, feels like they slipped up a little bit to give them this game.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. Dark Mago clears up some pretty big stacks in his triangle, so he's just trying to get to his Kaya Sanj. I think it is kind of necessary. He needs that extra HP. He needs that status resistance as well. And then he's just queued up a BKB, and yeah, all that kind of makes sense. I think he'd rather have Kaya Sanj BKB than go for an early Bloodstone and be too far away from getting to his BKB when he needs it. All right, it is time. Shaker gets his blink dagger, sends a smoke, and now he is looking for his first target of the blink reveal.
Pango even has an Invis rune, so he can scout this out ahead of them if he wants to join in on the smoke.
It's gonna be Divine Llama.
Looks like they're gonna go meet the Pango.
I mean, wouldn't you like
using
to
the Cobalt
play
to scout? Yes.
Yeah, they're going top, man. I mean, they see Dark Mega right now. This is huge if they can actually get him, but there it is. The Inkswell to follow it up. The Chainstones are there, but the Arena Spear will pin down Schofield, but it's enough to do the job as Dark Mega is incredibly low. They're now chasing for Sacred as well, the Death Prophet. There's no way out at this point. Lesh, you are in no man's land. They end up getting their 2 big kills. You're on the front side trying to make some space here as well. Spear will send the Death Prophet back. 2 big kills. I mean, we talk about multiple different Inkswell heroes being able to go in. I guess a 13-minute Blink Shaker is a pretty good one.
Such a nice echo to start it. You get the 2 heroes you want. Leshrac, Rubik, can't have your spell stolen. Get the Rubik killed off instantly. Because honestly, you do have to be careful with this Rubik. He has so many good spells to steal this game that if he makes the cycles through them, he could turn fights. So getting him killed off nice and early. Dark Mago lives a little bit, but you eventually just run him down.
Yeah, they're playing super clean on Heroic right now.
$7K lead here at 16 minutes. Gonna be a tough game for a Starbacks. They're gonna smoke. Find Defy Llama, but not gonna get the amplified damage rune in time. Hey, you just gotta retreat.
Yeah, they will potentially bring down Schofield here. Dark Mago with this Leshrac. Just finished up his Kaya Sanj. I mean, this is the blink reveal from your Mars. This is what you're looking for. You don't have Arena for another 10 seconds, but it will be able to spin down this Death Prophet. And can they burst him in time? He's going to turn around with these Spirit Cyphers, and K1 does it again! A 3-hero chrono. The smiles from this Death Prophet. Like, yeah, nice one, buddy. Oh, boy.
K1, how does he keep doing it?
Dire's middle tower is under
Oh my god, they're gonna win off of these chronos, man.
It's just such good plays. Every single time knowing when he should show up. You're running into some Death Prophet issues, man, too. He's got an Eternal Shroud. Like, so much of this Lesh's damage is not sticking.
Yeah, they were trying to push it because Exorcism was down and Roll was still down for a few more seconds. But I think she got 4 Spirit Siphons off. So she was just healing up through that. That buys enough time for Roll to come in. At that point, it still looked okay. And then suddenly, boom, 3 of us are chronoed. Uh-oh.
And there's the funniest part is like the comedy of like a Pangolier like shield jumping to where he gets frozen at the top of the chrono. And it's like as soon as the chrono ends, you're about to get dunked on by this roly-poly-oly, you know?
I can't believe for
just
all his amazing
so good.
chronos, Pango's on top net worth. What is up with that?
Thank God we nerfed this hero, am I right? Oh.
Got the Diffusal Ags. I think this will be the new ideal build on this hero. Arcane Blight, Diffusal, Ags. I don't think this hero got nerfed with this build. Like, if you do this.
It's just actually more damage. It's like substantially more damage. It's pretty nuts. I can't believe that they did that the hero was reworked this way. quote unquote rework. Not even rework, but
Is under attack.
like.
Rebalanced.
Okay, for anyone who's wondering why we're talking about how this is not balanced. Jesus, man. Look at the damage. His swashbuckles did 700 damage to this Elder Titan immediately.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
Also, shout out to KJ. I like the way he's using his kobolds. He's scouting. He's blocking camps. The prospector's aura is garbage, guys. It's garbage. It's 20 gold. 20 gold over a full minute. He blocked a
Useless.
hard camp. You removed 100 gold from the enemy. Use your kobolds. Don't have them follow you.
Dude, just
Roshan
even
now.
having him as a ward is more useful, right? Like, just
Yeah,
be like, oh,
it's
we
so
found the
good.
heroes. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, yeah. You get to know where to go or where to avoid. Like if he had one here, he could scout out the enemy with his kobold. There's so many uses for it. It's so good.
Tower is under attack.
Elder Titan, unfortunately, doesn't have an Astral Spirit to send through the Twin Gate. Otherwise, he might be able to have scouted this Roshan. Dude, Divine Llama
He's
is
feeling it, man.
saucy today, man. He is
Dude, after the
feeling
start
it.
he had, he thought his lane was over. He's back in this. He's like near the top net worth. He's like, oh yeah, boys, we're in this.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, they're not even just in this. This game is very hard for a Starbucks from every point going forward. Not only, like I said in the draft, like Death Prophet has looked very good recently. When you're this far ahead with a Death Prophet and you're this tanky, he has Vamp Fangs, he got Sange, Eternal Shroud done, looking for a Halberd. You're gonna have to commit so much to killing this hero. And I don't think you can. Like, I really don't know how you managed to bring him down at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough. I mean, thinking about ways you can come back for a Starbucks, as you get close to the high ground, I mean, you got a lot of AoE. You got ET, you got the Mars Arena, you got all the Leshrac stuff, Gyro, Flat Cannon. You got some great spell steals from Rubik to steal more AoE abilities. So there's some potential for high ground throw. I think that gets harder and harder as BKBs come out, though. I mean, yeah, we see like Crypt Storm stolen from Rubik, so he's just like clearing creep waves with Fade Bolt Crypt. So going high ground is tough for Heroic. They'll have to be a little careful with it. Ideally, they'll find a big team fight outside the base. They're gonna find Dark Mago here.
Well, he was looking to snipe the Wisdom Rune. Analog doing a lot of damage already on the Pangolier, but it's gonna tease them and walk away. They do manage to take the enemy Wisdom Rune, so a little bit of XP going back for a Starbucks. Someone took the other Wisdom Rune, right? Am I missing something? Yeah, Gyro took it. Okay. So he has an axe. Chrysali's axe done. Pretty slow timing for most gyrocopters. Like, he'd love to be almost to like a BKB at this point, but
Radiant's bottom
he's got a long road ahead.
I guess just waiting for the roll cooldown. They have 2 minutes, 45 seconds still. Never mind. No roll needed.
Yeah, just instantly dispels off that stun thanks to the Inkswell chasing down Sacred. He's got one swashbuckle and another, of course, coming through in a second. And Sacred, I don't know if you're getting away. Oh, great spear. Good use of the Soul Ring. Analog's got a blink. Does he care? He's not going to go for it. Okay, instead he's looking for Michael, the support. He's like, this is a much easier kill. Thank you. Godlike at 12, 0, and 4.
Hey guys, let's keep picking this Pango hero. It's pretty good. Sneak peek into the team comms there.
It's just the, did you guys see what Dark Mago did on this hero earlier?
I think I can do that.
We should try that. K1 putting some pressure on the bottom lane. I mean, he's been like a sleeper agent this game. He's 0, 0, and 7. Oh, I see what I did there, right? Sleeper agent. That was cool. Thank you.
Nice,
Very
nice.
intentional. I mean, realistically, he's just been farming, showing up at the right time, throwing a Chronosphere, and just going back to farm. His BKB, Sanjiasha, Maelstrom, going straight for a Mjolnir now. Level 18. I mean, what more could you ask for your carry? Well, yours in trouble. Great fissure out from Schofield to set this one up. He's also got his shard now as well, so not only do you have the chain stun, but the terrain walking. Makes it really difficult to run from this guy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm just gonna start whacking at the mid tier 2. Still a minute on Aegis. I don't think you're feeling like you can fight this. So probably just gonna have to give up buildings. You're not gonna lose high ground yet, so I don't know if you even fight the second Aegis. I think you probably just have to keep waiting for your high ground. K1 teleporting back. They're trying to find Dark Mago. He's got the haste though. Should be good.
Oh, unless he walks back
unless
into
you turn
him.
back in.
The stomp out from Schofield. He's going to immediately BKB. Try and just bring down the Shaker. He's got a lot of damage off the mark for the moment. You can't. You have to Yeah, it's like you have to chrono him, but you can't catch the Shaker. Unfortunate there for Schofield, running for his life. But, I mean, they get the bigger kill.
K1 tried. He was being patient with the chrono to try to make sure. Because if you chrono both, the AoE damage is going to kill Earthshaker anyways. So he was really trying to save his Earthshaker there, but what can you do? Hey, buddy, it was worth it. I got the kill. It was a worthy sacrifice.
Yeah, it's when you like tip your Schofield, like, thanks, man, appreciate it. Analog with a double damage rune, amplify damage rune rather, but it's pretty good for a Pango, I'd say. Doing a lot of damage in these fights already. Has a Basher completed. All right, so real talk. I know we're kind of memeing about, oh, you know, it wasn't nerfed. Basher was actually nerfed on Pangolier because you get 3 instances of attacks versus 4. It is pretty much the only scenario in which Swashbuckle was nerfed was when you buy a Basher. You don't have like an 80% chance to bash on Swashbuckle anymore. It's you know, a little bit more realistic, but oh, nice little save of their wards there. Sacred thinking about going in, but not so easy. All right, MNZ's almost to a BKB. I don't know if that is the timing, but it is a timing for sure, and you need to start finding something here on the side of a Starbucks. You've had a rough game. They will scout Schofield. Nice spear sends him in. A ton of damage coming through as well as the Earth Splitter. Telekinesis, they will find him. Analog pops the amplified damage rune, looking for him on the backside, just pops the roll up, hits the wall though. Might be in a little bit of a rough position. The Llama should make it out. Analog will just TP, knowing that he cannot stick around. It's not the best kill, but it is a kill, and it is necessary for a Starbucks.
Gotta start somewhere on this climb back into the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think Heroic feels too concerned about it. They'll get the Tormentor. Their ultimates are going to line up on the cooldown soon enough. I think you just wait for the next Roche, which is in about a minute. You can look to take a fight before that and then use that winning fight to get Roche on.
He's about to chrono a Gyrocopter. He's 10 seconds away from Chronosphere. He knows the Gyro's up here under as he walked through a ward. I think K1 wants to try and find him here. Okay, he reverse time walks out. He was hoping. But you have Chronosphere up. I would imagine Heroic are going to use this as a time to try and find some kills.
On the circle. Hey guys, they have a ward here. Let's walk right through it. It'll really catch them off guard.
I like that strategy. Llama, his career's dead, but he almost has the money for his Shivas, which will be very strong this game. Obviously, will help deal with Leshrack's spell lifesteal, especially as he's closing in on his Bloodstone. They're going for their own Tormentor, or maybe not anymore, as they see some heroes barreling down the lane.
Gotta be real careful of going for Tormentor. We've seen some amazing Chronos.
Yeah. Level 20 now in K1, so the attack speed during Chronosphere, basically a death sentence to any hero that gets caught at this point. And they're gonna look for the enemy Tormentor, I'd imagine now, right? Are they missing any shard? Just the Death Prophets, which that's a good one. Extra little bit of CC, causing the fear. Good one.
Pretty rare to see everyone on a team have a shard at 28 minutes.
Yeah.
They're all pretty good this game.
Oh, I mean, they're just 15K ahead here, 28 minutes into the game, and I don't really see them slowing down anytime soon. You've got to find, like, the dream initiation on a Starbucks. I'm just trying to think of what it is. Like, you have to kill K1. He has a BKB and a Grimstroke sitting behind him, though, and that is what makes this so difficult.
I think you need a huge Earth Splitter somehow to help you have enough damage to kill them, because they're a bit underfarmed, and then, yeah, Leshrac puts out a lot of damage, but once these BKBs get popped, he's not really doing all that much, so I think that Earth Splitter's got to connect, and that's kind of the hard part.
Roshan it is. They're going to just make their rotation up here. They'll scout it. Exorcism comes out right away. And this will be second Roche going to the way of Heroic, but they're sniffing this out on a Starbucks. They know something's up. None of these lanes being pressured. The roar comes through. The scan connects. Will they make it in time? This is the best case scenario if they manage to get the opportunity. The stomp connects. Earth Splitter isn't there. They managed to break Sacred. He's silenced, but he gets the arena off, but there's no one even remotely close to get to him. The fissure block from Schofield keeps the rest of the team at bay. Sacred is dead. Call down from MNZ. He's trying to find any entry. The Chrono whiffed. Actually, Michael walks into it by mistake, and Analog's still alive. Dark Mako with the BKB trying to chase them down. MNZ's going to find his own BKB here, trying to bring down the Grimstroke, and he's got him 2 dead. On the side of Heroic, honestly, the best fight we've seen so far from a Starbucks. If they can get out, it's not that bad. He's going to start getting bashed. Pops the Ogre Seal Totem. A Stomp. Not going to be able to connect. And he's trying his best, but time dilation too dang good.
I think you can't complain too much on that fight as a Starbucks. They're pretty behind when they took that fight. Really well played by Schofield. Once he saw MNZ moving in, he left his sneaky position in the corner to break smokes. Amazing fissure combined with the shard to just stun everyone up so that Mars jumps in, but no one on his team can follow up. So they just clear up the Mars and then go for the rest. You do find a couple kills, like that Pango. And I guess considering how far behind you are, it probably was kind of okay economically.
I mean, I think they ended up coming out quite a bit ahead, so very nice from them. MNZ needs to be careful. This Faceless Void can definitely chase you, and there's your fissure. Stun number 1, stun number 2, no BKB, and boy, oh boy. What?
Wait,
I'm stuck. Step brother. It's okay. He pops the BKB, time locks forward. He's like, I'm not letting this gyro get away. Time dilation plus Scotty. Yeah, good luck.
Great kill to get. Now move in. Look at that Kobold. He's going into scout. He's going to go siege that high ground base. Like they're going to pick the bottom lane. They have Exorcism if they want to pop it early.
You would be correct. Whoa, that's a stolen Exo.
Stolen Exorcism.
Hello. All right, you got to be careful still. The Dark Mago Lesh does a lot of damage. Stomp will be dodged. Nicely done. But he's gone
nice
Aether Lens on Mars. Interesting. That is not something we see all that often, but a very cool, like, there is a lot of synergy with the spear range, what you can do with it. Need to be careful, though. Blink Dagger from Mars is still an option. Exorcism about to expire. Leshrac with these split earths being a little bit problematic. And they will time walk away. Dark Mago.
Jumping in.
He's just teasing him a little bit, it would seem. Schofield's like, good luck getting back into your base. XD. Okay, so Gyrocopter's back. They chip down the tier 3. They take it. They get they didn't get the second fortification out, but it is definitely a decent start here for Heroic with this Aegis.
exorcism up in what, 75 more seconds. So they'll have to choose if they want to wait for that. Aegis will be just about done at that point. Looks like they're feeling good enough to just go again without exorcism. Rubik does have it. They'll have to be a little bit careful of that.
Yeah, K1's just taking the bait.
Just doing it.
I mean, maybe to them, it is just one range racks at the moment. You definitely don't want to lose more than that. We'll see, though. Spear off the mark from Sacred. Good sidestep from K1, but now you are chain stunned on the Mars, and K1's looking for Michael. Just be a little bit careful. He's in kind of deep. Mars forced to pop the BKB. They managed to get a nice Earth Splitter, but Divine Llama is not dead. The Spear onto 2. Dark Mago with the follow, but he gets stunned. He didn't BKB. They managed to get the first life on the Faceless Void. MNZ. Can they bring down Divine Llama, though? That's the big target. He's surviving, but the Chronosphere's caught, too. Analog's on the edge, though. Pangolier, he's going to lose his life, and K1 with the BKB trying to just chase down Yorick. Gets stunned up. The Spear pins him against the wall. Schofield, the Echo, to save his boy. He gets out Michael. He's looking for these kills. Time walks on forward. Can they get the Faceless Void? I don't know. I mean, that is a dream save here from a Starbucks.
They're doing it. It was 2 buybacks, so a bit costly. Oh, they're going to see K1 off their observer.
He's scanned. He's
though.
like, they're still chasing me, guys.
I got to get out. Okay, I'll stop farming. Oh, I mean, that's about as much as you could ask for on a Starbacks, considering how far behind they have been.
Dire's middle tower is under
The
They have
arena
so
just
much AoE damage.
Yeah, arena breaking the fight up enough and connecting on that Faceless Void, and Pango, just as like Pango was trying to come in, got stunned, killed off before he could really do anything.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Now,
Dark
it
Mago
is...
definitely does the damage when he jumps in like that.
Yeah, I was like, they are still 13,000 gold behind, but Dark Mago is closing on his level 25, and he's got some pretty scary items. We're going to start seeing this Lesh become a significant problem to where I think he only dies in Chronosphere. Wind Waker is going to make that a lot more difficult.
You know, with 3 people going for Wind Waker, the Leshrac, Mars, and Rubik. Now, it's going to take a while to get to those, but if they keep dragging this game out, that's going to be a really good item. It's going to make Chronosphere very difficult to use. You have so many saves on your team, and I think with a Gyro, you might be favored in these longer fights. Chronosphere, like, they want to find kills in that commitment. And if you're saving people with Wind Waker,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
you can drag it out,
Dire's top
keep
tower
flat
is
cannoning
under
them
attack.
down.
That being said, K1 has a refresher queued up, and there is a point where it's just like double Chronosphere is usually too much for any team to deal with. So you have to be a little bit careful of that.
That's why we have 3 Wind Wakers.
That's true. Oh, man.
Well, not
25
yet,
in the
though.
Faceless Void
Not
as
yet.
well. Smoke up. I mean, they saw the smoke, or these heroes come through the middle. Analog, his smoke pops, a little bit scared. Sacred jumps in, doesn't find him. A huge fissure from Schofield, just instant echo. The BKBs as the response. K1 on the backside finds his target, trying to bring down the Mars, trying to bring down MNZ, but the Satanic was popped. He's surviving through it all. They turn around onto Divine Llama, but he's able to Spirit Siphon through this, and there's the Rolling Thunder. The Split Earths are there, the call down as well, but the BKB is expiring. Can they get out is the question. MNZ hiding on the high ground, but K1 to follow it up. The Force Staff's not gonna save him. It's too much damage. K1 finds his mark, as now Dark Mago as well in trouble. Bloodstone can't save you. Schofield, man, the unsung hero of this game, it seems, over and over.
Coming down the mid lane, you got 1 buyback. Don't think that's quite enough, but he'll throw out the Split Earths. I thought he was about to just go in there. I mean, he did, and this might be a dieback. They're going to have to commit more to save him.
Dude, K1 just feels so confident, especially with the Satanic now.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
No, they will get their
Amplify
first lane of
damage, too, when they retreat.
They scouted it with the couriers. That's refresher for Void and a Blink Dagger for the Grim Stroke.
Middle tower is under attack.
It was looking pretty close, that fight. K1 jumped back into a split earth and got stunned. Took a huge amount of damage, but yeah, just not quite enough. Time Walk just heals all of it back up, too. I was saying drawn out fights, you know, can go the way of the gyrocopter, but I guess with Time Walk, if you just keep jumping off damage, Faces Void, not too bad in those types of fights either.
Plus just the innate backtrack now, right? So,
Yeah.
well,
I like the choice, too, because his team does not have... It's not easy for them to add in damage to Chronosphere. So, rather than try to, like, get a huge Chrono where it's still just you doing the damage, he'll keep the smaller Chrono, but make it harder to actually kill him. So he can kind of, like, bait more things for his team and can lead to some of the huge echoes we've seen Schofield getting throughout this game.
sells his boots, buys refresher, happens to find a ninja gear as well, so possibly the best item he could find, giving him a lot more mobility around the map.
Roche is up if they want to go grab that. It's going to have Ags.
They can start
who
it
do we give
before it
that
turns to daytime. Probably just K1. Time Walk Ags is pretty good. You could make an argument for Grimstroke because of the Dark Portrait on Gyrocopter, but
oh, he's making a case for himself right now. He's like, please, dude, come on, you farm it. Let me have it. They were waiting for it to go over. I guess this is double echo, double roll, double exorcism, like whatever they want there.
give it to Schofield, man. This guy's played an insane Earthshaker. He's got Timeless Relic as well, so longer stun duration, easier to chain up his spells.
As a Shadow Blade to make it easy to find fights too. Oh, and the creep banner. Yeah, let's go.
Can't wait to see what they eventually do to rework this. Yor is going to send his spirit through bottom here to try and scout this one out. It's already very low. Maybe he can steal the last hit with a stomp. Nah, not going to be able to. Oh, he comes in. What? They actually just chrono instead just to make sure that he doesn't steal this. So, I mean, an
I
interesting
respect
call
the attempt,
from Yor.
honestly. I mean, the way this game's going, you're probably going to lose, right? So, you got to do some crazy
Oh,
stuff.
they're going for MNZ, dude.
Hey, ET's dead. What are you going to do?
No chrono, but MNZ needs to be very careful. If he gets an attack off, oh, Glimmer. There's only so long you can do this. K1 with the backtrack. What a fissure again from Schofield, isolating this Gyrocopter. He pops the Satanic, but K1, he's just walking in 1v4. He doesn't seem to care. Oh, you gotta start caring. This Lishrak does some damage. He pops his BKB, pops his Satanic, trying to just heal through it. He is literally tanking the entire team and surviving. Sacred stuck on the low ground. Oh, he just time walks right over the spear, able to just get him away, but he might have to BKB this and start backpedaling. He will.
He accidentally put the Roshan's banner in instead of his refresher. Otherwise, I think otherwise I think he might have committed it there and gone to finish the job. But with that was a bunch of spells baited out. He can now feel pretty comfortable just pushing with his team if he wants. Maybe doesn't want to feel forced to use this refresher though. So they have time on the Aegis. They can just wait out the cooldown naturally if they want.
I could see that. I actually wouldn't hate that. I think waiting for his spells to just come back up so that you can take a double Chronos fight is probably better. Gyro hits his 25.
Banner.
They put it on the Pango. Well, he planted it, so it is mid.
Mid now. Okay.
That being said,
mid
it's
lane,
deep mid, so it doesn't even matter. Like these creeps are never going to make it to the high ground with this buff, so that buff essentially does nothing.
I think they'll just get to the enemy base.
They'll get to like the stairs as it expires.
Yeah,
That's like 45
as it
seconds.
expires.
Oh, Yor again uses his shard to go in. Might regret that one. Takes a ton of damage as the Rolling Thunder from Analog they can finish off the ET, and they do. Dead again without buyback. Can they finish off this mid lane of Barracks? K1 just being super annoying with these time walks.
He knows how hard it is to kill him twice.
Yeah. He just chronos up the Rubik. Great Yules, though, to slow this one down, but Michael is still dead as buyback's available. K1 pops his BKB. His refresher coming off cooldown here in just a couple of seconds. As there it is. He's going to put to use. Does he hit the chrono? No. Holds on it once again. Buyback from Rubik is out. He's thinking about it. He's definitely thinking about it. Time walk in. Chronosphere catches Rubik again. That's going to be a dieback. The hate for this guy is real. And now Leshrac, BKB, they've managed to trap Divine Llama, but he's got a Wind Waker. He's out, baby. K1 on the other side. Still has Satanic at the ready. And a lot of spells committed from his Starbox here, and they cannot find an opening. All these heroes on Heroic sitting nice and healthy. Divine Rapier picked up on the gyro, but hasn't been able to put it to use. K1 will get stunned up. Do you go for a Blink Spear back? I don't know. It's really difficult.
Game 5 is looking like it's on the horizon.
It definitely
K1
is.
keeps
Jumps
jumping
in,
and they just cannot do enough.
Immediate Wind Waker out. K1 is still on the Barracks. MNZ, he's going to get jumped on. He pops Satanic. Earth Splitter's there, but can they bring him down? The Echoes again from Schofield. You have lost Faces Void's first life, but he's got more. He's looking for this. Leshrac brings him quite low. Can't finish the job, but MNZ with this Divine Rapier doing his best. Time walks in aggressively. Flak is out. Can he bring down Divine Llama? He actually might regret coming in this aggressive, but he just got that Wind Waker trying to heal through this all. Leash comes out, the silence onto the Grimstroke. Can they find the kills? K1 is just so damn tanky. Impossible to bring down as he's just going to go one after the other. Rubik is back. He's like, oh, I'm going to get you, man. You've been doing this for too damn long. MNZ, telekinesis onto the Death Prophet, but again, the Wind Waker is just too much. He's dead.
Divine down.
Divine Rapier on the deck, picked up here by the Faces Void. Not going to continue that TP. And Heroic, so much going their way, but are still respecting the potential high ground. Do not want to give this Rapier back.
Okay, you know what? The Catapult was in the base for a little bit with Roshan's banner, so they've got like 5 to 10 seconds in the base. Still not the best, but you're in a great spot for Heroic. 44,000 up, almost 1,000 a minute. I don't think you even have to wait for the next Aegis. I think once this refresher's off cooldown, you're gonna see them just walk in. You might even see him do it before. He's just been jumping in 1v5 with the items he has. It's so hard. The status resistance, the lifesteal, the BKBs, all of it. It's just so much. Putting the Divine Rapier in does mean he's actually a little bit more killable, so maybe it's going to have to be a little careful, but I think he should just... Like, if he wanted to, he could just commit Chrono, finish off this melee Barracks to get the Megas.
Yeah, I mean, they commit Exorcism. Michael doesn't get it this time. Gets Gripstorm, though. Divine Llama going aggressive. He's going to be able to dodge out that first stun. Sacred drops the Arena. The Spear's not going to connect, actually. And they are really just wanting to commit, bring down this last Barracks, get themselves Mega Creeps. I don't blame them. BKB at the ready. Leshrac dead for 15 seconds. The Chronosphere comes out. He gets the first target. It's going to be the Mars. MNC's forced the BKB on the backside, but the second Chrono's at the ready. He doesn't commit it yet. They secure themselves Megas. Where is this Elder Titan? He's dead. Okay, he's back there trying to do something on the backside with this shard. Doesn't quite make it happen. No buyback on your Mars. Going to make it very difficult as he's probably your only way of getting heroes back into the fountain. Stun. Up onto the Gyro. You got to be very careful not to stack on Gyro and Lesh here. Exact. Lesh just goes in aggressive, looks for both supports, but they've got double invis. There's the Chrono. He gets ET, Gyro. He gets Lesh. He gets them all. K1 closing out this game in style as Dark Mago. No chance of escaping. GG comes out, and we've got a game 5 in this grand finals. Starts with a great Chrono and ends with a great Chrono, man. Holy heck.
Someone can make a compilation just out of this game. Was there a single whiffed Chrono? Actually, there was one, now that I think about it, and then Michael. Oops. That was like the one missed chrono. Almost all of them had multiple people in it. Really nice plays from Heroic. I think still some, a little shakiness in that laning stage, but great rotations to help deal with that. And I think K1 played a phenomenal game this time.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't die. He goes 16-0 and 18 on the Faceless Void. I mean,
Insane.
he started the game 0-0 and 7 and then proceeds to go 16 kills after that. Like, that is probably one of the best Faceless Void performances I've seen in a while. His initial rotation bottom to just chrono up the gyro, get the kill, they take the tower, and he just goes back top. Multiple rotations into team fights at the best possible opportunity. He gets like the 4-hero chrono at the mid tier 1 tower, gets a 3-hero chrono at the top rune. Like, this was an insane performance from him.
I don't think you could ask more for him. Game 5. Man, what are we going to get? It's been so back and forth, literally back and forth. Both teams taking it from each other. I don't know. They have not. They've stuck to their guns. We've gone relatively fast tempo on all of these games. Maybe this one was the slowest from Heroic draft-wise. A little bit more balance to it. But I mean, even with the Death Prophet and the Pango, it took a while to close this one out, but it feels like they took control of the game pretty early and held it throughout.
Yeah. Pango looking very good again in this game. I mean, he's kind of like not the star here. I will say Earthshaker had some sick plays as well, had some game-changing Chronosphere Echo Slams, or just even
That's how
fissures.
good they were.
Yeah, right. It's Schofield's Shaker is definitely something to remember, and we'll see what happens in Game 5. Because honestly, at this point, it could go to either team, and I again, I'm just super stoked that we had such a cool series so far. But we've got one final break, everyone, and we'll be back with the 5th and final game of a Starbucks versus Heroic here. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. time you've all been waiting for. It is game number 5 in this grand finals between Heroic and Estar box. It has been a super back and forth series. I'm sure game 5 will not disappoint. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. And man, this has been so fun. Like, good game 1 and 2, I think, was like both teams kind of showcasing like what they're able to do with the right draft. And they're like, yeah, we can stomp these other teams. But the next two have been very back and forth, very close. And now game 5. I don't know, dude. The 60-minute long haul. What do you think?
I think it's one or the other. Either we're about to see like a 20-minute stomp or the full 1 hour. It's been, like you said, it's been pretty cool. I think Heroic has been bringing some interesting drafting, at least in those earlier games. This most recent one was a little bit more standard, though. I mean, they grabbed the Earthshaker, which you and I were very, very concerned about, like into the Rubik. It was a little bit of a weird pick, but really paid out for them. Did maybe have a bit of a rocky start in the landing stage, which has been very scary. It seems like for a lot of these games, whichever team comes out ahead in that landing stage, there's been some back and forth, but that team has felt in control till they eventually close it out. So I'm wondering if here going into the final game 5, do we kind of double down on very strong lanes, very careful how we execute it? Because, I mean, actually, even in that game, Estar backs, they had a decent start, especially in that bottom lane, but, maybe a bit of a mistake to then give up that lead. So, I mean, it's not 100% on the draft. They have to be careful about these executions, which has really defined a lot of this meta. Like, we see a lot of these early fights at the bounty runes dictating a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty huge how like a couple plays in the like at the horn or at the rune spawn can make a big difference into the lanes. This last game we thought like there was a really good start for this gyrocopter lane, and we thought maybe Divine Llama on this Death Prophet was going to start to struggle a ton, but they end up finding a nice kill. They, I think, rotated mid as well on the supports. They find Yor a second time. And meanwhile, like Death Prophet's chilling 1v1 against the gyrocopter at that point, and that should be fine. Like that's actually what you would prefer on the Death Prophet. And comes back with a huge swing, getting him completely back into the game. I will be shocked if we see Pangolier. I was gonna say Pango and Pangolier, but if we see Pango make it into game 5, I will be shocked. I cannot imagine either team is willing to give this one up.
It just seems so good. Right now, it doesn't strictly have to be Pango, but I think I've really enjoyed seeing the teams pick pretty standard, stable mid hero. Like, you don't have to worry about the counter pick. This hero is going to perform. Like Pango, Primal Beast, that type of hero, stick him in the mid lane. It's nice if you have that flex potential. Pango doesn't, but just seems to be good enough. Dragonite, Primal Beast do. But you pick it early in the draft, and I feel like it gives you some wiggle room on the other counter picks then. Like, okay, we pick a strong support into their core. That helps us win our side lane. Or, okay, they pick their carry. I then counter my off lane. It just feels right now, so many of these mid lanes, you try to counter pick, and it just hasn't felt super worth it, at least from the games you and I have seen.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm curious what they want to do. I think the opening bans might be similar to what we saw last game. It seems both teams are really feeling this Grimstroke opener, and I mean, I can't blame them. That hero alone in these games has had so much impact. Like last game, it has 0 kills, but 31 assists, only dies 3 times. It seems like Inkswell on any hero that can go in or just like as a save mechanic is fantastic. Like this game, like Spear can come out from Mars. You just like Inkswell insta pop them to dispel your core so they can get off like their BKBs. But yeah, it's just looking like a solid hero, even if you don't have like some soulbind combination, which they didn't have at all on Heroic that game.
Yeah, we've been like Grimstroke, like you mentioned, this hero that has the aggressive potential, but then also a save mechanic through the shard. Rubik is similar, aggressive potential. You could steal saves, or you get the shard, you can reposition people. We've seen Shadow Demon have that type of potential. It's part of the reason I think we haven't really seen heroes like Oracle and Dazzle, like the actual save heroes, because they don't have as much aggressive potential. But you could pick these aggressive supports and be like, well, I can also save, so it's like the best of both worlds. And it's not really it's not something to worry about for this best of 5 like grand final here, but maybe going forward, we could be a change to that if we want different heroes, because save hero has been out of the meta forever. It's all about these early aggro supports.
Yeah, it really is. And it is all about game number 5. So let's go and check out the draft as the ban's just about to begin here. Tiny removed. No surprise there. You're against Dark Mago. You don't want him to play that.
That's another support who has aggressive potential. Toss save.
Radiant team
Curious where they
ban.
go. Yeah, they're actually just going to go very similar bands. Tiny, DK, Enchantress, Timbersaw. The same 4 we've seen so far. Now, will anything change on the next 3 is the question.
5 seconds remaining.
We've seen a lot of Kunkka bans. I don't think Kunkka's made it through any of these phases,
Radiant
actually.
team ban.
Undying. Yeah, he's another one. Shadow Demon. Ooh, we might see a Kunkka, actually.
I mean, you could just first phase the Kunkka. I think it's okay. But then at the
like it a
same
lot,
time,
yeah.
you're like, they might just pick Pango and be like, yeah, whatever, we have Pango now. Like, who cares?
I think it's kind of okay, though. Like, ban Shadow Demon, pick Kunkka here. If they want to go for Pango, I suppose they could do that too. Like, are we back to that point? Literally first phase Pango? Maybe.
Almost. I think I'm down with the ban Shadow Demon, pick Kunkka, because it's something Divine Llama can play and you can flex it. Otherwise, you just go for the supports again. Go for the first pick Brimstroke and then fall back on some other stuff.
Yeah, I've really liked Kunkka. We haven't gotten to see it this series, but all the Kunkka games you and I have watched have looked good. They're taking some time on this. Maybe do we want to play Kunkka? Or is it Pango? Maybe didn't expect to get this choice here.
Right, that's a good point. The Undying ban is interesting because, again, we haven't seen it all that much. They will ban the Kunkka. I would be shocked if we don't see either Grimstroke or Shadow Demon here. I feel like it's got to be these 2 heroes. Okay, it is going to be the Grimstroke. So a Starbox could take the Shadow Demon then, because it is one of the good counters into Grimstroke that we have been seeing.
We've also seen teams just not care, though. They'll still pick Grimstroke into the Shadow Demon, which confuses me, but then it works. So
it is first phase Pango. Oh, God. Here we go. Well, I mean, Dark Mago, he's like, I want to win this series. Give me my hero. I'm not risking it, And here we go. First phase Pango.
2024. Pango pickin'.
5 seconds.
So what do you ban now if you pick the Pangolier here?
You just GG out. I don't know. We didn't get Pango. It's over.
We can't pick anything.
Shadow Demon, still pretty good, I feel like, versus Pango. I like it. Lifestealer ban makes sense. Really hard to play. Grimstroke 4 into Lifestealer.
10 seconds remaining.
If they don't want Shadow Demon, they could ban it themselves.
5 seconds remaining.
They're definitely going to go for a support
Radiant
first,
team
I would say, on a Starbucks. We've seen some like Rubik's. Oh yeah, the Magnus. We saw a very strong performance by Sacred previously with that.
Team pick. Dire team pick.
Respecting the Bloodseeker ban.
There's the bat.
Crystal
This
Maiden?
is very reminiscent of what we've seen previously. I think you could go for the Crystal Maiden here. Great synergy with the Grimstroke. Good at dealing with the Bat Rider. I'm totally okay with that. The question is if they
10
want to
seconds remaining.
play something.
5 seconds remaining.
Wow, I mean, you have double pick here. You need a flex pick, or you just straight pick your mid counter and another support, which might just be the way to go.
Quote unquote counter.
Yeah, your mid hero that will inevitably either draw or lose to Pango.
I keep thinking we'll see Dooms with the prevalence of Grimstroke, and then like Leshraks have been in the games, which Doom is really good against.
Dire team pick.
Wonder if teams are just waiting to see like something specific with it. Okay, they're gonna go back for the Death Prophet.
Looked good last game.
Yeah, the laning stage mistake that happened there can be adjusted because Death Prophet got caught out going for the rune, and you just don't do that, right? And your lane starts pretty differently. And we did see once Devi Lama recovered, he had a great game. So if you just cut out that first mistake, it should be fine. Similar to their opening last time, the Grimstroke Death Prophet. Last time they took the Earthshaker here. Don't know if they'll do that again. You have some different heroes here this time. Run it back. I mean, it worked once, right?
Yeah.
But they got the Pango for their last
That's the
pick
big
on
difference,
Heroic last
yeah.
time
Radiant
at
team
18.
pick.
There it is.
There it
Shaker
is.
again.
Okay. I mean, I'm
Schofield's
still
like,
okay
give
with
it to me,
Rubik.
maybe.
Yeah. Rubik had a very rough game last time, which, I mean, everyone was, so I don't know if it's really just on the Rubik.
I think Michael's taking the Batrider, though. You need a 5.
10
That's
seconds
true.
remaining.
So you could take the
5
Crystal Maiden.
seconds remaining.
I mean, I'm trying to think like what other options you have. They had the Dark Willow from earlier, which actually doesn't sound too bad against these heroes. I think you do lack some pretty heavily disable without with going for like a Batrider Dark Willow lineup.
You pick Gyrocopter plus an offlaner. Leave that flex open then for your last pick on a Starbacks.
Yeah,
Radiant team pick.
that'd be fine.
Disruptor.
Okay. I
I
like
was
the
thinking
Disruptor.
that maybe you see some creep dragging. You can glimpse him, or Death Prophet. Same deal, trying to like run you down, glimpse her back. Not the strongest laner. We've
10
kind of seen
seconds
Disruptor can
remaining.
struggle, even with the buff, like still not the best. But neither's Earthshaker, so
5 seconds remaining.
maybe you're gonna just kind of like match the weird laning with glimpse and then just play Disruptor later on. Static Storm, really good to prevent big echoes.
What if they go for, I mean, the Phases Void is still available in this game, and we saw what happened last time for K1. I think it's a little bit more difficult to play it this game, but I'm also keeping my eyes on that Abaddon because it's really good for Heroic right now if they want to go for it.
Luna.
They will grab the Luna, a very stable lane. I was like, I think they need their carry pick here. I don't know if you want to play the Abaddon into the Luna, though.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Plenty of time to still think about these before we go into their last bans. I think at this point, you still want to hide your Death Prophet flex, maybe? Or you protect for your... I mean, does it really matter all that much? Maybe you hold your carry pick till you see the off lane, or you ban out some off lanes, but...
Dire team banned.
Dark Seer.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a real good one. One of the classic counters to the Luna. Synergizes very well with an Earthshaker as well. They should be able to just apply a ton of pressure in this lane. That is sick.
You imagine an Ink
10
Swell,
seconds
Ion
remaining.
Shell, Death Prophet, Spirit Siphon running at you?
5 seconds.
That sounds
remaining.
pretty scary.
This is very cool. Yeah,
So
I mean, you're
what's-
going to need... I actually don't even know.
Yeah. So Heroic needs a
Radiant
carry
team
here.
banned.
Estar Backs needs an offlaner, unless they want to do something with the Pango, the Batrider. But I think you're just waiting to see the carry and then counter it with your offlane.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of Mars Centaur, though. Centaur is like the only hero that can salvage the
10
potential
seconds
initiation
remaining.
from Heroic, right? If you get like Vac Wall into Fissure, like
5
Centaur can
seconds
just stampede
remaining.
your team away, but
Radiant team banned.
I imagine it'll get banned. I don't know if there's anything else they're more worried about. Faceless Void, of course, removed. Don't want to deal with that one again. Trying to think what their next hero would be. You don't really have
10
any way
seconds
for
remaining.
Phantom Assassin to not get punished.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
Yeah, the Sven. I was thinking about that earlier before the Disruptor pick came out, that Sven was still untouched this series.
Yeah, I am a little surprised by that. I wouldn't mind seeing it come out, but not anymore.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
My gut here is Centaur being the next ban, because Batrider Centaur is a pretty scary lane. Like, just Flame Break into stun is scary. A lot of times you rely on a lot of magic damage.
How about like a Brewmaster ban into oh, never mind.
Enigma. They're looking for a ranged hero here. Well, maybe not. Not a lot of time left in reserve here. I mean, Starbucks will have plenty of time here to think about what they want to do after they see Heroics carry, but in terms of Luna matchups, Sniper is pretty sick. It's an Alchemist. That's fast. Back to the fast tempo, and it makes sense. You have Death Prophet Darkseer cores.
So what is the final pick to punish an Alchemist? It did cross my mind, but I was worried because Alchemist usually needs a good lane, and so you usually wait to see, like, when people were picking Centaur off lane. Then you're like, oh, okay, I can get away with Alchemist.
Gonna say Mag, but it's banned. The only other thing that comes to mind is like
the
Slardar.
Counters, I suppose, have been banned. Doom's in the pool. I'm just gonna throw that out there, but not the strongest starting lane.
I mean, it's
What
still
about
so good against Alchemist.
Brewmaster?
I would rather have
I
Doom
guess there's
this
like
game
silence.
than Brew.
You don't like dealing with those.
You don't want to pick Centaur into that lane.
Can
I
you
feel like it's either
Slardar?
Slardar or Doom. Can you what? Wow, that is a throwback. Sacred Dawnbreaker.
That was not the direction I was expecting.
It's an all-in hero for the lane, is the idea, where you just try and kill the Alk. Because it is very strong at killing the Alk, but this is another scenario. It's like your 24 pick. I feel like you have to slow down this Alchemist, and I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, I agree. I think whatever that pick was should just try its best to dumpster the Alk. So, I mean, if they think it's the Dawnbreaker, I'm up for it. I'm looking forward to see it. Dawnbreaker Bat is strong on paper, but I think Grimstroke's actually pretty good because you can control when Inkswell activates. It could be pretty good to disrupt that aggression, at least from the Dawnbreaker side, like the Q combo. Batrider, I guess you can't really stop him.
Man, this is going to be a potentially very fast game 5. Like, for Heroic here, their goal is to get like this Radiance, Blink BKB on your Alk. And Divine Llama, Darkseer is probably looking for like a Guardian Greaves in a pipe. And they just want to just group up and run, right? Like, I can't think of any other options for them this game.
I agree. Should go. I feel like the later on it goes, and especially like if Luna gets to Scotty, she'll be able to deal with the Alchemist. Though I suppose it's still pretty scary into the Darkseer. You're gonna get like copied. But yeah, I do think this has been heroic style this whole series. Bit of a faster game.
All right, let's do this. For those of you who have maybe missed the series up to the... Wait, hold on to that one in a few moments here. If you've missed games 1 through 4, I apologize because they were so sick. But we finally have game number 5. The winner of these closed qualifiers is about to be decided in the South American slot for DreamLeague Season 23. And, if there's any team that can do, if there's any like one hero or one player combo that has the effect, it's either Schofield Shaker or Dark Mago Pangolier. I feel like those are going to be the two heroes to watch this game.
Yeah, I'm also going to keep an eye on K1 with the Alchemist, known to be an exceptional farmer, both the Alchemist and the player. So now, the powers combined. Could be really scary off a strong laning stage. Big question to us. Is Dawnbreaker enough to stop that?
I mean, that is a good question. In my heart, I'm like, probably not. I don't think Dawnbreaker has like enough damage to shut down an Alk lane, but she is an all-in hero. She's one of these heroes that like you want to try and trade your entire health bar for the enemy's entire health bar, and then you just send salves out. That's like the best thing you could possibly do on this hero. I don't know if it's going to be that easy playing into like KJ's Grimstroke, because you either have Inkswell or Stroke of Fate to cause some problems here.
Yeah, and the scary thing is like, I agree, you have to full commit, and that means we're full committing into Inkswell and Acid Spray and an Unstable Concoction. So you might attempt this full commit kill, and if you do not get it, the turn potential is high. And if Alchemist is the guy picking up kills and you die, this lane could get out of control so quickly.
Yeah, 100% agree.
No, it's just unfair.
All right, excited to see how this one's going to go. We are finally into game number 5. Both teams smoking out, trying to get their wards placed. Dark Mago drops his, and Analog will do the same, pretty much on the same side, so they'll have good vision to play from the bottom side.
I'm not too surprised to see both teams mostly together. I'm praying for Analog's sake that he does not go to his top side, but we've seen these first bloods matter so much in the lanes, and I feel like here in game 5, you don't want to risk it. Everyone stick together. Analog's off on his own, but sticking close to his tower for now. They're kind of looking at him, though.
30 seconds to battle.
Like, could we go on this guy? They will see K1 as well, so they know the Alk is nearby, and he might be the one that just walks into the high ground here. I'll have to be very careful. I mean, they have a general idea of where the Radiant are. Yeah, you can see the line being drawn from the
do a
Grimstroke.
super wrap around.
Guys, if we go to our fountain, back to our tier 2 tower, we might catch them on the rune. Oh, Dark Mago, one of the few heroes that doesn't care all that much about getting fissure blocked, so feels safe like approaching that rune. And here we go. Divine Llama likely to body block these creeps bottom lane. He wants this to go under the tower, wants to force these in.
Ooh, they see Grimstroke.
Yeah, they do.
Tease him, KJ. Turn around, turn around.
Dude, he knows. He's like, it's not worth it. It's not worth walking up there.
I think this is super next. I bet he did this intentionally. It's like, look, guys, they'll wait for me, and then, haha, I'll just turn around, and I'll TP to the lane.
He's taking a lot of damage here. Schofield never really had a fissure angle to block him off, but they might just do it now. Yep. With the Ion Shells, trying their best to burn him down, and that is first blood immediately for Divine Llama. Well, oh well. I did say Schofield Shaker, one of those few hero combos that, or player hero combos, you have to be very wary of. Sick plays.
The great start for the Darkseer. He's actually getting headdress first. That's really interesting.
It kind of makes sense. I like being able to try and win the regen battle against this, and you're going to be cutting a lot of the time as well if the lane starts to go bad. I thought he might go for an early boost to get to his mana boots, but
yeah,
he still has plenty of regen to play with.
I guess so, yeah. Usually what I see is just a bunch of mana from Darkseer because you just spam Ion Shells. But I guess he will be taking a lot of harass from Thunderstrike and like eventually the Glaze from Luna.
Man, that was like the best hard camp pull too. It was the trolls, so it just destroys those creeps. He's gonna take a decent amount of harass here as he's gonna try and make it under the tower. He does. Blood grenade's gonna take him down, but he has a salve to play with, so good patience there. He'll regen his way back through this as Schofield doing his best to tank this creep wave outside the tower. Like this bottom lane in every game has been the exciting lane. Like it's always been this lane for some reason. We can talk a little bit about top.
I think you're right.
Yeah, right. It's like we can talk a little bit about top because we are going to start seeing the level 3s come out, and I think that's when the Dawnbreaker Batrider lane becomes very scary because you're going to have level 2 Celestial Hammer, level 2 Firefly, and those are probably what you're going to be trying to make kills around. But
Yeah,
for
they
now,
did go
it's
for a
been
little bit of
very
aggression.
quiet.
No, maybe just securing creeps with the Sinkswell. They did go for a little bit of aggression at level 2. Sacred's had to buy some mangoes to make sure he has enough mana to go for another fight. And then I agree, like with this level 3 and possibly this Lotus here secured on Batrider, maybe they can look for something. Maybe that's why top's boring. K1 heavy farmer is like not looking for aggression.
Schofield coming in. They have a lot of damage onto MNZ. Can they finish him off? They're going to try. They have plenty of reach, and they get him. These 2 Ion Shells doing work. I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, he's just going to get another. He's trying to just finish chasing him. He pops the Fairy Fire. Schofield just tanking the tower, but the Ion Shell finishes him off, and now... Wait, Llama, careful, buddy. Yeah, this double lane is very scary. You actually need to be careful here on the Luna. Okay. Looking to see if they had any more regen, but they don't.
Yeah, some very nice kills for them. They do just need to heal up, and then as long as he doesn't die here and feed that lead away, they're in a pretty good spot down here.
Yeah, he's still got 2 mangoes and Surge available. The only way he dies if he gets glimpsed back after the Surge, right? So
Yeah.
he'll be okay. Nice kill on the Courier there. That is K1's boots for this Alchemist, which is pretty scary. He's not a super fast hero. You are against a Batrider Dawnbreaker, so you could potentially punish that while the Courier is dead. Well, they are definitely going to try to punish it. They're looking for KJ here. He doesn't have Firefly popped and gets him quite low, but Inkswell, of course, keeps him alive once again. They're looking for Yor here. They know he's in the trees. Okay, now they're just going to try and drag. They're a little bit afraid to get too aggressive here, it looks like, bottom lane. But this will force them under the tower, and I think that's actually what they want. Is Schofield, again, just going to look for Yor. TP rotation in from Divine Llama, though. Or, I'm sorry, from Dark Mago, and that is what you're looking for. The Pango getting active early, punishing this over-aggression. Double kill now for MNZ. Massive influx of gold for him. He's got 550 gold.
That's huge. He was, last hit-wise, he was, like, doing okay here. Just dying a little bit. But, yeah, you're, like, totally back on track thanks to the rotation from Pango. Didn't even miss that much in the mid lane in the meantime. He is a little bit behind the Death Prophet, but, yeah, grabs himself level 6 here. He'll be fine. Maybe we can look to see him rotate again now that he has his ultimate. We've got the 6 heroes in mid, as is standard at 6 minutes.
Well, Analog's just going to pop the Exorcism. Fissure will catch the Inkswell. Is it enough to finish the job? No. Pops the Lotus. He's okay. That means you got to get a lot of damage into the tower here. And, well, Glimp's going to continue to slow this down. The Catapult probably just going to die on the high ground. So first Exo, not a lot of success with at the moment to even fort the wave. Just trying to stall this out as long as possible.
They did secure an Invis rune for Pango, so he might be able to make a rotation with that later on. Just got to push
That's
this out,
such a
wait
sick
for
play.
Exorcism to make sure he doesn't lose that tower while he's gone.
All right.
Radiant are scanning.
Pangolier once again not having the most farm right as like the 6-minute power rune comes out, but a hero that recovers incredibly fast and borderline impossible to take his tower early without killing him. So he's doing fine. Mana boot's done. Pops the invis. He's now gonna rotate, try and find some target here with this. He might walk right through a ward sentry though. Is the only thing that would backfire, and they are about to see him, so they know exactly what's going on here.
Run!
Oh, he knows.
Okay, he
they
got
scouted
attacked
him.
by a creep. He knows, yep. He knows this is the guy he wants too, K1. This Alk is what you're worried about. Spots Alk going bottom thanks to their own observer. He's going to give chase. But I don't think they're going to find anything here.
They just surge everyone out. They're like, nope, don't be here. This was like the only safe area K1 could have gone. It is, however, a very worthy rotation because you are slowing down his farm in some capacity, but he just walks over and finds a stack in the jungle instead. Well, Dark Mago. First Rolling Thunder canceled. Second Rolling Thunder canceled. Third Rolling Thunder canceled. Oh, he gets it off just barely. Nicely done. All right, you should be able to pick up the Shaker here. Good attempts from Schofield, but this kill is going to go to MNZ, his third of the game now. Dawnbreaker's coming in at the rune. Well, he was. I don't know where that... What? Oh, he got silenced by KJ. Very nice.
Alk finally picked off by Dark Mago. Chased him across the map. Snipes him in the mid lane. Immediate rotations bottom.
Yours
Looks
just...
like
if he
nothing.
gets
Oh,
this glimpse,
he's got
Divine
glimpse.
Llama is dead.
1 second.
Well,
Wait, his teammates aren't
never
ready.
mind. MNZ and Michael were not there in time, and now Schofield looking to just chase down Disruptor won't do it. All right, they'll give it up.
This Luna's really farmed. I think we saw this before.
Specifically MNZ's Luna before, where he one-shotted a Disrupt or a Shadow Demon
Like a
with a
Shadow
single
Demon, yeah.
Lucent Beam.
Yeah, so they're gonna start thinking about this Luna. On one hand, like, oh, we got to give Alk space, but him farming and like Luna at this point is so farmed, she won't keep up necessarily. Like Alk will surpass her, but it won't be in a fully meaningful way, I think. So you're gonna have
for
to
some time.
Yeah, you're gonna have to slow her down somehow. Rotations down here to take the tower is a good start.
Yeah, first EXO was a little bit less than ideal at the rune there, and now, wow, my voice is starting to really hate me. It's been 5 really good games, you know. What can you do? Yeah, I mean, first EXO less than ideal, so they get the second one through, grab a tier 1 bottom. That's good stuff.
And Dark Mago saw all of them down there too, so he's like, you know what? If Alk's here farming, no one can stop me. Just walks in, can't kill the Elk, but just swashbuckle, kills the camp. K1's farming. It was a stacked camp too. He just stole everything. So K1, he's not having the free time. Like 4,000 net worth at 10 minutes. That's pretty sad for an alchemist. He even felt like he had to get Talisman of Evasion first to continue to live. And that's when you know things are rough.
Just something to put your net worth to good use, right? Because it's one of those things that's like saving out for Sacred Relic feels really bad because you're just waiting for 3,400 gold. Talisman Evasion, not the best casual item by any means, but
if it keeps you alive, it's better than saving all the way for the relic, right?
yeah.
But that's staying alive might be the name of the game for them, as it's only only a 1K lead now, 2K. That's pretty big against an alchemist. All 3 top net worth spots for Estar backs.
How many times have we seen
almost
Dark
done.
Mago in this position?
How many times have we seen Pango in this position?
Or yeah, I guess that's what I mean. Pango specifically, but
Dark
he's like,
Mago,
"Eh."
the guy who knows, hey, let's keep playing Pango.
He's got a defusal now on the way. Both teams trying to finish up some ancient stacks, it looks like. It's a little bit slow for the Dire, but Divine Llama with plenty of points in that Ion Shell. And Schofield just helping him out, being a tanky body. He's not going to have as fast as a Blink Dagger as he had in the earlier game. I think he finished up at 13 minutes, but he's still not far away. He's about 1,000 gold. He'll get there soon.
Yeah, hasn't found as many early kills this game. But this is a much more normal timing anyways. Last game
Yeah,
was
exactly.
particularly good.
Dark will go.
TPing mid, finished his level 6, so we could see a play with the supports and Pango. You'll have the Dawnbreaker ult to join in. You're going to smoke behind Dark Mago. Looking for the 12-minute rune. He gets an illusion. Let's keep looking.
Swashbuckles in. Hey, he's just looking for stacks. He's like, oh, whatever. They might have stacks here. If they do, we'll clear them. I got team behind me. They have just hit level 6 on both of these supports.
Schofield. Shaker.
They're going to see him. Does he get the Thunderstrike, though? Does trap him in the kinetic field for now. But they aren't gonna really go aggressive here. Michael's looking for a lasso. That's the big one.
Dire's middle tower is
Dude, the
under
shield rune
attack.
is still going. How long does this thing last? It feels like forever.
Yeah, it's actually forever.
Nice. Dude, you know, I actually played a game recently where I got the block of cheese. That item sucks. Holy heck. Illusion Rune to get out of the silence, but the Echo, it creates more illusions. Dawnbreaker's coming through. He needs to be able to get this Rolling Thunder off. Dark Mago. There's the Soulbind holding him down as well. The double concoctions from K1 doing work, and Sacred next on the chopping block here, trying to heal up through this, but chopped down once again by the Death Prophet. Now Michael up onto the high ground, trying to get away. Surrounded by heroic heroes. Stroke of Fate slowing him up, trying to TP to safety. He makes it. That is a great fight from Heroic and a much needed one, honestly. Dark Mago getting really cocky on the Pango there.
I think Earthshaker misclicked. He wanted to TP to go catch the Bat Rider, but he TPs from one side of the outpost to the other side. I think he was aiming for the tier 2 tower instead. Okay. Like you said, yeah, still a huge fight, although didn't get to use his ult earlier, so you can come in here and try to get something out of it. But Death Prophet is not an easy hero to kill, especially with this Kaya Sange already done.
When you bring the rest of the team in,
team.
nice mech from Divine Llama, and they will finish him off. Inhibit here on the KJ. Fissure not able to block him off, but it does at least isolate for the rest. The swashbuckle damage is insane. Michael burning them up, as well as MNZ coming in with this Eclipse. Schofield will survive, but another swash from Dark Mago to secure it. KJ on the run, trying to get away from the Luna. Last time, they didn't have him. This time they do, and Divine Llama trapped in the cage here from the Disruptor. A much cleaner fight from a Starbucks is now they get Alchemist as well. Oh boy. They're like, that was just a fraction of our power. We have a Luna who is very strong.
Dire's middle tower has
All right, from a good fight for Heroic, now a Starbacks.
That was a dieback on Grimstroke.
What, really? Oh, yeah. Such a short time because it's so early in the
Dire's
game.
middle tower is under
All right,
attack.
good return fight. I feel like that just brings us back to where we were just a moment ago before we thought Heroic was making a comeback there.
Gift from the tempest of battle.
Yeah, MNZ is really strong. He's 10,000 net worth here at 15 minutes into the game. That is like Alchemist levels of net worth. So he's having a great time. Closing in on a BKB as his next item is going to make it even more difficult to take fights against him. Yor has done some sick stuff on the Disruptor as well. Ended up finding like 2 extra kills in that fight because of it. One of the reasons we've seen the Raptor start to show back up.
It's really fit the play style of the games we've seen here. It's like get ahead, stay ahead. Glimpses, really good for that.
Well, this is the blink reveal here from Schofield. Analog also finishes up Kai Sange. They're looking for something. Any hero to walk into the mid lane. It's just going to be Michael here on the Bat Rider. The blink to follow it up. They get the chain stuns. He should die, and he will. They do trap the Violama for the moment. Bottom lane is an Arcane Rune. They're pinging this one out. They're going to give it on over to Analog. Dark Mago has amplify damage, though. That's spooky.
Half done.
Luna just scouting with these illusions. Bunch of extra night vision, of course. Just trying to figure out where these heroes are. All right, Alk has gotten some space, and now that he has the Radiance, he is catching up, and he's close to his own BKB. So Alchemist will be a pretty major issue at around that 20-minute mark, where he probably has a second item on top of it, and he's queued up the Assault Cuirass and the Blink Dagger. I think it's pretty reasonable he'll have BKB Blink Dagger by 20 minutes at this point.
Yeah, and this team has some good wombo combo potential. The Vacuum Wall into Echo Slam. You could even have Inkswell going on top of like an Alchemist with Radiance if he's there too. So they are down 3K, but they still got a shot. They got to be careful about the fights they take. That's why they've been so careful with the smokes and trying to see what they can find. Because I mean, if you do bleed kills, it's getting worse and worse. So they have to find a nice team fight and not give up another one right after that.
I think they saw this smoke barely, or at least they half scouted the smoke here to the top lane. One thing I will notice, Sacred has a Blink Dagger, which is just not what I expected this Dawnbreaker to go to. Your good ward placed here in the triangle. They have some good deep vision, but mid lane, there's the Blink, the Echo catches the Pango. The follow-up from Sacred isn't enough to keep him alive, but the Disruptor, he's doing his best. It's not enough. Pango will fall. Analog on the backside with his Arcane Rune. Exo running, trying to chase down Michael, and honestly, a super scrappy fight from Heroic. Your no chance of escape. Fizz-Rat from Schofield to cancel that one. And that's what you're looking for on this early Blink.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structure.
Got to get themselves a tier 1 tower 2 now to they have to get some of the map back. They've been playing on the back foot this whole time. So even things up. That gives Alchemist time to finish his BKB as well. So we might see him join the next one. He's got a Blink in the queue next, so maybe one more item.
Luna's coming mid. They actually want to fight. Sacred goes in, goes for the stun, does a ton of damage on over to the Shaker. Eclipse comes out. There's the wall. That'll put a stop to this chase. It's a one for your mid. I mean, you get Shaker for your mid tower, but you're pretty happy about the state of your game, I think, if you're Heroic now.
Yeah, they were pushing it. They were almost sticking around just a bit too long there, but getting out with the tower, only losing Earthshaker. I think you'll be okay with that. Let's see, what is Darkseer getting? Guardian Greaves, Veil, working on a Shiva's. So if they do find a really big combo, I mean, that damage will be nuts.
Yeah,
a little surprised he maybe doesn't want to blink to make sure he gets the Luna. But I guess she's already got her BKB. Yeah, I guess so.
JJ gets the D ward. Good read. He knew about that one from earlier. Deep ward placed behind the tier 2 top as Luna is going to get to work on this tower. She's closing in on her phylactery. Has her BKB Manta done. Mid lane. Dark Mago needs to be very careful again. He's gonna get found, and the damage just from Analog, another Exo coming out. Not to mention he has Whisper of the Dread, dude. He is just shredding through these heroes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Committed Echo to make sure they get that kill, but I think it's a good call because Dawnbreaker wants to follow up with her ultimate. Luna, obviously not an initiator, so as long as you're killing Pango, you're giving yourself more space for this Alchemist to catch up. He has been unbothered for the last, I'd say like 5 minutes, and now they're even thinking about doing Roshan with the remaining Exorcism.
This was a sick TP because he had a regen rune, and I'm pretty sure with this plus Alk, it's not that difficult. They scan this on the Radiant, but they're just too late to this. Down to about a quarter HP. Schofield positioned
taking
very
a little
well on the high
long without
ground.
the Exorcism.
Oh, you are right, but yeah, it expires. Michael has no blink for another second. Could find a lasso. Glimpse will pull back Schofield. That's at least a good target to bring that one home. There's the lasso. Finds the Death Prophet. A really nice ult from the Disruptor as well. They just collapse on top of Heroic.
Skies take you.
And the question is, can you get more? No chance you're out of that one, KJ. That's 4 kills. A fantastic turnaround. Starbucks, they lose the Roche, but they pick up a gold mine in terms of kills. They get a Wisdom Rune. They're taking the enemy Tormentor. You're going to get a tier 1 tower.
Michael?
That is a ridiculous amount of gold. Okay, Michael almost died. That was funny.
I think Heroic needed to sacrifice someone. I think Schofield needed to like run in to buy 2 seconds for everyone else to finish Roche and run. Because once they get caught at the Roche, it's just too hard with the glimpse plays, everything like that to get out. And they end up bleeding 4 kills. Hard to know you need to do that kind of stuff, though.
Too.
Yeah.
Like, he just goes in, goes for a lasso. He's like, if I die, I die, but I've lassoed an important hero. And it just set up for all the vision that they need for the rest of them to walk in.
And then a good disrupt roll prevents the vacuum wall from ever coming out.
Yeah, that was sick, actually. I forgot it was the Darkseer in there. Well, they got the enemy Tormentor. They're going to take their own Tormentor. They have their own Wisdom Rune. MNZ is becoming a massive problem. He's got his Chrysalis. He's on his way to his Conda. Sacred gets the Shard. One of the better ones. You hate to have to buy this early on Dawnbreaker, but now his Blink Dagger is super valuable with the Shard.
Yeah, and you also dodge the Bat Rider Shard. You somehow give it to Disruptor Dawn.
Yeah,
Very
that's
happy with
true.
that. What's Alchemist going for? He's working on an AC.
I mean, he needs it. This Luna's physical damage is about to be seriously problematic. She is 1,000 gold away from the Conda. She is almost to her 20 talent. Seemingly, these two always line up. And yeah, we're gonna see a Lucent Beam just like one-shotting, you know, a Grimstroke potentially again. So.
Yeah. He did pick up a Dragon Scale, so he's got 5 extra armor.
They got
for his
Vision of
neutral item
K1,
as well.
Blink Lasso, Dark Mago to follow it up. The Chain Stun, is it there? He has an ult, but a BKB in an Aegis will be at the ready for his second life. The Chain Stuns into the Eclipse. K1 no shot! Oh, and they're looking for more. Analog on the backside has a Shield Rune. Divine Llama wants to get a good back wall. A good Soulbind onto 2. The Disruptor ult is off the mark, but Divine Llama, he doesn't really get much out of this wall either. Vacuums out, trying to run away, but the damage from MNC is too much. Dark Mago can't TP away under this Exorcism. So a nice trade here potentially for Heroic, but can you get this Luna? Schofield comes back. TP and aggressive, a nice Echo Slam. Dawnbreaker trying to help the boy. Oh my gosh, that the Blade Mail almost finds the kill. The Glimpse just what the damage! The 2 Moon Glaives, you're kidding me! Oh my god. That talent is absurd. He does 11,000 damage on the Luna in this fight.
Oh man, I can't believe what just happened. They chased for the Luna, which was a little scary, but the Echo, just as Dawnbreaker blinks in, gets the Dawnbreaker killed, and I thought they were going to get the Luna off of that Echo too, but good glimpse to remove the Exorcism, and then they're trying to get back to the Luna, and she just destroys them with Glaives and the Conda.
That was a 1,000 damage Lucent Beam onto the Death Prophet, and that was without the Glaives even bouncing. That was just straight up, it nuked her for 1,000 damage. That is a big problem now.
Yeah, I kind of hope Divine Llama goes straight for the Blink. I feel like many of these fights are not starting off on their own terms, and once the Static Storm is out, it's like Static Storm and Roll are out, it's too hard to find what you need. I feel like they need to have a good smoke, have good wards, happen to catch the enemy somewhere, and then they jump initiate. And if they don't do that, I don't know, like all these fights just keep going towards Estar backs.
Yor has also played super well in the Disruptor. Like, he has been playing on the edge of every fight, getting really good glimpses, really good kinetic fields. His Static Storm was like more of a zoning Static Storm last fight, but it made it, like you said, impossible for the Darkseer to go in and get the right angle. And
yeah, you at least buy the time you need for like Luna to BKB or something. All right, with this Solar Crest,
number 1.
Yep. I don't think they have to leave though if they don't want to.
They saw them behind them. They know about the high ground ward. They throw that Stroke of Fate there. We'll scout it out. They're going to run in aggressively here. Michael, they get the echo on the Pangler, but a great cancel from Yor. Schofield, he's dead. Soulbind will catch 2 onto the backside. K1's got to get to work, but you've now got to deal with the BKB. Luna Analog trying to stand his ground as well, with the Rolling Thunder from Pango trying to chase him down. Glimpse will trap the Alchemist inside this kinetic field. He's going to stun himself. K1, oh, never mind, gets the stun out over to the Disruptor at the last second. Hold up, Heroic. They get a big win. They managed to take down the Pango on the backside.
I think they spent a little too long chasing the Death Prophet, who had Spirit Siphons going with the Whisper of the Dread, just shredding through while healing. Kept Alchemist out of the focus, so he just got to do, like, slowly add in the damage through the Radiance. Oh, his AC as well, I forgot. Buffing up the damage from Exorcism, helping out there too.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah, I'm
attack.
looking at his death summary. It's like Death Prophet underneath BKB just followed him through his Rolling Thunder. It was like, yeah, I'm going to just chase you down. Like, I'm hasted during this, so you can't get away from me.
Dude, this is
That
such
is
a close
very sick
game.
play. It really is. 20 to 18, 1,000 gold advantage. It's so back and forth. It just
I
comes
thought the
down to
statics-
these initiations.
Yeah, I thought the Static Storm save was going to be enough too with the Blink Echo on the Pango. I thought they were going to like kill the Pango at first, and it's like, oh no, he's not. Like, he's got to get the roll. They're going to win this fight.
He needs his Ags. He went for this Mage Slayer build, and I think he might be regretting that a little bit in terms of his damage output or kind of burst potential. The Mage Slayer is definitely helpful at reducing like the Alchemist damage as well as like Death Prophet in them, but he needs his Aghanim Scepter now. He will get to it. It's
Yora's
just
in the
taking him a
wrong
moment.
neighborhood.
He's looking for a D ward, but he's not going to get it.
Oh, it's close. If he got to the low ground, maybe he had a shot. Luna, very close to her Scotty. That'll be a really
Radiant's
powerful
top
item.
tower is under attack.
That is a nice pickup. They see Analog here. Could they burst him with a lasso and Eclipse? Yeah, it's not even, it's not even
Absolutely.
close, dude. That's all you
Yeah.
need. 3,000
If the-
damage from the Luna.
If Death Prophet does not have the Spirit Siphon plus BKBs going, I mean, she is dead, man.
Add Nemesis Curse onto that one, dude. That 12% bonus damage. Schofield, oh, salivating at the thought. Wants to go for this Echo, but his team's not quite close enough.
I think Exorcism is a big part of their fight. I think they need her.
That's true.
Well, okay, people TP away and you can find someone. That's okay.
going Roche.
But
I feel like they have to be going Roche here,
Cheese
right?
this time. Yeah. With Death Prophet down, you know you're safe to do this. Gotti is done now. That's gonna help prevent a lot of the Death Prophet healing as well.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, this is gonna be a tough fight coming up for Heroic. Luna's been tough enough to kill once, let alone twice.
Schofield scouting. Maybe they're going to come through this twin gate, but nah. They're going to look for top, and honestly, I think
Are scanning.
with no fortification for another minute, they should be able to crack the tier 3 if they want it, but they might wait for this Pangalier's Ags.
Earth's bounty.
I think that's a good
He's
call.
very
I mean,
close.
you have 5 minutes on this Aegis. I mean, a little time gone now, but right, you don't have to rush into the high ground push right away.
Michael trying to play a little game of hide and seek, but sitting right under a ward, and Heroic's not going to give him the opportunity.
Is this the
And then
real?
T, they don't know
Do
that
they
this is
know?
real. They're like, wait a minute. That's a lot of damage. And I mean, I have Scotty against the Death Prophet is also huge, reducing any of that
Radiant's
Spirit
bottom
Siphon healing.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, Death Prophet has bought a casual plate mail and is gonna get a blink to even further choose when she jumps into the fight and can immediately drop 3 Spirit Siphons to keep her alive. But this
I mean,
makes it a little tough. Like, who's going to go in and initiate? Perhaps it is Schofield.
He's got a
It's
gem.
scary.
They drop a sentry to scout him out. He's going for his Shadow Blade again. You know, he's
Tower is under attack.
playing a cheeky Earthshaker. Oh, they don't get the last this time. Dark Mega with a Rolling Thunder just going in. They will stun up the Alchemist. He's forced to BKB. Signs up the Luna. She gets the disjoint for the moment. Dark Mago's not really getting what he wants out of this Rolling Thunder. The fight very split, but they do get Exo out of it. So do you wait? A huge amount of damage. The last one comes out. They get onto Divine Law, but he drops the wall. It's doing so much work. The concoctions as well, just shredding the side of a Starbucks. Can the Luna get out of this one is the question. K1 is just chasing this Pangolier to death, and they will chain stun him down here with Schofield. They get him. Luna on her own, up against Analog, trying her best to hold her ground, has a BKB, getting constantly feared, pops it, going for a TP. The Exo, it might be enough damage. So close. Woo. Very close. I mean, that's the fight you're looking for if you're heroic. A perfect combination.
The Luna replicas are doing so much damage.
It did 800 to Pango.
Ouch. All of these fights come down to the execution. It is so close between these two teams right now. The initial initiate by the Bat Rider trying to blink in, get a catch, just too short. Baits, the enemy team to come in. I thought the Alchemist's BKB was going to be like wasted by that roll. It looked like they were on the retreat, but then they see 3 heroes walking up the high ground. They're like, oh, this is perfect. Just vacuum wall them. And they just turn around and take that fight.
Man, it's really scary too when you get vac walled and Grimstroke just soul binds the Luna to another hero, and you're like, uh-oh, we actually just can't get out of this. Like that Luna illusion, no matter how many times we kill it, is gonna keep respawning.
Dude, I want to see a Grimstroke Ags. Just keep making copies of this Luna.
I mean, K1's queued it up. He might just give it to the Grimstroke.
Great.
Otherwise, you give it to Divine Llama, right? Either way,
either one's pretty
normal
good.
punch or the Dark Portrait are very good.
I feel like give it to KJ, one, to have options so that like you could get the wall replica or the Dark Portrait in case like one hero gets killed. Like you have the other option for a Luna illusion. But also, Grimstroke actually bought the blink, so might have an easier time making sure. Oh, actually, Divine Llama's also got his, so
yeah,
maybe either way is fine. Oh, they see? Do they know this is the real one?
I know it's real. The smoke popped here. K1 goes in. MNC with a really fast BKB.
Fisher's just on the wrong side.
Oh, MNZ stuck in the wall again. Needs to be careful. The save's coming through, though, from Sacred. Once again, they're turning attention over to Analog. But MNZ's on the run. He is very far away. Sacred's got to get out of here. A nice static storm, but the BKBs come out immediately from Heroic. They're chasing down this Dawnbreaker. She's dead. Luna, next on the chopping block, pops the Satanic, but another fissure from downtown, saved by a Glimmer Cape at the moment, has a Manta to try and escape, but will he be able to self-stun from the Alk? He can't find the target. The Echo from Schofield. The patient man once again rewarded. He is so good at this hero.
This 70 seconds, no Dawnbreaker, 80 seconds, no Luna. I mean, you might be able to get a set. You can at least get all the fortifies out. So you're going to take this tier 2.
Dude, I mean, you can go more. They're going to find out. He just bought a Satanic. He cannot get to a Dawnbreaker and Disruptor on buyback cooldown.
All right, first fortify. Oh, Disruptor is cutting the creep wave, though. Okay, nice. Okay, so they're counter fortifying to try to keep it alive.
They've got a full wave here. Bat Rider can't kill these either.
Flame break. Missed the range creep, though. Range creep's still alive. Hero range creep, letting him finish this off. And now they go get the tier 2 mid, and there's no fortify. Oh, there's one more fortify, but I don't know. Do you use it here? I guess so. If you use it here and it kills everything, you might be able to buy enough time for the heroes to come back.
I mean, it's got to kill these catapults. It should, yeah. Oh, wait.
One last one?
Did it miss? Or did it just go to the other heroes?
I think just prioritize the other heroes.
Right,
okay, well, they're going to get out anyways because it did buy enough time that they'll back out. And they're going to find a amplified damage rune if they look for it.
Yeah, he was about to TP and someone I think pinged it. Aghanim Scepter number 1 goes to Divine Llama, so normal punch is online. It's another initiation tool outside of having to commit
Bottom tower is under attack.
too heavily, I guess, like without having to commit wall or anything. Schofield, oh, he actually just blocks off MNZ completely. I just realized he doesn't have his shard. What the heck? That's like, I really expected Schofield to have his shard this game.
Yeah, it is pretty good. Not sure why he chose the other items, but I mean, it's working out. Can't complain.
All right, amplify damage gets scouted. They bottle it up on the Death Prophet. Suddenly a 9,000 gold lead for Heroic, and I mean, this is the thing about the Dawnbreaker where I'm just a little unsure, right? It's like these all-in fights. If you just have like an Aghanim Scepter, maybe that's enough to keep your whole team alive, because it gives you like 60% evasion, right, for everyone in the area. Healing through some of the initial like damage from the Vac Wall or from this Alchemist or from the Earthshaker. If you're not the one getting caught, you might be able to like sustain your team through it.
Yeah, I think they weren't quite able to find what they were hoping to with this Dawnbreaker, which is like the laning stage was okay, but then didn't really see that like, oh, max farm efficiency and also show up and win all the fights with Solar Guardian. Felt like the couple that they joined is like, jumping into a vacuum wall, you know, and then an Echo slams here, Exorcism's running in, right? It's a very scary time to jump in, and the time it takes is also a big factor, right? I think a more straightforward initiator might have been able to help this super farmed Luna a little bit more. They are going to get this Roche uncontested, but they're going to have to trade away their mid barracks for it. It is the Aghanims. Let's see who they'll put this on.
I feel like this is one of those kind of you need to do this. I don't think you can give them
Radiant's bottom
Aegis,
tower is under
like
attack.
cheese and Ags on
Radiant's
Heroic.
bottom tower has fallen.
But it costs you 2 lanes of, it costs you an extra lane of barracks in your bottom tier 2 tower. Pango.
Ooh, okay,
Who's he
Disruptor
giving the
Ags.
Ags to? It went to Disruptor. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
so
a good
this
one.
could be, yeah, if you get caught off guard by this, you don't BKB, for example, death sentence. But you should suspect it. You know that one had Ags. You know Disruptor's is really good. We'll get their own Tormentor for now. Who doesn't have theirs right now?
Shaker.
That's true. Divine Llama also missing his.
I think either are pretty decent.
Dire's middle tower.
Obviously, I
is
think
under
you'd
attack.
prefer Shaker to get it. It goes to Divine Llama. Unlucky. Further increasing his buyback cost. All right.
Dire's middle
MNZ's
tower
queued up
is
a Rapier. Honestly, I think this is just the play. You do have to just hope that you can kill them. Darkseer Illusions, they don't gain bonus damage, right? They don't get the Rapier or anything, do they? I don't think so. I mean, I shouldn't ask you that question. I didn't ask that question. Everyone forget that I asked that question.
No, I'll admit my faults, but there's some like weird interactions where like some stuff is like base damage, some stuff's total damage, and the more Dota like adds things and patches things, it gets harder and harder to keep up with all of it. Chat, I'm sure, is informing everyone else of the correct answer for sure. And we're definitely not getting both answers in chat at this time.
I mean, they just get a bunch of they just get 20% bonus damage, which I think is like where that plus damage calculation comes from. We'll have to see. I'm gonna try and see him like normal punch an illusion or something from the Luna and see what the numbers are. But my gut feeling is no.
I don't
I feel
think
like
so
that would be
either.
too much.
Smoke up. She's got her Divine Rapier. She just dropped it on the floor for a bit there. That's pretty scary.
So, obviously you want to have BKB for the first fight here, but they are set up under a very good ward from Heroic. This is a great read from them. As Michael, under his own gem, gonna start scouting. His smoke's gonna pop. He knows they're here somewhere. He gets the blink out. All right. He's like, ah, something's up here. Re-smokes with the ninja gear. MNZ, his smoke pops again. He's gonna re-smoke with a ninja gear. What a cool item this is. Very glad that this one exists.
At least you can't backpack it nowadays.
Yeah,
Alf
true.
popped his ult on that initial smoke break, expecting a fight. With nothing actually happening, they're all gonna get out now.
Dude, imagine they just catch them at the high ground here. All right,
it says he gave
222
an
plus
axe to someone.
96. I want to see what the Llama gets here.
Oh, he gave it to Darkseer, right? I thought he gave another one. Is he working on another one? No, on Abyssal. Good fissure.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Luna's trying to sneak her way in here. It's making me nervous.
All right, well.
Look at that damage.
I mean, Divine Llama? He's looking for his normal punch opening. It kicks her to the other side of the fissure, though. He's okay for now. But yeah, like you said, the damage from the Luna can be pretty scary here. You got to be very
These
careful.
barracks are going to melt with the glaives.
And they're going to jump it again. Normal punches are back. They get the perfect disruptor ult, but he gets knocked out on the Alk, pulls him back in. Can they finish the job? The Static Storm is there, but the BKBs, they're coming out. Luna, her BKB not up at the moment. K1's going to make it out, but Analog gets shredded. Buybacks coming out from the side of Heroic KJ. Falling low, but you've got to get out. The Darkseer wall is down. Michael's dead. K1 executes the Disruptor Sacred. Trying to find an opening, but might regret that one. Makes his way up onto the high ground as a blade mail, but you are not escaping this Alchemist.
This will be a dieback.
3 dead on the side of a Starbucks. They're maybe baiting on the Pango. MNZ is here. Needs to be careful. K1, he's got not a lot left. There's going to be the normal punch. Doing some work. Does manage to clean them up. Dude, this Trickster Cloak doing huge work here. Keeping this Alchemist out of vision. They have a roll-up again. Dark Mago's going through. They're going to be able to try and keep K1 down. He does get the ultimate off just in time. Buyback from the Death Prophet, though. Analog wants to get active. Jump in from Schofield. They managed to chain stun down the Luna. The Rapier's going to hit the deck. It's into the hands of the Alchemist and Dark Mago on the backside. He's 1v4. Beautiful vacuum back here from Divine Llama and Heroic. They want this game.
I think they may have done it. You're going to run it down. 2 buybacks, but there's no more Divine Rapier on this Luna. I think they'll just force the end, but I suppose they could get Megas to play it safe. K1 looks like he's heading down to the Megas. He's got the Divine. He probably has time for both, actually.
They're going to buy back on Pango.
There's one.
Luna, like you said, does have hers, but without a Divine, a little bit scared.
Got a second
Michael
Alchemist,
has to hit some sick
or
lasso.
Aghanims.
Radiant's bottom
Give it to Grimstroke.
Rejected by the Lotus.
Yeah, he did. Okay.
They got Schofield. Oh, instant Static Storm out to 2. Luna, she's trying to come in, close the gap. They need to finish off Schofield first, and they do. He's dead. K1, the BKB. It's going to allow him to get away for now. The Vac wall already thrown. But the Mega Creep secured. Dark Mago's trying to get away. They glimpse back K1. He's stuck inside the statics, or inside the kinetic field. Rolling Thunder coming through. They might reclaim their Divine Rapier, and they do.
He denies himself.
Oh, you're kidding me. That's quite funny. Well, Mega
Well, at least you got the
Creep's
Divine.
down.
That's the bigger prize there.
Oh boy, we got a game. They committed 4 buybacks in this last fight from Heroic. Alchemist, the only one with a buyback left in this game.
Maybe it's time to get his own. The evasion from Radiance has been helping him a lot versus Luna, though.
Yeah. Oh man, this is intense. 45 minutes.
Luna's really good at dealing with Mega Creeps. As you see, literally not a problem for her whatsoever.
You have
They have
Dawnbreaker
a
that can join as
Dawnbreaker to
well.
help split push, yeah. So that's really helpful for them here. And Luna is a hero who could actually just attempt to end the game here. They're going to try to at least force the buyback, but the retreat might be really dangerous.
If you happen to get a Static Storm onto one of these heroes,
middle barracks.
Before their
is massive.
BKBs.
yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they want to play it
Last
safe.
fortification.
They
No,
just
they're
wanna
going to your force.
Oh, yeah, once that
They force
Fortify
it.
came out.
They want vision. They're going to buy back here on the Alk. They're going to hold. You're still hiding on the backside. BKB forced out from the Luna, but the tier 4s are falling and fast. K1 goes in. Static Storm, where is it? It gets dropped. In comes the Dawnbreaker, but MNZ, he's in trouble. Oh, pulled back beautifully into the wall from Divine Llama. He's trying his best to survive, but Schofield's just dunked on him. GG comes out, and Heroic will be your winners. What a series, man. This was so sick.
Dire victory.
Man, Heroic had to fight their way back into that. It's so many big ultimates. The illusions of Luna doing so much work that game. Man.
That was just such a sick game.
What a game.
Luna did so much work, but yeah, it is. You're playing into a Darkseer. Grimstroke ended up getting the Aghanim Scepter as well from the Alchemist, and there was some points where you're seeing like these heroes that are trying to fight. If they're able to collapse onto the Luna, there's just no chance. Like, it is just shredding his own team.
Yeah, it was so hard. They had a decent lead to begin with, but I think Heroic was able to find a couple big kills to buy them enough time. I remember like some Pango kills, like Blink Echo on just Pango, which maybe looks a little funny at first, but the enemy team doesn't want to fight without that Pango, so okay, we delay another minute. Oh, it happened again. We delay another minute, right? And that allows some of these items to come online along. Like, even after that, still a very close game, but some of the fights just... the positioning, the spell casting ended up going the way of Heroic. Every time they were able to copy that Luna, it feels like they would win the fight.
Yeah, it really does. This was just an incredible series and really well fought from both teams. I think a lot of people had kind of written off everyone that wasn't Heroic going into these qualifiers. They're like, come on, Heroic's the team. Like, no one's going to stand a chance. Of Starbucks taking it to 5 games, nearly winning, like very close to pulling this game out. But Heroic, once again, kind of these gatekeepers for South America, the Shopify Rebellion equivalent of NA, it seems, right? Like, they have just managed to edge out every qualifier, and they will once again be making their trip to DreamLeague Season 23.
Yeah, big congratulations to them. It was a great effort by a lot of the teams. I know they just fell a little short. That's gonna sting a lot. Many teams actually here, though. Like, you and I were talking, we love this region because a ton of the teams feel like they could be there. Heroic going to secure themselves the slot this time, but you can't rest here. You can't take it easy, man.
Yeah, not at all. It's been an absolute pleasure. Big shout out, of course, to ESL for putting this tournament together, for giving myself and Zach here an opportunity to cast. If you guys are unaware, my name's Cryptic. This is Z Quixotics. You probably recognize him. We've been having an absolute blast in these qualifiers, but it is finally brought to a close. So big congratulations to Heroic. Wish you the best of luck at the main event. But as always, everyone, thank you for watching. We appreciate you so much. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you next time.